Alrighty, what's good, everyone? Join up the live right now. How's everyone doing today? Do give it a second for people to join up the live. It takes a second for people to join in sometimes. What's good, everyone? Joining in. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? Hopefully, everyone's having a good day so far. What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good? How's everyone doing? Good to see everyone. We're gonna start getting some debates up here soon. What's up, Milo? What's up, Derek? How you doing? What's up, Cody? What's up, Callie? What's up, Stacia? How you doing? What's up, Roma? What's up, Morgan? Smooth, how you doing? Sage, what's good? Morgan, how you doing? Reese, Lizer, Kira, how you doing? Pillar, Carly, how you doing? What's up, Star? What's up, Raiders? How you doing? Share the live, everyone. Tap that screen to help get it out to more people. What's good, everyone? Joining in the live, everyone. What's up? What's up? What's up? We're gonna start getting some people up here very soon. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. We're going to start getting some people very soon, everybody. It's good to see everyone joining in. Good to see everyone joining in. What's up, Callie? I did notice you. I did notice you, actually. Parker fell off? Yes, he fell off so bad. Dude, that guy fell off so bad. What's up, Wyatt? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? All right, we're gonna start getting some people up here very soon. Jenna, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Jenna. Thank you. It looks like Dean behaved himself today on live enough to not get banned. You know, now we're gonna have more people saying, like, making the not knowing the difference between me and Dean. By the way, he had no account today. I wonder what happened to all of his accounts. All of his accounts have been receiving so many bans. Dean has tripled your block list. Good, honestly. That's great. What's up, everyone? Do tap that screen. Do share the live here on YouTube. Make sure to hit that like button. Help send it out to more people, everyone. What's good, everyone joining in? How's everyone doing? We're going to start getting some people up here very, very soon. Once we start getting some debates in here. Once we start getting some guest requests. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, how old are you?
Hey, I'm 2007, January 1st.
I'm sorry, there's no way. How'd you get your account banned after the live? I don't know. They just took my guest request away, like, just entirely. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, that shirt is fire, bro. It's fire.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it. It's from my girlfriend. My mom really appreciated it. I sent a picture to my mom and was like, my girlfriend gave this to me. And my mom was like, oh, so cute. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm turning 14 tomorrow.
Jesus. Yo, what's up?
Hey
How old are
there.
you? How old are you?
You know, oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. I'm 41 years old. I'm not used to using this account because like TikTok just like literally banned me from going up on lives to talk about where I was talking about the ideological shift between what happened post Truman and Republican and Democratic Party and how the Republican Party has become the party of oppression. Yeah.
Absolutely. So it seems like you don't support Donald Trump. I appreciate you coming up, though. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate you very much. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We're just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, Trump's better!
Dude, that was literally like an 8-year-old. Jeez. What is going on? That was literally a zygote. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, shit, I'm so sorry.
You're good. You're good. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Old enough. Let's go.
How old are you?
18.
No, we're showing up on the For You page of every child tonight, apparently. Like every child in the world. It's Dean. It was Dean, chat. It was Dean. That's what it was. That's what it was. I blame Dean. Yo, what's about you? Ew. Disgusting. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Juan, thank you so much for Push the Galaxy. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
38,
What's your birth year?
1986.
Okay. What month?
September, but I don't know why that matters.
For sure. I'm just making sure. Do you support Donald Trump?
Oh, absolutely. He's my king.
Okay. Are you joking?
No.
Okay.
You know he's going to be in office 2028.
Yeah, no shit, he'll be in office because they wouldn't carry over the next administration until 2029.
No. I mean, he's going to be president again.
Yeah, he'll still be president.
Because we're going to go to war, and so we're going to postpone everything.
Oh, okay. Is that what you want?
Well, number one thing is mass immigration. We need to make Mexicans minorities again. And take places like South Central LA, and coffee shops and restaurants and nice cafes and amusement parks in it, and make it nice and take the ghetto out.
Okay, you're a disgusting, bigoted fucking piece of shit. Absolutely disgusting. Absolutely fucking gross. What the fuck? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What happened to your hair? You were blonde earlier, bro. What happened?
I've had brown hair the whole time. Do
No,
you
I'm
support
joking.
Donald
Because
Trump?
Dean was on. Dean was on. The joke was that Dean was on, so he's
Oh.
blonde. That was a joke, you know.
Oh, I didn't even realize. I didn't even think about it. I just my brain. No, I'm just gonna stop talking. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Of course.
What's your birth year?
August 24th, 2003.
August 24th, 2003. And you said you're how old again? 22? Okay, so
21. Well, I turned 22 in a couple days.
okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, just his policies on immigration and, like taxes, income tax.
Okay. Which specific policies on immigration and income tax?
I'm just kidding. Fuck Trump. Israel did 9/11. Israel did 9/11. Israel did 9/11.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Not old enough.
Okay, only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, hello.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
December 28, 2003.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
50.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why is that?
Well, I mean, I voted for him because I think there was our country was going and had two options culturally to go. And voting for Kamala Harris was just not a direction that we wanted to go.
Okay, and what way?
There's many other reasons, but that's just one.
You could just be specific with it, like what way specifically it would change things that you would disagree with.
Well, I mean, I just think that starting with Barack Obama and then going with Biden, that type of leadership was just pushing a culture of shame and just
a culture
variety
of
other things.
I'm confused what you mean.
Yeah, just like
What do you mean?
America's America's terrible. Everybody's awful. There was constant policing of speech. You know, men and women aren't different. I mean, there's just a whole slew of things that people are just sick of, and they didn't want it.
Aren't Republicans the one policing speech? I mean, they're detaining people, right, specifically without due process for their freedom
I'm
of speech.
talking about American citizens.
Yeah, I mean people who are legally in the country. Yeah, I mean people who are legally in the country. Like, for example, Mahmoud Khalil
I'm talking
specifically
about
said
overall.
free Palestine, right? And it is the case that he was held without due process for over 100 days. Can
But
you
I'm not
explain to me
talking
why
about
that's
them.
the case if you're saying that they're so pro free speech?
I'm talking about American citizens.
Yeah, he was in the country legally.
I'm talking about American citizens and what we were voting for. What I voted for, I think what most people voted for.
Yeah, did you vote for that? Did you vote for people's free speech to be undermined?
Not for American citizens, no.
Not for American citizens. I'm confused what you mean. You don't support freedom of speech for American citizens?
There was freedom of speech under Biden. I mean, they were like everybody's Twitter accounts got taken down. Everyone was getting taken down on YouTube.
Dude, your Twitter account's getting taken down and your YouTube account getting taken down has nothing to do with the federal government. What are you talking about?
I understand that, but it was happening.
You want to say that you want to restrict
I'm talking
private
culturally.
companies?
I didn't say it was that federally, that type of thing, but it was a culture, and now that culture has shifted.
Okay, and how is that?
And no one is taken down.
Clarify.
No one's really taken down for anything now, are they?
You're
So
telling
it
me
seemed to work.
You're telling me Joe Biden caused Donald Trump to be taken down from Twitter? Is that what you're saying?
Did I say that? I didn't even come close to saying that.
Well, it seems like that's what you were blaming for it.
No, I said if we voted for Kamala, there was a direction that we were all going.
So then are you
okay?
blaming Kamala Harris for that cultural shift, or did that cultural shift already exist?
I'm saying that is the direction that things were going if you were to continue to vote for the left, Kamala. I mean,
so like, do you think it's better that the country is shifting more in a direction of like conspiracy bullshit? Like saying the election 2020 was rigged with no evidence. Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. Right, like that for example, or like when Donald Trump pardoned the January 6th violent rioters who beat police officers and then called them patriots right after that. Like, is that shifting the culture in a more positive light?
What's your question?
I'm asking if you think that Donald Trump, right, is shifting the culture in a more positive light by
Yes, the answer to that question is yes.
By bolstering conspiracy bullshit like the
Not by
2020
that,
election.
Not by that. It's just better.
Okay, in what way? Because I explained multiple ways in which Donald
Because
Trump is
there's less
significantly worse.
policing of speech. Because there's less policing of speech.
I don't think that's true.
We don't have this.
That's wrong. Can you give me any good evidence that there was more policing of speech specifically because of the Biden-Harris administration?
Take you, for example.
And what type of speech are
everyone's
you
speech.
referencing? Of course. Like, there are certain types of speech I
Right.
think are okay.
So that's the
and so-
culture you want. You want the police speech. I don't want that.
Everyone does to some degree. That's what I'm trying to demonstrate to you. You agree with some level of policing.
But you
of
do it
speech.
for nefarious reasons.
What do you mean? I do it for nefarious reasons. I prevent people from what for nefarious reasons?
Just saying things that are just not a big deal.
Like what?
What do you get mad at?
But you answer I want you to specify specifically like what I kick people off on that I'm wrong about. Because like I think in the circumstances in which I kick people off, I think that that's a perfectly
you're
reasonable
more than willing
thing to do.
feel that way. You're more than willing to feel that way.
So
I'm
just
not
tell me,
for it,
so
and
tell
that's
me
why
what,
I voted for Donald Trump.
based on
because
what?
it's a
Based on
cultural-
what specifically? Like what did I kick someone off specifically for that you disagree with?
You already admitted that you do it, right?
Wait,
and that's fine. If you
wait,
want
so
to
to
be
clarify,
that way,
so to clarify, you think I should never kick someone off of my live stream ever?
why do you always say something?
Wait, like
that
for
somebody
example, if
says
so-
that they
wait.
never say.
Wait, but that's what
Why do you do that?
that's seemingly what you think I should do because I'm like policing people's speech and saying that like they can't talk about other topics. Like if someone brings up on the live sports, I'm gonna kick them off the stream because this live's about like political debates. So that's policing speech, is that not? Do you
Okay, let me
disagree with
ask
that
you
type of
this.
policing of speech? No, like I ask you, in that context, would you disagree with me kicking them off the live when they're not talking about the topic?
That's not what I'm talking about.
Wait, I understand. So you say that there are certain circumstances in which it's justified to kick people off. So explain to me what specific circumstances did I kick people off in which you disagree with?
Well, you call people names on here all the time, and some people might call you a name that you can't stand, and that drives you nuts.
What
and then
specific
you'll
name?
kick them off.
Can
So
you
you
name
don't
this?
you don't apply
What's
it equally.
what specific name? If someone calls me a name like a
Which
grifter,
one do you think it
I don't
is?
kick them off.
Okay.
I think you just want to be able to say slurs. You're fucking weird. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like you're itching to say slurs.
I don't need to say a slur at all.
Okay, then what are you
But I
complaining
don't want
about?
I think it's ridiculous that, people say, "Oh, you can't say this and you can't say that." There's so
Well,
many
you won't be able to
circumstances
do that.
where that doesn't apply.
Welcome to my live stream. You can't do it on my live stream because I'll kick you off. That's the reality. This is my live
Hey,
stream. This
I've
is my
already
space.
agreed you're allowed. I've already agreed that you're allowed to, dude. I'm saying culturally, I didn't want it to go down that route.
So
rabbit
you
hole
don't
or
want
go
me to
down that
kick
way.
people off. So you don't want me to kick people off for saying
I'm
slurs.
talking overall.
That's what you
for
disagree with
American
culturally.
citizens.
So you disagree
Yeah.
with me because I want to kick people off of my live stream for using harmful slurs.
I'm talking in general, and that's why I voted for Donald
You sound
Trump.
sensitive. You sound really sensitive that you're so angry and caught up in your
Well,
feelings that you had to come up on my live stream and you had to crash out and vote for Donald Trump because it is the case that I kick people off of the live stream that say slurs. I understand that
How am
makes
I
you very
crashing out?
emotional. I understand that makes you triggered because it is the case that you had to go and vote for Donald Trump as retribution, right? As like vengeance. Because
How am I crashing out?
the culture is shifting in such a way in
How
which
am I emotional?
Parker Get a Job kicks
Sounds like
people
you're
off the
emotional.
live stream because they say slurs that are harmful. Like,
Sounds like you're emotional and you're crashing out. I'm not doing anything.
really? Because it sounds like you were the one complaining about it.
That's why I voted for him. I didn't complain. I just told you. Asked why I voted
Like
for him.
it
That's
seems
why
like
I
you're
voted for him.
it seems like you're policing my speech and saying how I should conduct myself on my
No,
live stream.
I literally have said 3
You're
times
policing
that you're allowed to do whatever
policing
you want.
you're policing me right now by saying that you're going to vote
No, I'm
differently,
not.
right? Wait, yeah, you
No, I'm
are,
not.
dude. Because I
I'm
can't
not.
I can't accept the consequences of the things that I say, right? That means that means that
Means what? I
does
said
he
I
not- does
voted
he
for
not see
Donald
it?
Trump.
He doesn't see it.
I said I voted for Donald
Give him a
Trump
second.
because
Maybe he'll get it.
I said I voted for Donald Trump. Has nothing to do with you. You're just an example.
Yeah, so you said because of people like me that kick people off their live streams because they use harmful slurs, you're saying that you want to, in retribution or vengeance, vote for a held civilly liable sexual abuser who pardoned violent rioters on January 6th who beat cops, who perved on little girls and Miss Teen USA because he quote-unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent, where there
Here
was
we
an
go.
18-year-old that came out, said there was 4 girls young as 15 years old. You didn't listen to a single thing that I said.
Get the list. Go through the list. You missed a few. Go through the list.
Well, can you repeat back to me any of the things that I just said?
I don't care to.
Can you repeat back to me anything I just said?
I don't care to.
If you've heard the list so many times, why can't you repeat it back at all?
Because I don't want to. I've heard it. Yeah, I have heard it a million times, and
You don't. What do you mean you don't? What do you mean you don't want to? Are you scared?
No.
Okay, so then say it.
Are you?
Sounds like you're having a temper tantrum because you don't want to say it.
Sounds like you're having.
Are you
a
in?
temper
Are you in
tantrum.
denial? Are you in denial right now?
Denial of
You're
what?
being a little bit of a MAGA snowflake.
How? You're the one crying.
Because you won't answer that. You won't answer. I'm not crying right now. I'm just saying. I'm just calling out the truth.
Okay, what do you want? What do you want? What do you want to know?
Are you
About
listening to me at all?
The whole sexual
no, can
abuse
you repeat-
allegations where
can
there's
you re-
zero proof.
Oh, okay. Well, you said that there's no proof for the sexual abuse. But did you know that
Correct.
it is the case that Donald Trump was held civilly liable, unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people, for forcibly penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will, based upon preponderance of evidence in a civil court? So it is the case that a unanimous decision from a jury did base it upon preponderance of evidence in determining that Donald Trump forcibly penetrated her against her will. So are you not going to acknowledge that? Do you not accept the jury system, the court system? Do you not think that's likely to be true?
That happened based on zero proof, and in fact, there's no proof that he was even
So
there.
then why
in the-
based upon? Wait, I have a question. So you said there was no proof that he was there. Then why didn't he give up his DNA? There was a dress that she was claiming had his DNA on it, right? Where Trump could have given up his DNA within multiple years, right, and proved that he wasn't at the scene of the crime. He claimed he never met her.
Sorry.
He claimed
That's
that they never
that
met. There
doesn't
were
prove
pictures of
anything.
them together. Well, then why didn't he give up his DNA?
That's no proof of anything.
Wait, what would be the good? What would be name one?
What kind of DNA do you think it was?
Name one reasonable explanation as to why he didn't give up his DNA.
That's still not proof.
I'm just asking. Name one reasonable explanation.
Do you think there was enough proof there to be convicted?
Can you name one? He can't answer this question. Name one reasonable explanation for why he did not provide his DNA within the multiple years allotted.
Because they could have faked it.
Oh, they faked the DNA. How is the civil court going to fake the DNA?
Because it wasn't sperm DNA. You know that, right?
It wasn't clarified specifically. It was unidentified male DNA, and this
No,
is to
the
prove.
judge literally.
By the way,
The judge literally said it.
This is to prove specifically that he was at the scene of the crime. That's what this was specifically to prove, was that he was at the scene of the crime.
If it was just DNA could have been planted on anything. If it's just regular DNA.
How did she get his DNA?
You can get anyone's DNA.
How so?
Anyway, if it's just so-called DNA.
Yeah, how did he get a hair
how
did they get Trump's DNA?
I'm saying they could have. You talked about you wanted an example.
In what way?
Of why.
How did they get his DNA?
I didn't
you
think
think it's more likely that they randomly
DNA.
So you think it's more likely that E. Jean Carroll randomly got his DNA and planted it specifically on a dress than it is that specifically like she was sexually assaulted by Donald Trump and that the DNA was on it and that he was lying about it?
DNA.
By the way, I have a question. If someone specifically accuses Donald Trump of sexual abuse, says that there's DNA on a dress specifically that would be his, that demonstrates that they specifically were at the scene of the crime. Trump claims they never met. Why wouldn't he give up his DNA? Seemingly, he would prove that.
Eventually.
Seemingly,
why wouldn't they just do it just to prove it?
After the multiple years allotted, the judge specifically said that was meant to extend how long the court process took. Now, I think that they should have taken it anyway and tried the specific DNA.
So he offered it. So he did offer it. So.
But not in a legitimate way, because it is the case that he knew it wouldn't have been accepted. Can you please listen?
It could have put all this to rest.
That's not true. So then he knows the court process isn't going to.
How could it not put it to rest if they would have accepted it?
Because they can't accept it after that time period. That's what the judge indicated.
That's a bullshit excuse.
That's not true. Like, you are literally lying right now. You're saying it's a bullshit excuse.
So
that's
at
what
the
the
end
judge.
Of the day, there's zero proof he did it.
Listen. I think that they should have taken it. I think they totally should have tested the DNA. But it is the case that Donald Trump gave it after the multiple years allotted, right? Because it is the case. So
he was willing to give it, even though he didn't know the result of what the judge would say.
Are you purposefully being dense right now?
Are you?
No, because I'm trying to describe it to you.
Sounds like you are.
You're cutting me off and not letting me explain it to you because you're scared of the truth.
No, you are.
Then why can't you let me speak?
Go ahead.
Okay. So he had multiple years allotted specifically in order to be able to give up the DNA. And he did it after the time period allotted because he knew it wasn't going to get accepted and it would extend how long the court process took. That's exactly what the judge said specifically when addressing it. That's what the judge indicated, right? That's clear. That's obvious. It's reasonable.
No, he didn't.
Can you name one other
He didn't say,
reasonable
"Oh,
explanation?
you knew this." He doesn't. He's not in.
That's
Trump's
exactly
head.
what the
Trump
judge
didn't know what
the judge said. This. That's exactly what the judge said.
Bullshit.
You want to bet?
Bullshit. It doesn't matter. There's zero proof. So
You
we're
want to bet?
back to square one.
Wait, you said
There's
that
zero proof he did it.
So
There's
then
zero
can
proof he's even there.
What is proof?
You don't know what proof is?
Yeah, I'm asking, what's proof? Can you just tell me under your notion what is proof? I know how I use the term proof. I'm asking you, how do you use the term?
Undeniable evidence that it was undeniable evidence of something happening.
So evidence uses the term evidence within it? Really, I'm confused.
You asked for the definition of proof, idiot.
Yeah, so
not evidence.
So to clarify, sure. What's evidence? That's what I was essentially trying to ask you what that is. I apologize.
You did. You okay? Thank you. Well, there's various types of evidence.
Okay.
Evidence is just, and I guess, I mean, I'm trying to like come up with a dictionary definition. I mean, I'll take any definition that you have. What do you think? I mean, I probably agree with your definition of evidence.
like things that point towards something being true.
Correct. Okay.
Okay. So do you agree that
But
someone being
evidence
held,
doesn't mean proof.
do you agree in a unanimous decision from a jury, right, is something that leads you to think that this is more likely to occur, or
Not
more
in that
likely that
case.
it did occur? What?
Not in that case.
What? Wait, hold up. So you don't think that if someone is held civilly liable of sexual abuse, that increases their likelihood of doing that comparative to just any random person?
Wait, what?
Do you think that someone held civilly liable of sexual abuse, that they are more likely to have committed sexual abuse than any typical person?
Not in that case.
What? Obviously, it would be the case that if someone's held civilly liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will, they are more likely to have done this. So it definitely is
No,
evidence
not in
towards.
that case.
Wait,
Not in that case.
Wait, I just
no.
want to let you know, a jury determination
Because there was so lack of evidence
is based upon the
that it
definition
obviously-
evidence. Wait,
there
I
was
just want to let
obviously-
you know
there was
the
obviously
jury
a motive
determination
behind
from the jury determination from your perspective is evidence, because it is the case that it increases the likelihood of it being true.
There was
So
so
it
little
serves as evidence. You say that
in
there's
that
no.
case.
Wait, I'm just saying from your own perspective, you already have understood that there's evidence under your own perspective. I don't even have to tell you any of the facts of the case, which you don't even know about. You've never looked into at all, right? And I could still demonstrate to you that there is evidence just based upon the civil court determination, because it's more
There is
likely
not
to be
even
true.
anywhere close. There's not even anywhere close to the amount of evidence to ever give a criminal conviction at all. He wasn't. There's no even evidence he was there.
So wait. So would
How
you
can
accept?
you have a rape? How can you have a rape conviction when you can't even prove that somebody was there? That's ridiculous.
Are you done? Are you listening to me at
Yeah.
all? Can you repeat back to me what I said?
Nope.
Okay. So the reason why it's a civil
it's
case.
just prattling. I mean,
The reason why it's in a civil
it's-
case and not a criminal case is because of statute of limitations, meaning it's been too many years since the event happened that they can't try it in a criminal court regardless of the standard of evidence. So you have no evidentiary basis to dispute that it specifically would have not met the point of conviction in the context of a criminal court. You have no basis for saying that. In the context of a criminal court, Trump
Yes,
would have
I
been
do.
forced to give up his DNA. Because it was in a civil court, he was not forced to give up his DNA. Okay? Now,
I
I
have a lot
also
of
want to...
basis.
Basis for what? Wait, I have a question. Where
For
did this?
believing that.
Wait, what store did this happen in?
Bergdorf Goodman or something like that.
Okay.
Bergdorf.
What year did it happen?
Bergdorf. 90 what? 93, 4, 5, 6, something like that.
You just named multiple years.
This doesn't prove having me name the year
Okay,
doesn't prove
so you
that
don't
he
know the
did
year.
it, dude.
Do you know what her name is?
E. Jean Carroll. This
Okay.
doesn't prove that he did it. Okay, I don't know why you're going down
Well, I'm
this
just
road.
I'm just asking you to like I'm asking you to see if you have any of the basis for this. Did you know there were multiple people that she told specifically at that time that verified the story, that for multiple years there was a consistent story, for multiple decades a consistent story that she was sexually assaulted by Donald Trump? Did you know that we specifically have a psychiatrist that verified the trauma that she went through, verifying that it was legitimate? We have Donald Trump lying, saying that they never met, yet there's pictures of them together. Him saying that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote-unquote not his type, but then in a deposition he mistook her with his ex-wife, indicating that they're either both his type or both not his type, so he would have sexually abused her either way. Along with the DNA on the dress that Donald Trump didn't give up his DNA after multiple years, which the only reasonable explanation for why that's the case is because it would incriminate Donald Trump if he were to give up his DNA. Otherwise, he would have best reason to give up his DNA to prove that he wasn't at the scene of the crime so that he could then vindicate his name and then use it as a specific story that he could say that, oh, Democrats are coming after me like he specifically did, and you'd have better reason to argue that. So clearly, if he had the ability to literally vindicate himself, he would have done that. Right? He didn't have the ability to vindicate himself because it was likely to incriminate him. And that's why he didn't give up his DNA. That's a reasonable explanation. You can't provide any other reasonable explanation for why he didn't provide his DNA within the time period allotted for him to be able to provide it up.
That's a nice long-winded rant, but none of that is proof that he did it. None of that is proof that he was there.
Based upon your evidence
of
proof.
about how to? Can I finish? I let you go
No.
on forever, dude.
No, based upon your notion of proof, then you
Did
can't
you know
actually...
that he used to write about how to take advantage of men?
People can deny, plenty of things. Just because they can deny it doesn't mean that that is the case that there isn't proof of it, good reason to believe it. There's plenty of things out there that exist that there's good reason to believe that there are people that deny it. There are people that deny the Earth is spherical. Okay, so when you say undeniable proof, what are you saying? Because it sounds like you don't have proof, right, or undeniable evidence. It sounds like you don't have proof then that the Earth is spherical, right, to flat earthers. They would claim that you don't have proof under that standard of evidence. Because they can deny it.
There's not even enough evidence to allow for that. I mean, there's not enough evidence to even suggest that he was there. I mean, it's just
again, you
can't
keep saying
sit
this,
there and automatically
so
assume
then why didn't he give up his
that it
DNA?
wasn't a
If
crooked
there's no
court.
good reason to believe that he was there, why didn't he give up his DNA?
We've already went down this road, dude.
No, you didn't.
We did.
You
Why
didn't
do
give a
wanna go through
reasonable
it again?
explanation.
I did too. I said that it wasn't sperm DNA. It could have been any DNA could have been planted on any dress. That's a reason. Okay, you wanted a reason. That's a reason.
Then
However,
why? Wait,
he
so then
did
it would
give
have
it
not
up.
matched
He
his
did give,
DNA,
He did
right?
offer to give it up. He did offer to give it up
After
and
the
he
time
could- and
period
that could have,
allotted,
like,
because
if-
he knew that it
why
would
would
extend
someone
the
give-
court
okay, let me
time.
turn it
You
around
didn't
you.
listen
Why
to me
would
at all.
someone off-
The reason why I'm
why would
cutting you
someone
off
give-
is because you didn't listen to me at all. Right? I have to repeat back everything that you just didn't
I know
listen
what
to.
you said,
because
dude,
you were,
and it doesn't.
No,
it
you
doesn't
didn't.
matter.
No, you don't.
Yes, I
because
did.
everything
I know
I
what you
said,
said.
everything I said
You said the
debunked
courts didn't allow it, but he still offered it up.
after the time
would
period
somebody
allotted,
offer
knowing that
something
it
up?
wouldn't have been accepted.
He didn't know. You don't have any proof of that. You don't know that he did.
Everyone knows that it's not going to be accepted after the time period in which they say they're not going to accept it.
You're not
For
going to take
example,
that risk.
If you're
You're
in a
not going to
school,
take that risk.
if you're in a school, right, and it is the case that like you turn in your homework when the teacher said they wouldn't accept it after that time period, is it a reasonable assumption that it's going to be accepted? Is that a reasonable assumption? Is that a reasonable assumption? Given that they said they
I don't
wouldn't
even-
accept it after that time period.
Dude, you like to go off on something else because it's not.
You
looking
like
good
to
for
not
you.
listen
So-
to what I'm saying because it debunks everything you're
I
saying.
listen
You
because-
like to
no,
not
it doesn't debunk
acknowledge the
anything.
arguments that
You
I
don't
provide
acknowledge what I
because then
said.
it allows you to sit within your own
You-
head and act like there's no argument that debunks everything you say when I'm
There's
providing
no
it to you
proof,
in front of
dude.
you. You're literally
There's no
trying to
proof,
live
and
within
you
your
can't
own head
handle
and your
it.
own echo
You
chamber in
can't
your
handle
brain
it.
instead of acknowledging the
You can't
arguments and
handle the
providing
fact
you on the
there's no
stream.
proof. You can't. handle
I've
the fact
provided
there's
you
no
proof. I provided you evidence,
You didn't.
and
You
you've
did not
responded
provide
to
any
none of
proof.
it. You've responded to
What
none of
evidence
it.
did you provide me?
I already told you. You
that
should
she-
maybe you should have listened.
The evidence of her talking to a psychiatrist or whatever. That's just her lying.
I didn't
That's
even
not
say that.
Proof.
Right? I said specifically the psychiatrist verified, or the psychologist verified the trauma that she went through. Wow, you listened to nothing that I said, and then you're saying that you disagree with what I said? How about you actively listen? How about you critically think for 2 seconds? How about you literally
you
sit
not
down
crash
and
out?
try to engage with what I'm having to say? I'm not crashing out right now by just describing that what you did was ridiculous. You like a
It's
fucking...
not ridiculous. There's
Dude,
no
you're,
proof.
Dude, you're like a 5-year-old that literally can't listen in class.
You're kind of
you can't
like
engage
a
with you
5-year-old,
can't
to be
engage
honest.
with the
You look
content
like one,
material.
actually, too.
I look like a 5-year-old? Really?
Yeah.
You think that makes sense?
I've seen 5-year-olds with more muscle mass. I can tell you that.
Really?
Anyway,
Does that make you feel better so that you don't have to intellectually engage
digress.
with what I had to say? So are you saying someone that
I
looks
have
like a 5-year-old just
intellectually
intellectually...
engaged with
Wait, are you saying someone that
I
looks like a
have.
5-year-old
You just don't like what I say.
Are
you
you
don't
saying-
like that I don't agree with you?
Yeah, because it's not reasonable, right? Are you saying...
It
are you
is
saying...
reasonable. There's
really?
no proof
What was reasonable?
that he was even there.
Wait, again...
Like it
then
would be
why
one
didn't-
thing. Like he could
Then why
be
didn't he
there,
give up
and
his
there's
DNA?
still not enough evidence.
Then
There's
why
still
didn't he give
not
up his
enough
DNA?
evidence.
Why didn't he give up his
There's
DNA?
still, he did. He did.
No,
he
not within the time period allotted,
He
knowing
offered.
that wouldn't be
He
accepted.
did offer. Did he offer or did he not?
This is what
Yes or
dense
no?
this is what dense individuals say
Did he
on the
offer or
live
did he not? Yes.
after the time slot allotted.
Because you're upset that there's not enough proof to prove it undeniably.
There is.
You just hate Donald Trump. That's your whole
What do you
world
mean?
is-
Wait,
is
so, wait, I
revolved
have a
around
question.
hating
So,
Trump.
so I have a question. If someone was held civilly liable of sexual abuse, would you let them babysit your child? Because you said there's not undeniable proof. It's only based upon preponderance of evidence.
If I knew, I would let them if I knew that they were being railroaded, like in the case of that.
Wait, how do you know that Donald Trump's being railroaded? How do you make that determination?
It's obvious because there's no proof. That's why.
Wait, so
And
when
there's
you say
no proof that he's
when
even
you say
there.
that there's no proof, well then under every civil case there's no proof under your view because there's not undeniable evidence because it's based upon preponderance of
true.
evidence. Yes, that's true. Most
There
civil
can be
cases
proof in civil.
Wait,
there can
most
be
most
proof in
civil cases don't have
civil
undeniable most civil cases don't have undeniable evidence.
There can be.
By the way, this guy would make the argument specifically that because by the way, someone like if your significant other was cheating on you and had a bunch of text messages specifically that showed that they were talking to like their affair partner, they could say that's deniable because it is the case that someone else stole their phone and they wrote different types of messages on there with that person that they had no clue about. And since there's a deniable basis for what you're saying, you would say that there's not proof that you were cheated on.
It takes a very mentally unstable person to accuse the president of the United States.
He can't respond to that. He can't respond to that. He can't. Wait. He can't respond to that. Would you say that there's not proof in that circumstance that you're?
I can't respond to some ridiculous analogy that makes no sense.
Can you repeat the analogy?
Your analogies are so ambiguous that they don't even matter.
Repeat the analogy.
It's just you deflecting from the fact that you're upset that I don't believe that I think she's a complete whack job. And that
repeat the analogy? Can you not repeat the analogy?
No, I can't. Oh God, you got me. I can't repeat an analogy.
Yeah. You didn't listen to it. So how are you going to dispute its relevancy? How are you going to dispute its basis for comparison if you didn't even listen to it? If you don't even know what I was saying?
Because you prattle so much, everything just gets mushed together into some jumbled mark.
Do you feel embarrassed right now?
No, do you?
No, because I'm embarrassing you right now, dude. You should feel embarrassed.
How?
If you were smart enough, you would feel embarrassed.
Because I can't repeat your dumbass analogies? That's ridiculous.
You didn't even know the analogy. How could you call it dumb? You couldn't even tell me what the analogy is. How could you call it dumb?
As soon as you started talking about dating and going on a date and something, whatever, I mean, who cares, dude? There's no proof. Get back to the topic.
Yeah, he would say there's no proof that his significant other cheated on him because it is the case that they could deny that the text messages they have with their affair partner, right, that say, "Oh, I love you. Oh, it was so nice what we did last night," right? He would say, "Oh, since that's deniable, since they must be talking about something else, they could deny that. That is not proof that he was cheated on." That's not proof.
Almost the same. That's
not proof. That is not proof he was cheated on under this guy's perspective.
Yeah, make sure you stay away from the topic.
No, that's not proof, dude. Right? It's not proof.
Oh, yeah, good one.
It's just your reasoning.
So she wrote about how to take advantage of men, right?
In what way?
She wrote articles and shit about like how to take advantage of men.
What did she say to do? What did she say to do?
It takes a whack job to do what she did, and
you're just trying to say that to demean her because you're a grape apologist. You're a grape apologist that tries to say that women are quote unquote crazy in order to demean their basis of truth for calling out the fucking horrible people that you support. You're not willing to acknowledge that she was assaulted and that is a reality. I have to remove you now because your presence is uncomfortable. That's what the TikTok stream said. Modi, thank you so much. I appreciate the membership subscription. Thank you. Coral, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Kyle, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Hanners, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. If you agree with TikTok and you think that his presence was uncomfortable, type 3 in the comment section. That's definitely type 3. Like, that guy was horrible. That guy was horrible. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, yeah.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet this set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get out to more people. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. Estella, thank you so much for the $10. Maga Cries, thank you for the $5. And Amanda, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
It's 2006, March 10th.
March 10th, 2006. So why do you support Donald Trump?
I support him more of like on abortion.
Okay. What about abortion?
Just because, like, I don't know, I feel like the fetus has a right to life, you know? Like, it has a future, you know? Like, it could be something in the future.
Okay, so would you say that it would be wrong to put babies in freezers?
In freezers?
Yeah.
I mean, like, yeah.
Yeah, of course, right? It's wrong to put babies in freezers.
Like,
do you think it's okay to put? Do you think it's okay to freeze embryos? You think that should be legal?
No, I don't think so.
No, it should be illegal to freeze embryos. You think anyone who's frozen embryo should go to prison?
No.
No? You don't think people who freeze babies should go to prison? Put babies in freezers? If you knew that someone put a baby in a freezer, would you think that they should go to prison?
Yes, if it's like an embryo, then
An
no,
actual baby?
obviously.
Okay, so you agree with me, embryos aren't babies, right?
Yeah, but I'm talking about like the future life.
So then
of
why
them,
are
like,
you
in the
giving
future.
them more rights over a woman's body than herself?
Parker, I love you. You're better than Dean. You're way better than Dean. Oh my god.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. What's up with your name?
What's up with Dean pulling your account yesterday and getting more traction than you on your own account?
Well, of course, Dean's gonna get more traction. He has a larger platform.
Oh, but you brought him to his platform?
Yeah. James, thank you for
So
$20.
he's
Thank you
doing.
so much, James.
Can
I
you
really
shut
appreciate
up
it. Thank
and
you,
listen
James.
real quick?
No, I can't.
So
Thank you,
you
James. I
brought
really appreciate
someone.
the $20.
Let me just
Thank
get
you.
this right.
Morgan,
So
thank you for the
you,
$10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Morgan. Give me some
hey,
W's
you
for
low
Morgan in the
muscle
comment
massive
section.
boy, listen to me when I'm talking, all right? So you brought someone. Why are you laughing?
What'd you say? I can't hear you. Yeah, it seems like your mic just randomly muted. I don't know what happened. What? What did you just say? I have no clue what you're saying currently.
So you brought some.
What?
Why are you so mad?
I'm not mad right now.
You're so mad.
I can't be mad. Dude, how could I be mad?
You're what? You're stuttering. That's what you're doing. You're mad. You're mad. You're stumbling over your words. You're mad. You're triggered. Look, so you
Are
brought
you
someone
triggered?
to this.
And are you triggered and you have to
I'm
project
not
and act like
triggered.
I'm triggered?
I'm having a great
It
time.
sounds like you're
I'm
projecting right now.
look at you right now. I'm having a great time right now, dude. Anyways, yo, listen to me. So you're telling me you brought, first of all, you're racist. You brought another racist to this platform,
How am I racist?
introduced him. What?
How am I racist?
Oh, I was listening into your live a couple days ago, and someone brought this up as well. And you basically admitted, or you didn't deny the fact you've never said the word that us African Americans don't like, which means I think you're racist, 100%,
So you think that Dean
I'd
and
like to see you get out of this.
so
I'd like to see
hold
you
up
try.
to
You should
clarify.
probably just deny it
So to clarify.
and just move on. I don't think you should. You
No,
should go
no. So by the
on
way,
this
so
rabbit
so
hole.
so to
Okay.
clarify,
So
you
you're gonna
think that
deny. You're gonna try and defend your racist actions. That's what you're gonna try and do right
no,
now.
no, I don't think that any racist actions are defendable. I don't think any usage of slurs is defendable, and I think that it is the
Okay.
case that I think
So
that
what does
people
that say
should.
about you?
I think that
So
I
what
think
does that
that it
say
is the
about you?
case that I think
So
it is
what
the
does that
case.
say about you?
It is the case that I think that people should be able to go change throughout their life, and they should be able to acknowledge bad actions that they've
I
engaged
promise the
in.
guest
They should be able
isn't
to
black.
advocate
I'm
against those
100%
bad
black.
actions, and they should be able to progress as people. I think that's the reason why I engage
Oh,
in
so
these
you
types of
have
lives.
said it
Is the reason
before.
why I have said slurs when I was when I was a kid. Same thing with
Oh
Dean. It is
boy,
the case that we have gone through
that's gonna be a
change in
great
our
clip.
characters as people.
Parker has
Wait, you
said
can
slurs before.
clip this. You're just trying to not acknowledge what I'm saying. You can acknowledge things that you've done as bad in the past, and you can move on and become a better person. And it is the case that you can advocate against the
Okay,
very things in which specifically you had perpetuated in the past.
gotcha.
That's why I, specifically as someone who used to be a Trump supporter, can acknowledge that you can change and you can go from being a Trump supporter
So
to not being a Trump supporter, and that type of change is pivotal
why are
towards
you
our
so
society
mad, dude?
progressing and becoming better.
Relax. Anyway, so Dean, ooh, I'd like to get to the debate why I support Trump after I said
Do you
the
want to
statement.
tell me why you're being homophobic? Like in your
Sorry,
name?
what?
Yeah, your name is Dean Likes Men. You're trying to be homophobic by
It's
trying
a
to make fun
statement.
of
How
Dean
am I trying?
specifically
No,
for
that's your
you
that's
thinking
your
that he likes men.
interpretation. That's your interpretation. What are you trying to do here? That's your interpretation. It's a
Well, I think
statement.
that's a very obvious
It's a pretty bland
interpretation.
statement.
Sounds like you're being homophobic.
Not at all.
Really? So, can you tell me
What
what
if I told you I
homophobia
was gay
is?
myself?
Can you tell me what homophobia is?
Yeah, I mean, just being like discriminating against people who are gay.
Yeah, do you think insulting someone specifically by calling them gay is homophobic?
Am I calling him? No, I don't think calling someone gay is insulting. No, not at all.
No. Do you think insulting someone by calling them gay is homophobic?
Do I think what? Repeat that again. Insulting someone?
Do you think insulting someone by calling them gay is homophobic?
It depends in what nature it's being said. But if it's, if there's vicious intent, then of course it's homophobic.
I have a question. Are you straight?
Prefer not to answer. I don't know what substance that has to this conversation.
Well, I think it's relevant towards whether or not specifically
I don't
like
think it's
what
relevant.
you'd be
I think
saying
what's
in that
relevant is the
context.
question that's on your screen. You're on your screen right there. Why do I?
Wait,
switch?
I have a
think
question.
that's
I have a
relevant.
question. Do you find any men sexually attractive?
Like I said, I prefer not to speak about my sexual preferences. I plead the
Sure.
fifth.
Sure. I totally respect that. So can you stop like speaking about other people's? Why do you have in your
Can you
like
slow
name?
down when you speak so I can understand what you're saying?
Yeah. So
You're
why
so
don't
mad.
why,
that
so,
you're-
so can you stop
Thank you.
speaking about
Good-
other
good boy.
people's specifically by putting in your name Dean likes men to make fun of him? You're
No,
trying to make
because
fun
again,
of
it's
him,
my
and that's
constitutional
homophobic.
right. I'm not trying to make fun of him. That's what you're trying to insinuate. It's my constitutional right to say
Everyone
whatever
knows
I
that's
wanna
what you're
say.
trying to do.
Okay, well, I don't care what everyone thinks about what I said, because it's
So
a
then what's your
statement.
intention?
Huh?
What's your intention?
Not
Tell me,
every
what is it?
action
What
has
does it
to have
mean?
intent behind it.
Yeah, what is the
Not every
intent?
action has to have intent.
What's the
Not every
intent?
action has to have intent behind it.
Not every action has an intent? Really? Right, you
Not
just did
every
that.
action
He did that
has to
without
have
intention.
intent.
By the way, he made his name Dean Likes Men
Look
without
at you.
intention.
Look at you.
Yeah,
Look at you.
dude. Yeah, dude.
Look at you. Look at you, dude. You're so stupid. Anyways, would you like to
Are you
have a
gonna run on to like
conversation?
calling me a grifter, saying I don't have a job, and trying to like do your best to try to get to me? Because it's not
No,
working.
you're
Livy, thank you so much for the $10.
no.
Thank you, Livy. I
I'm not
really
trying to get
appreciate
you
it.
at
Thank
all.
you.
I'm calling you out for who you are.
Shay,
You're
thank you so
racist
much for the
and
$10. Thank you so much. Aaron, thank you for the
Yeah.
$5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Allison,
It's
thank you
kinda
so much
sad.
for the $12. Thank you. Shay, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Travis, thank you for
kinda
the
sad.
$5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Is there anything is there
So
like maybe a policy of
so
Donald
wait.
Trump's you like to talk about
Okay,
as
wait,
to why
wait,
you
wait.
support him?
Let me ask you a question. Sure, of course. Yeah, I like his
Could,
abortion policies, like his immigration policies. But
could
I
you
just
tell me
have
what specific
I have a quick
immigration
question.
policy? Could you tell me what specific immigration policy?
I don't think it's necessarily a policy, but I like what his processes, what he's doing to try and kind of cut down on what's going on, figuring out
Cut
where
down on
these
what's
cent-
going on? What do you mean by that? Cut down on what?
I think there are multiple cases of crimes and drug, or I don't know what type of language or is or allowed on this app. But I think he's just trying to kind of cut down on what's going on, all the bad influences that are coming into the country. Is the only way to do that. Because there are already so many of them in the country already, just kind of put pressure on the wound and kind of stop the inflow of these said immigrants. Because, like I said, it is supposed to be legal in the first place. And then, as well as that, try and extradite whoever is illegal, because again, you can't look
I have
at
I have a
said.
question.
Are you gonna let me finish?
Oh, sure,
Sir, go on
absolutely.
and ask your question.
No,
Go on and
go
ask your
for it. I
question.
apologize.
Well, I just lost my train of thought, so.
I'm so sorry. I apologize.
Oh,
Do you agree that like there is ICE statistics that indicate that like overwhelming majority of people deported by ICE have no criminal convictions?
Well, I think the job that was given to ICE was to extradite illegal immigrants. Illegal immigrants have committed a crime before they came into the country, so they're off on the wrong foot. I don't think we should then reward them by letting them stay in the free world without going through any process. I have family members that have gone through the process who are not in the country legally and are living the American dream. I don't think the American dream should be a free ticket. It should be something that you should earn. You should go through the process. to come here and do whatever your heart desires. I don't see any problem with that. I don't see why we should be giving out free tickets to come into this country. You know what I mean? I don't think that's fair. I think if anything, that kind of takes away from the value of America. It takes away from what we kind of what we believe in.
Okay, can I ask you a few questions about that? Because I think that this is like something I think we really disagree upon. I don't think that what you mean by free tickets. I think actually like immigrants come into the country, they benefit our country, they provide more to our economy
Oh,
than
I'm
they
not
take
saying
from it.
that. I'm
Can I
not
please
saying
finish?
that. No, but I think you're already misconstruing what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying, of course, if they come into the country, the higher our population is, the more that they will contribute to our economy, the higher our GDP is, the higher our CPI would be. All those metrics would obviously be positively impacted with more people being added to our population. With that being said, it's the people that are in that population is what we're concerned about. I'm sure if Trump was all about, those said metrics, he would be all for these immigrants coming to this country. But that's not what he's all for. He wants it to come in properly. He wants to set a certain president going forward in America. And I don't see anything wrong with setting this president. You have to be extreme at some point to get, your point across to set an example of how things should be done. And yeah, again, I don't really see why we're advocating for illegal activity. I think that, like I said, they should go through the process. Again, the process should go quicker. But then again, if you have 100 million said people requesting for visas and whatnot, you should go through a slow, not a slow, but like a detailed process to make sure, with background checks and everything like that, to make sure that the person we're giving the citizenship to qualifies to get that said citizenship. So I don't see any problem with that. I do agree that the process does have to go quicker. Like I said, I have family members that have gone through the process. Some of them have got their citizenships earlier than others. In the early 2000s, it was a lot. It did take a lot longer than it does take in recent history. But like I said, I don't see anything wrong with that.
Do you think more people being born would take away from the value of America?
More people being born. Do I think more people being born will take away from the value of America? Are they born in America? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah.
I don't get the question.
Yeah, people born
No,
in
I mean,
America.
I don't know. I don't see anything wrong with it.
Okay, so population increasing in the United States does not take away from the value of America, correct? So
Like I
then how would
said,
immigration take away from the
did you not
value of
listen?
America by
Do you have a
increasing the
hard time
population?
listening? Is that an issue for you? You have a hard time. I think I slowly explained what I just said. Maybe not in the most comprehensible way, but I think I got my point across pretty clear. I don't think the issue is the population. Like I said, if Trump was money oriented and oriented towards these said metrics, he would not care about um, these immigrants coming into the country legally or illegally. Why? Because the population increasing obviously points to a positive increase in these said metrics. It's a matter of who these what makes up that population. Who those people are that makes
Yes,
up that population. That's
yes,
more of
for
the
sure,
case.
for sure. If we compare like undocumented immigrants and documented immigrants to natural born U.S. citizens, they have a lower rate of crime, right? Violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States comparative to natural born U.S. citizens. So tell me, specifically, in what way would immigrants be worse than natural born U.S. citizens?
So again, I don't. So you're advocating for these illegal immigrants to come in the country? I don't understand your
Undocumented
question.
immigrants to be given a pathway to
Why?
citizenship if
What's
they
the
have not
difference
committed
between
a violent
saying?
crime or
I
bad
don't
crime.
understand why you're telling me to call them undocumented immigrants.
I think it's incredibly dehumanizing to say that someone is a quote unquote illegal alien.
Dehumanizing to use an adjective to describe a human. We do that all the time.
Well, no, I said it's dehumanizing to call a person an alien,
Right.
which is non-human.
I didn't say. I
Can
didn't
you
say
define
alien.
alien? Can you define alien?
I didn't say alien. I didn't say that.
Well, you did. You said yes. You did.
I did it. Do you want to bet on that real quick?
You did just say that. I can just play it back.
Do you want to bet before you play back?
I'll play it back for you.
Do you want to bet before you play back?
Because I could have would misinterpreted. Immigrants be worse than natural-born U.S. citizens?
So again, I don't. So you're advocating for these illegal immigrants to come in the country? I don't understand.
Oh, would you have taken that bet?
Yeah, 100%. I'll take that bet right
Okay,
now,
you
and I'll
still
let you
wanna
listen
take
to
it?
it again.
Go
Yes,
ahead, take it.
$50.
Okay.
$50 right now.
You
If
you
you're
said
paying me
you said
$50,
you said illegal aliens.
I said okay, and I said illegal immigrants. Okay, $50. Let's go. Play right now, and I want the $50. Play right now. I'll send my PayPal to your DM, and I want it. You're saying it in front of all your viewers. You just, proposed the bet, so I'm accepting $50. Play it right now.
Documented
Play right
immigrants
now.
to natural-born U.S. citizens, they have a lower rate of crime, right? Violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. So tell me, specifically, in what way would immigrants be worse than natural-born U.S. citizens?
So again, I don't. So you're advocating for these illegal immigrants to come in the country? I don't. I said immigrants, bro. Your own chat's saying it. Pay me my $50
You just
now,
said
please.
aliens.
Your whole chat is
that's
saying
more
immigrants.
For sure. If we compare like undocumented immigrants and documented immigrants to natural-born U.S. citizens, they have a lower rate of crime, right? Violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. So tell me, specifically, in what way would immigrants be worse than natural-born U.S. citizens?
So again, I don't. So you're advocating for these illegal immigrants to come in the country? I don't understand.
Undocumented. Okay, I've now played it multiple times. Okay, everyone can hear aliens. You said that.
I didn't.
Why are we
Your
denying
chat's
it?
even saying why are you trying to gaslight me? I know what I said. Your whole chat's even saying I didn't say it. Do you want to pay me my $50, please? Be a man of your word.
Is this supposed to be
Be a
like
man of your
rage
word.
bait? Is this supposed to be rage bait?
I'm literally not rage baiting you. You made a bet, so follow through with your bet.
Yeah, you owe me $50 if we're gonna say that, because I just played it back multiple times.
Dude, well, you're just a bad faith human being. All right, whatever. I guess I'm not gonna get my $50. You're just a lame-o, I guess. It's pretty weird for you to say.
Dude, you literally listen. I'll play back again. Immigrants and documented immigrants to natural-born U.S. citizens.
You want to slow
they have a
down?
lower
Actually,
rate of
slow
crime,
it down.
right? Violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. So tell me, specifically, in what way would immigrants be worse than natural-born U.S. citizens?
So again, I don't. So you're advocating for these illegal immigrants to come in the country? I don't understand. I clearly said immigrants. I think clearly said immigrants. So are you gonna pay me my money or no?
Hey, I don't appreciate all the people like gaslighting me in the comment section too. It's actually like really frustrating. Like I played this multiple times. Like everyone heard it. Like I played it multiple times. I don't know why people are doing that. It's really weird. Yo, what's up, Haldium? Haldium?
Hello?
You got all the MAGA in the comment section gaslighting me. It's actually ridiculous. Sarah, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Rainey, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Gene, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you. Thank you. Kyle, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Thank you. Dude, I don't know why people are spamming that in the comment section. No, he didn't. You guys are gaslighting me. It's actually ridiculous. I don't know why people are spamming that in the comment section. Like, I just played it multiple times. I literally just played it multiple times. Don't do that. I will literally just start having people ban you because, like, I just played it multiple times. The fact that you are doing this is ridiculous. Or actually insane. Yo, what's up, Haldium? Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up, how old are
Fuck
you?
you.
How old are you? We'll play it one more time because it's ridiculous.
So again, I don't. So you're advocating for these illegals to come in the country? I don't understand. So again, I don't. So you're advocating for these illegals to come in the country?
Okay, anyone gaslighting me in the comment section can fuck off. Like, seriously. I just played it how many times now? And you send a guest request back. Are you still going to gaslight me again?
I mean, I think it's crazy how you're gaslighting your whole.
Nah, bro. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
When it's long-standing, lovably awkward.
Libby, thank you for
regional
$5.
manager.
I don't even hear him saying that at all. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I can tell you what a great boss you turned.
No, that's not true. Like, you guys, I just played it how many times now? I'm actually getting pissed off at people who are doing this. Like, these are people, like, literally, now some people who are liberals saying this. This is ridiculous. I just played it 7, 8 times on the live. Why are people doing this? Why are people doing this? What is wrong? I just played it like 8 times. I'm not going crazy right now. I know I'm not going crazy. I just played it 8 times. Please, like, what is this? Like, I wouldn't die on a hill that's where someone didn't say that. Like, everyone heard that. I played it how many times now? Jeez, dude, it's ridiculous. Like, why are there people messaging me about that? It's actually insane. Like, I played it how many times now on the live? Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I have warts on my genitals and it burns, and I have a sore on my butt.
Like, MAGA, you can find a different way to, like, respond than, like, gaslighting me. It's, like, actually crazy. And for any liberals doing that, I don't understand it. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. I really don't get you. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Fuck you.
Okay, cool. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
23.
And, do you support Donald Trump?
Yep.
Why so?
I just want to say, 1, no, I don't. But 2, that was very mumbled, and it does sound like he said immigrants.
It doesn't. It really doesn't. I played it like 8 times. Like, I'm sorry. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Stop right now. Like, I'm serious. Stop. Every single person who's doing this, stop right now. It's ridiculous. Like, actually insane. We literally just played it like how many times now? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. And there's people in the comments saying, I love you, Parker. I support you. But no, I literally just played it 8 times on the live. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Yo, what's up, how old are you? How old are you? Alright, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Cake, thank you so much for the membership subscription. Thank you. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
He said immigrants, bro.
Dude, I people are rage baiting me now. Can you guys can you guys stop, please? I genuinely, I just want to get debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 31, and he definitely said aliens. I heard him.
Thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. Why so?
I like what he did with his business. I just think he's a successful man and he can lead America in the right direction.
Can you name one successful business person with a good that's a good business person with 6 bankruptcies?
A lot of them. You declare bankruptcy, you get to restart. What do you mean? Do you know how business works, Parker?
I just asked one example.
Donald Trump.
You know I'm asking you for another example other than Trump, right?
Yeah, I do. I
Okay.
can't name another example now.
Okay. So maybe then you wouldn't say he's so successful that that's such a good reason why he should be president when he inherited $400 million accounting for inflation from his dad?
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, they're all friends, and what you're doing right now is stupid. You and I both know no one can change who becomes president. The electoral colleges decide. And when Trump became president in 2016, they went against the public and popular vote. So, like, there's nothing anyone can even do, bro. Like, we're all wasting our times right here talking about this. And I know you know that. You're not stupid. So, like, are you just milking people here, or what are you doing? Like, you know, at the end of the day, they're all friends. Like what's going on here?
So you don't actually support Donald Trump?
I don't support any of this bullshit. There's nothing anyone can do.
So obviously there's a difference between Democrats and Republicans. You think they're just all friends. You think they're equivalent, even though Donald Trump quite literally has cut the after-tax
Yes.
income for the bottom 20% of income earners, over 10 million people off their health insurance, specifically through the context of the
Yes.
Big Beautiful Bill. 2.5 million people on average, right, per
They're
month.
all
That wouldn't have
friends,
happened
dude.
under
What
a
are you
Harris
talking about?
administration. That's not the same.
They all sit around a table and laugh at us. What are you talking about, bro?
Yeah,
Are
you're
you- are you-
delusional.
you
You're
genuine-
delusional.
no, dude,
You're
people
delusional. We
have
can
been
actually
around
see
this-
like legitimate
okay.
we can
Banking
see
cartels
legitimate
been running this
differences.
world- All right, it doesn't matter, dude. It doesn't matter. All right? Keep doing your thing. Keep making your money off these idiots, bro. Have a good day.
You're the idiot. You're the one that actually didn't engage with a single point of what I said intellectually. And you're effectively not going to do anything for society by believing what you believe. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, I love you, but he said immigrants.
Bro, it's crazy. It's actually nuts. Actually nuts. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, I hate you when he said aliens.
Dude, I can't do this anymore. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I was actually wondering what your viewpoint on.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Okay, here's one thing I'm going to say, because I just don't like people in the comment section saying this. By the way, everyone, if I did misinterpret that, and that is the case that I was wrong, you at this point should just stop. Genuinely, it's ridiculous. Like, obviously, that's literally what he said. He clearly said that to my perspective. I wouldn't disingenuously say that in order to cover, right? Like, I have to fucking believe I'm always right in every single scenario. It's ridiculous. Anyone in the comment section saying that, it's unbelievable. I obviously can acknowledge if I said something that's wrong. I can admit when I am wrong. I clearly don't think I'm wrong here, right? It's ridiculous. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. If you genuinely think otherwise, leave it alone. It's not that deep. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm super elevated. I know you are too. He didn't say alien.
I'm actually not very elevated right now, to be honest with you. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You're a faggot.
You're disgusting. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Bro, he did not say aliens, bro. You got
Okay, okay. All right. People have to be joking with me at this point. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I don't think he said anything. He just mumbled.
Okay, cool. Thank you for letting me know. I really did need to know that. Thank you for, sending a guest request and wasting my time. Knight, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Queen, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jeffrey, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Tiana, thank you for the $1. Haley, thank you for the $5. Jesse, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Jessica, I appreciate the $2. Thank you. Akemi, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Rainey with the $5. Thank you. Katrina, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Andrew, I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Maybe in a bit, Andrew. Honestly, like when stuff like that happens, it actually like genuinely affects my brain. Like it's really annoying when people gaslight me like that. Like, and I get if people disagree with me, but like I just know I know what I heard. I know what I heard, and it's ridiculous. And it's really like it genuinely affects the mental health. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Susan, thank you for the $5. Thank you. So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. I got a second flag, everyone. I'm going to hit a quick restart, everyone. I'll be right back. I'll be right back here on TikTok. Everyone, if you don't come back, make sure to click onto the accounts, refresh, come back into the stream, and make sure to click on the lives. Click back on the live. I love y'all. I'll be right back, everyone. I got a second flag. Alrighty, hit a quick restart. Cody, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Was that just as of recently, or was that from before? Kyle, thank you for the $2. Thank you. I get you. London, thank you so much for the $100. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for London in the comment section right now. You don't have to do that, but thank you so much. Give me some W's for London in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, London. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, fucking W's for London in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, London. Seriously, W's for London. Kick, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 or the membership subscription. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. What's up, Cody? Thank you so much for the membership subscription. Thank you. All right, give it a second for people to join up. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. He, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate the Panther Paws. Thank you. Do give it a second for people to join up. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up, all of you? Yo, what's up, all of you? Yo, what's up?
Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. By the way, everyone, thank you for spamming immigrants in the comment section. I really appreciate it. It helps boost out the live. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it. Thank you for boosting the algorithm. I really appreciate it. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
You said immigrants, you freak. You cunt.
Thank you for
You
boosting
faggot.
my algorithm. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Agora, thank you so much for the membership subscription. Thank you. You know what's about you?
Sorry, that was an accident.
You're good. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen. We're just looking for some debates. Yo, what's about you?
22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
Oh, I see.
There's a lot of reasons. I would like to, just to clarify, you asked if there was people that had filed for bankruptcy that were successful businessmen. So we've got Walt Disney, George Foreman,
That's not what I
Henry
asked.
Ford.
That's not what I asked. I asked, can you name one single successful and good business person that has 6 bankruptcies?
Okay, you're right. I can't name 6. I don't know how many they have. But anyway, other things that I do support immigration policy, but one of the big one is abortion. He is much more into restricting abortion than anyone on the Democratic side, and that is one of my biggest issues.
Why do you want to restrict abortion?
Because it kills an innocent human being developing in the womb. That is a living human being that is being intentionally killed by someone else.
What's a human being?
Are you stupid? Respectfully, a human being is a human being. Genetically human being.
I understand it, but you know, respectfully, like in the context of an abortion debate, there are huge different disagreements on what we consider a human being and what we consider a person that's relevant to the abortion
No,
debate.
there's a lot of...
So it doesn't make me dumb for asking you, right, an incredibly important and vital question as to why there's a difference between my view and your view. Because it's likely that the differences in the way we view being a human being and being a person are going to relate to the perspectives of our moral views on abortion.
There's a lot of difference on what people ascribe personhood to, but human being is a scientific concept that's not debatable. What's debatable, people ascribe personhood at different levels.
It is. Wait,
And
by the way,
that is-
my notion of human being and personhood are intertwined.
So are mine. But how can you... Okay, if it's
so
not
then,
a
like,
human
obviously,
being,
if we have different
then what
notions
is
of
it?
personhood, so then you would agree if we have different notions of personhood, given that we both have, well, you know, 100% identical personhood and human being positions, then if we have differences in personhood position, we're gonna have a difference in human being position. So obviously, if I ask a question, what do you mean by human being, given that we have a difference in the way that we define the terms, would be an important and relevant question. And you calling me stupid for that is obviously unwarranted.
I apologize for that. That was uncalled for in a way, but I was definitely confused as to how you can say that a human fetus is not a human being. It is... What is it if it's not a human being? Is it a cat? Is it a banana?
Well, it's a human cellular life, but I don't think it's a human being.
Then what is a human being?
It's going to be like an entity in which is of the human species and meets a set of criteria of past or present and future subjective experience.
So if it requires past, future, present subjective experience, then what about a newborn? They don't have any past, future subjective experience that they can recall. What about someone with a mental disability, someone with Alzheimer's that cannot recall, that cannot do any of those? Anything you draw a line, there's going to be someone that is born that also meets that criteria. So you are dehumanizing people based on their experiences as opposed to the actual humanity of them.
Well, I never said memory, right? There's a difference between experience and memory. I get elevated all the time and I don't remember a lot of stuff, but I definitely experienced it. So,
And
like, there's a
fetuses
difference
in the
between
womb also
experience and memory.
experience.
Yeah, I'm
Human
not disputing.
fetuses in the womb also experience. That's scientific.
Once they meet the stage through 24 weeks. That's about
That
the
is
point
not
in
when
which
that is not when experience starts.
It is exactly when experience
No, it
starts.
is not.
Yeah, it is.
No, it is not.
Yeah, there's a
That is
conceptualization
scientifically
of
incorrect.
experience.
We have evidence that fetal nociception, pain receptors, can begin as early as 12 weeks.
Pain
All
receptors
organs
doesn't mean
are-
experience of pain. It means pain receptors. Like, do you agree
Yes,
that
and
someone
the
can have no
experience-
pain? Wait, do you agree someone can have no pain receptors, but they can have an experience? So clearly, pain,
Yes, pain and
receptors and
giving you an
experience are not
example-
the same.
I'm
But
giving
it
you
could
an
be an
example
aspect
of
of
an
experience
experience.
once you
I'm
have
giving you an
experience.
example of an experience. So fetuses in the womb do experience. They are able
What
to
does
react to
experience mean?
stimuli.
The reaction
They
to
meet-
stimuli is not an experience.
It is a criteria of life.
It's a criteria that could be relevant towards us identifying in some circumstances whether or not it is the case that something is sentient, not whether or not it is the case that there is something that is sentient necessarily, because there are plenty of things like,
So
for
now
example,
you're changing the line. It's not about experience. It's
can I
about
give you an
sentience.
example? Can I give you an example?
Go ahead.
Dead insects, right? They
Dead.
react to stimuli, yet they aren't sentient. Do you agree?
No insect is sentient. It's alive. It's not sentient. There's a complete difference between being an insect and being a human being.
Well, obviously, I'm just establishing that there's a reaction to stimuli, and yet that reaction to stimuli doesn't demonstrate that it's like
It's not actually a
sentient.
direct reaction to stimuli. It's literally their nerve system. That's whatever their
That's a reaction
reactive
to
system,
stimuli.
their chemical system.
That's a
their
reaction
chemical
to
system's
stimuli.
still going. It is not a
That's
direct
a
reaction
reaction
to
to
stimuli.
stimuli.
They don't have to be poked or whatever to flail around. It's not necessarily a reaction to stimuli. It's just how their chemical signals react after they die. It's very, very, very different from the human nervous system.
Okay,
Chemical
so-
stimuli and responding to chemical signals like plants and insects, completely different from the nervous system of a human being.
No, I'm saying one that does respond to stimulation, right? That would be in that context. They're not sentient yet. They still respond to stimuli. So response to stimuli does not indicate subjective.
So what's your line?
experience.
Experience, or sentience? Because you've changed it now.
Well, sentience is defined as subjective experience, right?
Actually, sentience does not have
So-
one set definition. Sentience has many different definitions. Scientifically, there is like 1,500 different definitions of sentience. The most basic definition of sentience is the ability to experience
I never. By the way,
all
I just want
around
to
you.
clarify. I never disputed there are other definitions. I just said that's the way that I'm defining it.
So why should the way that you define it control whether or not someone gets to live or die?
Well, it's not going to be my position. Same thing's going to be true with your position, right? You're going to have a position specifically on the fact that
Because
you
my
think,
position is about not killing another
can I
human
clarify?
being.
Can I clarify? Yeah, I mean, you're totally okay with abortion legislation restricting women's access to abortion in different states by leaving it up to the states because that's what Donald Trump's abortion policy was, even though it led to women dying in this country. So I care about the fact
Well,
that
actually,
there
it
were
didn't lead to
women.
women dying in this country. What leads to women dying in this country is people that don't know how to
I-
actually do their jobs and
can I
medical
please-
malpractice. Any of those cases I can pull up. I have many stats on this. I know the entire story
and we
behind
can
them.
and we can talk about it, but it is not the case that it's specifically just quote unquote medical malpractice. It's because
Yes,
of the
it is,
abortion
actually.
laws
It's
that
legally
exist.
medical
And these
malpractice.
deaths, if these deaths would not have occurred if it is the case that it did not happen in those particular states because of those particular abortion laws. Because the same
You do
rates of
realize that
medical
people die from the
malpractice.
same situations in states like Nevada, California, and New York, but they don't make the news because they're not an anti-abortion state. These same things happen because
Really,
it has nothing
when,
to do with the laws.
really,
it has
really, can
everything to do
you
with
tell me?
doctors not
Can
understanding.
you tell me when specifically providers don't provide care because they're scared that they might be prosecuted, right? If they
Hear
perform
me
an
out. If
abortion
anyone is ever afraid to save someone's
in
life
California.
because they're
Wait,
afraid of
answer
losing
the
their
question.
license, then they shouldn't
Answer
be
the
a doctor.
question. Answer the question.
What was your question? Please repeat.
Right, you're saying in California that there are circumstances where doctors don't provide access to life-saving medical care.
That's correct.
Because it is the
An
case
abortion
that
is not
they
life-saving
can't-
medical care.
Can I please finish? Can I please finish?
You interrupt me. Yes, I care about kids in foster care commenters.
Can I speak now? Okay. So, in terms of this, right, can you name one circumstance or could you name the set of law you think that in the context of California that there are medical doctors that are not providing access to care because they're scared that they might get prosecuted for performing an abortion?
Nobody actually denies care because they're scared of being prosecuted, because not one single abortion doctor has ever been prosecuted for for providing an abortion or not providing an abortion. There's never been a single prosecution that has gone so far for someone that has legally provided an abortion in a medical emergency. Nobody is actually
Wait,
scared of
when
that.
you say,
Here's
I like how
fear
you said legally. The question is whether or not it's legal, right? And they don't know whether or not they could make that set of criteria. Therefore, they are
They
scared of
actually
whether or
do.
not.
It's very, very,
Yeah,
very clear.
I'll give you the circumstance. I would love for you to look up Amber Thurman. Amber Thurman
Oh, I know
died.
Amber Thurman.
Uh,
Did
can
you
I
know
please
that Amber
speak?
Thurman?
Am I able to speak, or are you going to cut me off every single time I speak?
Go ahead.
Okay. So specifically, died because of the provider not knowing whether or not they would be able to provide care based upon Georgia's abortion laws, because Donald Trump left abortion laws up to the states. Thank you so much.
So,
for
did you
balancing.
know that Amber Thurman was pregnant with twins?
I'm waiting for you
Did
to
you know that
respond
she-
to what I said.
Huh? Okay, let me finish. Did you know Amber Thurman was pregnant with twins? She scheduled a surgical abortion in North Carolina, drove to North Carolina. They couldn't fit her in that day, so they said, you know what? Why don't we just send you home with the abortion pills? They did not check for whether she had twins, because you don't give people abortion pills when they are pregnant with twins. It's incredibly dangerous. You also don't give people abortion pills when they're about 10 weeks pregnant, because that's the cutoff. She was 10 weeks pregnant. So she went home, took the abortion pills, had severe complications, severe sepsis. She didn't go to the doctor for 4 days because she was scared no one would respond to her. By the time they brought her to the hospital, it was too late to do anything. And that happened because she legally received abortion pills in a state where it was legal. That would not have
So
happened
by
if
the way,
North Carolina banned abortion.
so one, you're saying she was scared to go to get health
You
care.
interrupted me.
So you stopped talking. One, you said
No,
you were
I didn't. I
scared.
was literally in the middle of talking and you interrupted me. North Carolina is a state that is legal for them to provide abortion pills. She would not have died had she not taken those abortion pills. She got those pills legally. And she would not have had sepsis and died had she never taken those pills.
So the fact that it was left up to the states led to her dying because, one, she specifically was scared of going to the healthcare office specifically because it was illegal within that state for her to get access to an abortion. She's in a state that's illegal. She had to go to North Carolina in the very first place because it wasn't legal within her state for her to be able to get access to it. And she didn't know specifically about these types of things because it is the case that she wasn't provided the necessary medical care, specifically in relation to her being pregnant in the very first place. So we can reference plenty of things, all right, also including the fact that there's not like good enough healthcare provided, right, within the context of the states, right, in general, that could also be pointed to as a reason and cause of her death specifically. But that's not going to get away from the reality that she died because Donald Trump moved abortion laws and left it up to the states. Right. If it was the case that it was legal with Roe versus Wade in all of the different states prior to viability, she would have never died.
If she had never taken the abortion pill, she would have never
Wait, can
died.
you answer?
And also,
Can you agree with me? Can you agree with me? Right, that she would have never died if it is the case that Roe versus Wade was still in place.
No, that doesn't make any sense. She got the pills legally. The problem is that she legally got the pills.
Why wouldn't she go to the hospital when she needed care? Because of the abortion laws. Why were the medical professionals scared to specifically act, right? Because it is the case that there were particular abortion laws in the state that did not necessarily clarify when they were able to legally and not able to legally, right? It is the case that that is the reason why she died. And if you cannot acknowledge that, it's going to lead to other people dying in this country to a continually higher rate because it is the case that they can't access life-saving like medical care. And I understand that you think abortion is wrong. I get it. But what I can tell you is that it's not sentient prior to 24 weeks. There's no good neuroscience indicating that to be true at all, right? And it is the case that you are restricting a sentient individual's right over their body when you are restricting their access to abortion by overturning Roe versus Wade. So you are quite literally putting, right, embryos and zygotes, right, over, right, pregnant individuals in terms of access to abortion.
Okay, you do realize that a zygote is way before implantation, so nobody's putting a zygote ahead of anything. As a zygote stage lasts like 4 days, and that's way before anyone knows they're pregnant.
Do you think IVF should be banned?
IVF, no, I think it should be regulated, not banned. There's a difference.
Okay.
There's a difference between, I don't think any of the embryos that are created should be killed. I think they should do it ethically in a way where you only implant as many as you create so that you don't have extra sitting in freezers for 30 years.
Okay, so doctors, so doctors specifically that have froze them and have discarded them, you're saying they should go to prison?
No, because we don't have a law in place for that. But I think in the future we should not be discarding living human beings.
Wait, so then you don't think that we should have put Nazis in jail for crimes against humanity on an international basis because in Germany it wasn't considered illegal?
What they did was considered illegal by the international community, was it not? So there was a law that
But
they
there were
broke.
no international laws in place that restricted that from happening at that time. International laws were created specifically and retroactively enforced, particularly on the Nazis.
This has nothing to do with an abortion debate. You realize that North Carolina, it was legal for her to get the abortion pill. When she came back to Georgia and was having sepsis, her babies were already dead. The Georgia law is explicit. It says that removal of a dead baby, removal of a dead fetus, is not an abortion. It is literally in the law.
Wait, so
written
do you think women who
explicitly.
get access to abortions particularly shouldn't go to prison because it is the case that it's currently legal?
Correct. They should not go to prison. I think that when it is banned, the people that should be going to prison are the abortionists and the people that prescribe the abortion medication.
What if they cause an abortion themselves?
I think that's a little too hard to prove. Nobody's
Okay.
really going to take that case.
Okay, so you're telling me that they shouldn't be prosecuted.
I don't think there's actually a good way to prosecute that. So you have to be smart when you
If you
prosecute cases.
if you could, would you prosecute them?
It doesn't matter. It's not. This isn't real life. I mean,
I'm
that's not a
asking you,
case. I'm not doing
if you
hypotheticals that
could,
aren't
would you
real.
prosecute them?
Well, you have to understand that that a lot of people don't even understand what they're doing in an abortion. A lot of people don't think that it's a human being. A lot of people don't think that it's a baby. So it's a little hard. A lot of people treat women as a second victim. So also people doxing me in the comments is a little
I'm
crazy.
asking you though, and I disagree with any doxing. I'm asking you. about your view. I'm not asking you about other people's views.
My view is to prosecute the abortionists.
Okay, what about the people that commit the abortions themselves? Why would you prosecute the abortionist but not the person who caused it themselves?
You cannot prove that.
I'm saying if you had proof. Like if they did it on video.
Well, it would depend on how the law is written.
I'm asking you, how would you write the law? Would you write it so that they are prosecuted?
It's hard because you want to balance the delicate mental state that these women are in and the fear that they are in, but also the life of another human being. I think if they know what they are doing, they know that it's a human being, and then they intentionally kill someone else, yes, they should be prosecuted.
So they should be prosecuted in that circumstance. Secondly, I'll ask you this question: if I had a zygote, if I had a zygote on this in a petri dish, right, and I slap that zygote for YouTube and TikTok content for fun, knowing what I'm doing, should I go to prison?
If the law is written that way, yes. I think you're intentionally killing.
No, how would you write? How would you write the law? Would you write the law so I go to prison?
Well, you have. Are we speaking about abortion? Or are we speaking about killing any human embryo?
I'm talking about a zygote in a petri dish.
Okay, so we're writing the law that establishes that scientific consensus is that human life begins at conception. So if you intentionally kill a human being that has already been conceived, then yes, you should be prosecuted.
So I should go to prison for slapping the zygote on live.
Was that a living human being?
Under your view, not mine. But
How
I didn't believe it was a human being.
What kind of zygote was it?
A human zygote.
Exactly, so it's a human being. You acknowledge that that is a human zygote, and humans can only reproduce other humans.
Okay, I have a question. So, human sperm, are they human beings?
No, everyone knows that a human being...
But it's of the human species, right? And
no,
living,
it is not
right?
a member of the human species.
What species is it?
A sperm is not a human being.
A
sperm is a sperm cell.
What species is human sperm?
It's not any species. It's a
Really?
sperm cell.
So all living beings don't have a species?
It is a sperm cell. It is a human sperm
Do
cell.
all living beings have a species?
They have a classification, correct? Yes.
They have a species. Okay, so of what species are living sperm cells that are human?
Living sperm cells are not actually beings.
They're aliens. They're aliens. They must be sheep. They must be sheep. They must be sheep, chat. They must be sheep.
So human beings are made of individual
cells. They're extraterrestrials, I tell you.
Individual cells come together to make a human organism. A sperm cell is one of those human cells. It individually is not a human being. It is part of a human being. It is not a human being individually. It is a human cell that works with human eggs.
Oh, so just because so it is human. So you just agreed it was a human cell.
It is a human cell.
Oh, okay. So
being.
Human cellular life.
The difference between a cell and an organism?
Oh, wait. Do you agree with me? Wait, it is an organism, of course, right? But you would say it's not.
A human organism.
Yes, it's of the human species. Being. Wait, you agree? There's a difference between.
It is not a member of the human species. It is a human. Like a skin cell is not a human.
So you agree with me that there's a distinction between cellular life of the human species and a human being? You agree with me that there's a distinction between those two different things, correct?
Sorry, there was a message that popped up. Can you repeat your question?
Yeah. Fuck. I literally just had it. A human being. You agree that there's a distinction between. Oh, fuck. I just had it. Let me just replay the audio. I apologize. I literally just had it and I lost it. I'm sorry. Oh, yo.
Individual cells come together to make a human organism. A sperm cell is one of those human cells. It individually is not a human being. It is part of a human being. It is not a human being individually. It is a human cell that works with human eggs.
Oh, so just because so it is human. So you just agreed it was a human cell.
It is a human cell.
Oh, okay. So
human
cellular life.
The difference between a cell and an organism?
Oh, wait. Oh, I remembered. So you agree that there's just a difference between human cellular life and a human being, right?
There are differences between somatic and gamete cells and actual human organisms. That's just basic science, though.
So you agree with me there's a difference between human cellular life and human beings, right?
There's a difference between somatic and gamete cells and human being organisms.
I understand, right? I understand what your classification difference, but you agree.
That's not a classification. That's science.
I understand. That's a classification within science.
So what's your question?
So do you agree with me that not all human cellular life is a human being?
Not all human cells are human beings. A zygote is.
Okay,
That is
so
basic
okay,
reproduction.
so wait, so then why'd you act like it was ridiculous for me to say that a zygote is not a human being because you were saying that
Because
it has to be
scientifically that's
you were saying it has to be a human being because it's cellular life and of the human species.
That's not why I said it has to be a human being.
That's exactly what you said.
It has to be a human being because it is scientifically, by definition, a human being. That is how human reproduction works. Open any biology textbook,
When you
any
say
embryology.
when you say scientifically and biologically a human being, right? You're specifically granting a certain definition, right? What definition are you granting?
Allow me to pull up the scientific definition of a human being.
Sure. Anthony, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Anthony. Thank you. Morgan, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Hanners, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much. Shrey, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much, Shrey. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for Shrey in the comment section right now. Annie, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
So, a human is defined as a member of the species Homo sapiens belonging to the genus Homo.
You said
It's
what?
characterized as a member of the species Homo sapien. A sperm
Well,
cell
then
is not a
you'd have
member
to
of the
define it.
species
You'd have to
Homo
define
sapien.
a member. Because I mean, it's like sperm cells are of a member under that notion.
No, they're actually not. They are scientifically not a member of the genus species Homo sapiens. They are individual cells within a human organism, but they are not a member. They are not an individual member of the Homo sapien species.
Okay, so when you say individual member of a Homo sapien species, right? Do you qualify that based upon DNA?
Partially, yeah. Actually, pretty much, yeah. But
You
also
do?
not entirely, because then you're going to say a skin cell is a human being, and that's quite not right.
That's not what I would say.
That's a common argument. I get,
I would say two twins that in a certain scenario have the identical DNA, right? Not
Correct.
all identical twins have identical DNA, but in some circumstances they do. In that circumstance, is that one person or two people?
Those are two individual people.
And what makes you think that?
They're literally two individual people.
Yeah, and based upon your definition, they're one person.
No, there's two sets of DNA. Just because the DNA are identical does not mean that there are not two different sets. They are also two individual beings.
What do
They
you
have
mean
also
two different
developed.
sets of DNA if it's the same DNA? That makes no sense. It's the same set of DNA.
There's two sets of them. It's not one DNA
What
set
do
that's
you mean by
creating
two?
two.
No, it's identical.
I'm aware that it's identical. When you have two sets of DNA that are
Uh-huh.
identical, so you
Uh-huh.
have two sets of them in two different people.
But you said that there's a distinction in people based upon different DNA.
Identical twins are literally the exception to that, but that does not change the fact that they are two
Well,
people.
I mean,
because
I
because
think
the DNA
you can
clones
explain
itself.
that. I think you can explain that specifically by just saying that they have two separate subjective experiences. But it seems
No,
like
they have
you
two
can't.
separate bodies.
They have two separate subjective experiences. Just because you have separate bodies wouldn't mean that you only wait. If you have the same body, is that one person?
Are you talking about conjoined twins? They don't exactly have the same body. They share parts of the body, but there's genetic malformities. They are considered two people under the law.
Yeah, because two subjective experiences.
Not necessarily.
Well, that's how we define it medically. Like, do you think brain
We
dead?
don't describe any. We don't define humanity by subjective experience. Nobody in science does that.
Are okay. So doctors don't say that brain dead individuals are medically dead.
That's not because of their subjective experience. It's because of their brain activity.
That is because of their subjective experience. That brain activity.
No,
would-
they're defining. So brain
the,
death
the,
is
the
defined
brain
based on
activity would
brain
produce
activity.
the subjective experience, right? They're still cellularly speaking alive. They still have a heartbeat, but it is the case that we consider them medically dead because we base that upon sentience and subjective experience.
No, there's actually plenty of people that are alive right now that are not sentient.
Yeah, they're brain dead individuals.
No, people that are asleep are not sentient.
Wait, people? Okay, wait, so hold up. So let me clarify. The definition or notion of sentience that I'm using is past or present and future subjective experience. That's the.
You know what also
that's
has
the
future
tense I'm
subjective
using.
experience? A fetus.
but it's only future. It's no past or present. It's just future alone.
When does that begin?
And by the way, I just want you to know, when people are asleep, that doesn't mean that they lose sentience. Like, I just want to let you know that, like, people are sentient when they're asleep. Like, that's not a thing.
There are some people that when they are asleep, they are not experiencing feelings and sensations, and that is the definition of sentience.
Okay. So you're is experiencing feelings, right? So you're saying
And
there's
sensations.
and sensations.
There are
Okay.
some people that are asleep, do not do that.
I just want to clarify. So in those sets of circumstances, is it the case that maybe it is the case that they just didn't remember said experiences?
No. Some people cannot feel or experience sensations. That is literally a condition.
Okay. Well, in those circumstances, you would say that because they can't feel it, that they're not sentient?
That's what the definition of sentience is, correct.
No. Like, I mean, if you didn't have any receptors in your body to feel anything, you could still have an experience.
If you were able to experience feelings.
Wait, we're just saying
and
that those are
sensations.
commonly associated with each other.
Well, feelings and sensations are not the same thing.
What do you? Okay, well then I'm confused what your point is here. But when you like again,
Well,
in
I
those-
mean, okay. I guess feelings, yes, like, yes, you're thinking tactile feelings, but also emotional feelings is kind of what I was referring to.
do you have any feelings?
Some people don't. Some people lack that cognitive ability or they're missing parts of their brain, but that doesn't mean make them any less human or any less alive. There are people missing their entire cerebral cortex, their entire prefrontal cortex.
So again, in this context, if they're brain dead, they're considered medically dead. If you're talking about
Correct.
someone that has a state of past and future subjective experience, in that circumstance, they meet my set of criteria for value.
So when does that begin? Because at the beginning point, they don't meet that value.
They
don't
do.
have a present or a future. Because you're
Right.
saying everyone has to have a past. Because if a
At the
fetus has
at
a
the
future,
beginning point, they would have a present, right?
so when does that begin? Because a fetus currently, it obviously has a present.
When it begins, they have a present and a future. Did you know that? At the point of
I'm
beginning, there's a
agreeing
present
with
and
you.
a future. Yeah.
I'm agreeing with you. A fetus also has that present and future.
No, it doesn't. Wait, prior to
Yes, it
sentience.
does.
Not prior to sentience.
Sentience isn't even defined in fetuses.
Yes, it is. It becomes sentient
No, it is
20 to
not. Do you
24
know
weeks.
how much? Do you understand how
Push the
much
gas,
medical
thank you.
studies are into this that have literally
Yeah,
come and debunked this?
neuroscientists indicate that it's most likely to be the case through 20 through 24 weeks.
So what about a baby born at 21 weeks that clearly feels, is clearly alive, clearly needs medical attention, is clearly
You said
feeling? but that's
24
only
weeks?
22 weeks. 21.
Yeah,
There are babies
that's
born
after-
as young as 21 weeks
That's
that
after
survive.
that's after 20 weeks.
You said 22, so you're changing the goalpost.
I said 20 through 24.
You said 22.
I said 20 through 24.
Don't try to gaslight me. You said 22. I'm not going to play the gaslighting game. You said 22, so don't change the subject. And even okay, so let's say science is advanced because viability is completely depending on science and technology. 50 years ago it was like 34 weeks, So it's moved astronomically since then because of science and technology. Let's say science and technology have moved to where a baby born at 15 weeks can survive. Scientific consensus is that human life begins at conception. There's two sets of DNA. They're referring to. Because at the beginning point, they don't meet that value.
They
don't
do.
have a present or a future. Because you're
Right.
saying everyone has to have a past. Because if a
At the
fetus has
at the
a future,
beginning point, they would have a present, right?
so when does that begin? Because a fetus currently, it obviously has a present.
When it begins, they have a present and a future. Did you know that? At the point of
I'm
beginning, there's a
agreeing
present
with
and a future. Yeah.
I'm agreeing with you. A fetus also has that present and future.
No, it doesn't. Wait, prior to
Yes, it
sentience.
does.
Not prior to sentience.
Sentience isn't even defined in fetuses.
Yes, it is. It becomes sentient
No, it is
20 to
not. Do you
24
know
weeks.
how much? I hear 22. If you said 20, then that is my misunderstanding.
Sure.
I heard 22 earlier as well, so that is kind of what I was remembering. You do
So-
speak kind of fast sometimes.
Are you saying you just heard 22?
I heard 22, but again, you could have said 20. I am not sure. It could be a misunderstanding.
Sure.
So if technology advances in the next, several decades to where a fetus at 15 weeks is able to survive outside the womb because our technology has advanced to where, because all organ systems are formed by 12 weeks. So it's just size and other factors of growth that prevent a fetus from being able to survive that young. So if science has advanced, 10, 20 years from now to where 15 weeks the fetus can survive, are you still trying to tell me that that fetus is not sentient?
Well, I mean, yeah, prior to that point, it wouldn't be sentient, but we could keep it alive based upon machinery, and at that point,
But
the
how would it
gentlest
not be
means
sentient if it can
and
literally
at that
respond?
point, the gentlest means necessary for ending it like a pregnancy would be through not killing it at that point, because you can keep it alive. It would just do an induction of labor.
So do you agree that if a baby is past the point of viability, abortion should be banned because that child has the chance to live?
So when you say abortion, right, we're talking about like a lethal termination. After that, lethal termination, unless there was medical necessity, wouldn't be happening. So yeah, that at that point.
Well, it actually does. Boulder Abortion Clinic did so many of them for any reason.
Oh, can you give me one single circumstance where there was like a lethal abortion happening at that point?
Boulder Abortion Clinic.
Yeah, what
They
week?
did it all the time.
What week?
They did it up to 34 weeks.
So you're saying 34 weeks they did a lethal abortion?
Yes, they did. Warren Hearn did.
One, I just want to let you know, Roe versus Wade says it's up to the states after viability. So that would be something
So
that's true.
the viability framework was overturned.
One that would be true regardless of whether or not Roe versus Wade is in place. And two, I have yet to see a single source. Could you provide me a source for that?
Boulder Abortion Clinic.
That's not a source. That's just a claim.
It is. You could have read it on their website.
Could you go provide a source that they've provided lethal abortions at 34 weeks?
Their literal website.
Can you provide me a source?
The source is the website themselves that literally say that they do that.
Yeah. So again, if it is the case that would be happening, I would be disagreeing it if it's a lethal abortion, right? Everyone would disagree with it if it's a lethal abortion at that point.
No, because there's a lot of
I haven't
people
seen
that
any
don't.
evidence to believe this, but if you could provide me
Okay.
evidence to believe it, I would believe it.
Do you know
but
how
it would be
a-
the
do you
case
know
that
how
I
an-
would disagree with a lethal abortion after that point. It would be an induction of labor.
So do you
at that
know how
point.
third trimester abortions are performed?
At that point, it would be a induction of labor because it is the case
No,
that it's viable.
actually.
It's
So
viable
actually
at
what
that
they
point.
do, correct, what they do first is they inject the fetuses, well, they try to go for the heart. Sometimes it doesn't get to the heart, it gets to the brain or the placenta. What they inject them is with a lethal cocktail of either digoxin or potassium.
No, because
or
it's
sodium
no,
chloride.
it's not lethal because
To
it's an
stop the
induction of
heartbeat.
labor. It's an
So they
induction of
stop the
labor.
heartbeat first, and then they induce labor once the baby is already dead.
No, no.
That
no,
is
no,
how a third trimester abortion is performed.
No, it's not. No, it's not. They would.
Are
do
you
it with the-
denying how third trimester abortions are performed? This is common knowledge.
I am denying it because it's common case that it is the case after viability that they induce labor without killing the fetus.
So I agree that is what people should do, but not
No,
at
that's
abortions.
what
They
commonly
don't.
happens.
Okay, correct. That is what commonly happens, but that is not an abortion. When you intentionally deliver a live fetus,
Wait. Then but if you don't want to call it an abortion, fine. Then you would just say that those
no,
aren't
a third
abortions
trimester
happening
abortion
after.
is where you intentionally kill the baby
So, wait,
and
so
then
then
deliver.
again, if you're killing at that point, I think it's wrong, because you can induce labor without killing it.
Thank you. We've got common ground. I am glad that we can get common ground on something.
Yeah. Wait. By the way, after viability, everyone says that he's a Democrat. No one disagrees with that view. I don't know.
Personally have met many people that don't care and that do think it's okay. So, I mean, that might not have been your experience, but it's been mine.
Okay.
I have met many people that have actually told me they don't care that it's alive, that they don't care that it can survive, that they think they should just be able to kill it whenever.
Yeah, I would disagree with that perspective.
Thank you. I'm glad we can find common ground. I know it's really hard for people to find common ground a lot of times, so it's nice to have common ground on something.
Yeah, so can we have common ground on this thing here real quick? I've one question to ask you. Would you agree that it is the case that people, all right, if we cannot establish a federal access to abortion for rape victims, right, through the context of an exception, well, then you wouldn't agree with like leaving it up to the states, right? If you can't provide a federal
I don't
access
think
to
someone
abortion
else's
for rape
crime.
victims.
No, I don't think they should be allowed to kill a child because of the actions of their father.
Oh, wait,
and I
hold
am
up.
I
So-
am a victim.
wait,
so
wait,
I am
hold-
someone that has experienced that, and I do not think it's okay to kill a
Can I
child.
clarify something? Do you think a 10-year-old
Yes.
girl who was assaulted should be forced to go through that pregnancy?
That is incredibly rare. That is incredibly unbelievably rare. 99% of abortions are not for that.
In the one circumstance that I'm talking about, in that circumstance, would you say that they should not be allowed to get access to an abortion?
Correct, but the problem is here, it's such a delicate situation because you never want someone to have to go through that. It's awful. You want the rapist to be put away forever, and you don't want someone to have to.
So in that one circumstance
it's
I'm
really
referencing,
difficult.
in the one circumstance I'm referencing, should they be able to get access to an abortion?
No, because someone else is wrong doesn't make it okay to kill someone else.
Okay. So you would say a 10-year-old girl should be forced to go through that pregnancy. That's fucking gross. That is disgusting, right? That is a non-sentient embryo. That's a non-sentient fucking zygote in fucking
We've already been over that's not
fetus,
what a zygote is.
right? It is the case that that's not
I am
valuable, and to say that you want to force a fucking 10-year-old, a
don't
literal
wanna
fifth
force
grader,
anyone.
you do. You want the laws to say that they shouldn't be allowed to get access to an abortion when they're a fifth
You shouldn't
grader.
be allowed to kill another human being because of someone else's action.
Fifth graders should be forced to go through pregnancies. That's what you're saying? After they were assaulted?
So a lot of times their bodies are actually not capable of doing that, and it wouldn't survive naturally.
So
but
in circumstances in which they medically can, you're saying they should be forced to go through. That's fucking sick. That is
So
sick
what
that
you
you're
do in that
advocating for
circumstances-
10-year-olds to have to go through such experiences because
Do
it is
not
the case
twist
that
my
they were
words.
assaulted. No, you're saying that they have to go through that. You're saying it shouldn't be legal for them to get access to an abortion, right? When it is the
Well,
case
why
that they
should you
were
be able to kill another
assaulted.
person?
Wait, it's not a person.
Murder is never acceptable. It is. It
It's
is
not
a
a
human
person.
being. It is a
And
living
they have
human
no
being.
they have no causal obligation. They're a child. They did not choose to engage in any action that would specifically obligate them to then taking care of anything. Even if
I
you
agree.
could,
What
there's
happened
no
is
law on
awful.
the books that would force people, right? Again, if they did not cause any set of situations, to then literally have an obligation to maintain their life in that context. Nothing, no bodily resources would have to be given up in any other context in a legal sense, right? Especially if they didn't cause something to happen. And especially if it's a fucking 10-year-old, right? The fact that you're saying a 10-year-old should be forced to go through the context of a pregnancy against their fucking will, right? Literally after they were assaulted, after their consent had already been stripped from them, is actually fucking sick.
Am
And
I allowed to
you
speak
think
now?
that's better? You think that's pro-life? That's not pro-life. You're not
How is
pro the
killing
lives
someone
of fucking
pro-life?
fifth graders. It's not. You're not a person. It's not a person. It's a fucking zygote and an embryo.
What species is it?
Wait, you already went over this. Just because something's of the human species does not mean it's a person. As sperm cells are of the human species, yet they are not.
No, they
people.
are not. They
Yes,
are
they are.
scientifically not Homo sapiens.
Yeah,
no, they are not.
Human sperm are not part of the human species.
No, they're not.
They're alien species. Alien sperm, apparently.
They
It's
are
human
not
sperm. It's
individual
human
members of
sperm.
the Homo sapien
Every living
species.
organism has a species. They're a part of the human species because, of course, they are humans. It's human sperm. Now, you can agree with me that they're not a person, but you cannot say that they are not a part of the human species. That's ridiculous and absurd. And again, I want this not to distract away from the fact that you are absolutely sick for advocating for fucking 10-year-olds, fifth graders to be forced to go through pregnancies. And if you guys run on that issue, you run on that being your position with JD Vance, right? Specifically arguing that grape is inconvenient, right? You guys will fucking lose. You will lose. Because this is sick. It's sick to say that 10-year-olds should be forced to go through such treacherous conditions.
It is sick to use the 1% of cases where people have been assaulted and to use their trauma to justify your belief that all abortions are acceptable. That is what's sick. You are twisting someone's
I'm not even
horrible
making a claim. I didn't even make a claim about all abortions specifically just because of this.
Then why are you
I just said
bringing it
in
up?
this circumstance because you don't hold this perspective that they should be able to get access to an abortion. By the way, there are plenty of other pro-lifers that do think that in this circumstance that the 10-year-old should be able to get access to an abortion. You hold the unique and insanely absurd perspective that a fucking 10-year-old should be forced to go through a pregnancy. Where'd you hear this from? Fucking Charlie Kirk? This is straight out of religious extremism. This is straight out of forcing fucking children, right? Like they're in the I can't even speak right now. Handmaid's Tale. I can't even speak right now.
Handmaid's Tale.
Handmaid's Tale. I can't speak right now. Sorry. Like they're in Handmaid's Tale to be forced into such fucking treacherous conditions where they aren't treated like a fucking person. Like they're dehumanized.
In no way, shape, or form is a 10-year-old ever going through 40 weeks of pregnancy. Ever. That's science. I mean, their body really cannot handle that.
Wait, there were
Because-
10-year-old.
but you
Wait,
also
by
don't wanna
the way,
see
for example, in
that
Ohio,
condition
there was a kid under the age of 10 years old that was forced to go through the context of a pregnancy unless they were able to get to a different state and get access to an abortion. That happens in this country right now because of states' abortion laws. In this country right now.
Did I say that was acceptable? I said it was tragic.
But that's
At
that's
no
because
case-
of your abortion laws. You said it's tragic, but then you specifically say they should be forced to go through that pregnancy. You're such a religious extremist that you think that they should be forced to go
When
through
have
that
I ever
pregnancy.
brought religion into this? You're really just insinuating things that have no basis.
Is it wrong?
You have no idea what I believe.
Am I wrong?
You are
'Cause
wrong.
I'm not-
arguing from
really?
science.
You're not religious?
This is a scientific. So here's the thing.
Science
The problem
doesn't.
is that-
Science is not a basis for morality. Science is descriptive.
Here's the thing. The problem is that if you agree to the rape exception, then you automatically lose the premise because your entire premise is that human life begins at conception. And so if you say it's okay to kill humans only in some circumstances, then you don't value life at all.
Do you think that it's okay to pull the plug on individuals in your family that are brain dead,
When someone's already dead, you're not killing them.
but they're still cellularly speaking alive?
No, they are
you're-
not. They are brain dead.
They're still
Brain dead is a medical and
Hey,
legal
I
definition of that.
just want to let you know, brain dead individuals are still cellularly speaking alive.
Not all of their cells. And a cell is not a human being.
Wait, by the way, not all of your cells are alive. There are some dead cells in your brain.
Yeah,
Right?
they're not me. They're not me.
Okay, what's your point?
What's your point? A dead person, you cannot kill someone that's already dead.
Again, they're medically dead, but they're cellularly
Correct.
speaking alive. So you kill them in a cellular
If they're
sense.
medically dead, they can't be cellularly alive. You can have cells that are still alive and the organism itself be dead.
Okay, if you talk to any doctor, they will tell you that they're cellularly speaking alive. That's why they're on, like, medical. They have a heartbeat still. They're on medical supplies.
They
right?
require machines
and that's why you'd have to
keep
pull
their
the plug.
organs running.
Yeah, so if
They
their
require
organs.
machines to keep the cells running.
And how are their
They
organs?
cells do not survive.
Can you tell me how are their organs running? Is that maybe because they're living?
Machines.
Yeah,
They do
meaning
not-
they're living.
You pull the machine, they can't survive. They die immediately. Well, not immediately, but they die.
That was also true for my dad when he was almost dead, but he was still sentient. He wasn't brain dead.
He wasn't brain dead.
Yeah, but he still relied on the machines to keep him alive.
Right, but the difference is brain dead versus not dead. Brain dead is dead.
I understand, but like
Alive
again,
is not.
I understand, but I want you to like hear what I'm trying to say right now because I think it's really important, and this would be what any doctor tells you. They're still cellularly speaking alive, but they're brain dead, meaning that their sentience is never coming back, their personhood is never coming back, right? But they're still cellularly speaking alive. Okay? You think it's okay to pull the plug to limit their ability to cellularly speaking live because you don't think that's murder, because just ending cellular human life is not murder under your view. It's murder when it's sentient.
So you
right?
do
When
know that there's
you
a
meet the
difference
set of criteria
between
past or
natural
present and
death.
future. What's
So
that?
here's the thing with pulling the plug: is allowing someone to die naturally is not the same as intentionally going in and ending their life. That's what an abortion
When
does.
you pull the
An
plug,
abortion
when you
intentionally
pull the
ends
plug,
life.
you're intentionally ending their life.
No, you are letting the body die naturally. Nothing.
Okay,
pulling
okay.
the
So
plug
if
is
you
not
if you
what kills
yeah,
them.
if you take an abortion pill, it cuts off the progesterone specifically to the embryo, therefore
Intentionally killing
letting the Okay, in the same way when you intentionally pull the plug.
No, there's a complete difference. When you take the abortion pill, your intent is to kill the fetus. When you
When you pull the plug,
plug,
your intent is to take them off
your
the
intent
machines
is to let
and
nature take its course.
same
nature
thing with the
taking its
abortion
course.
pill. Same thing
No,
with the
nature
abortion pill.
taking- You have
We're
to
letting
take
we're
the
letting
pill to
nature
reduce
take its
death.
course and letting the fucking embryo starve to death.
That's not nature. You had to do something
That
to make
is nature.
that happen.
Oh,
No,
exactly. You had to
nature-
pull, yeah, and you had to do something by pulling the plug.
No, you had to do something first to put the person on machines to keep them unnaturally alive.
Okay, so then if it, in the circumstance in which my dad, who was sentient, someone pulled the plug and he died, would that be murder?
Yeah, so there's actually a lot of cases in where you can't do that. So the law for that is very,
I
very,
agree.
very deep.
I agree. That's murder. Under your view, why do you consider that murder? Because you just let them die
It's the-
naturally. Under your view,
I see your distinction. Technically, it's not murder, but it is morally and ethically wrong. I consider it murder.
What?
because murder is taking
Wait,
away
hold
someone's
on.
chance to live.
you said it's not murder. You would say someone going in and pulling the plug on my dad, who's sentient, insofar as that he dies. That's not murder. That's fucking crazy.
Legally, it is.
But
Yes, actually.
You said it's against your morals, but it's not murder. What? Hello? Unjustified killing of a person is murder. If it's against your morals, you would consider it murder then. Like, come on.
I'm trying to make the distinction between natural, letting the body take its course, and intentionally doing something to cause someone else's death.
Exactly. And if you pull the plug, you naturally let their body die, right?
So is it murder to not provide care to someone?
If you pull the plug on an individual that was on a machine that was surviving prior on that machine and relied on that machine to survive and they're sentient, you pull the plug, you're a fucking murderer. Absolutely.
Is it murder to not administer aid?
Is it murder to not administer aid? If you wait, there'd be medical neglect, but if
there's actually no legal base. There's actually no legal basis for forcing someone to provide aid. It sounds really messed up. Actually, you would think people should
there
be
actually
legally obligated.
is. You have to
They're not.
in the emergency room. They have to provide care.
I meant rescue, like when a person on the sidewalk has no legal duty to provide aid to anyone. Doctors are completely different. That's literally their job. They have legal reasons to do that.
So
Like
if a doctor, so let's just clarify the hypothetical even more, because apparently you won't answer the hypothetical. If a doctor pulls the plug on an individual, right, that is brain dead, given that they have no family, is that murder?
No, they're dead. You can't kill someone that's already dead.
Are they cellularly speaking alive?
Some of their cells are, but the human organism itself is not alive.
Yes, it is. Again, I think you're being disingenuous at this point, because I've described to you now multiple times that it's cellular life. The human organism is cellularly alive, but it's not sentient life. And I've tried to describe to you this over and over and over again, and at this point, I don't know if I'll ever be able to convince you of basic reality.
I'm not really sure why you don't seem to why you only value some life and not others.
Why do you think it's not murder to pull the plug on an individual that's brain dead?
Because they're dead.
Okay. Then a zygote's not alive.
Yes, it is. It meets every scientific criteria for being alive, and it is a member of the human species.
If a zygote meets every scientific criteria for being alive, so does a brain dead individual.
No, they do not, because they require machines
What's
to
the
keep them alive. They
distinction?
cannot respond to stimuli.
Wait, you think
on their own.
zygotes can survive on their own?
In the environment they are meant to survive on. You can't survive on Mars.
And they're
I
meant to
can't
survive in. Okay. So what do you mean by environment meant to survive in? Right? Someone, like, what does that even mean?
So we can't survive on Mars. We are alive. You can't pick us up and put us on Mars. We will die. You
What's
can't
your
put us on
point?
Venus. We will die.
What's your point?
A zygote can't be taken out of the womb. It will die. Left to its own devices in the womb, without any genetic abnormalities that cause its natural and untimely death, it will survive.
But you think a
And
zygote
grow and
you think a zygote outside of the context of someone's body, like in a petri dish, is a person, right?
Correct.
And it's living, right?
Correct.
Based upon that same notion of living, is a brain dead individual living?
No.
That's wrong.
It's organism versus cellular. You're trying to what's the word I'm
Organism
looking
versus
for?
cellular. They're both cellular life.
So, well, the problem is that a zygote is actually both a cell and an individual organism. It is the only cell that is. Besides that human cell, I mean. It's the only human cell that is both a human cell and an individual
Yeah.
organ.
We can get to how you think that you can look at entirety of people under microscopes, like you think Ant-Man exists. We'll get on to that. We can talk about that in a second. But that's
Are you denying science?
That's distinct from the reality. I don't think it's a human being or a person, but we can talk about that
Then
in a
you're
second.
denying science. Open a biology textbook.
That's not denying science. Now, can you please...
Yes, it is.
Does Donald Trump deny science?
Probably. A lot of people do.
He says the climate's going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet. Do you agree that's denying science?
I think climate change is a very touchy subject. Science has been wrong about it many times. In the 70s, they thought the world was gonna freeze over again, so...
One, no, they didn't. She just got removed for community guidelines, by the way. One, no, they didn't. And two, she just denied science. After saying I was denying science, when one, I wasn't denying science. But she just literally denied science. That's fucking hilarious. I can't believe she just did that in real time. By the way, you know, TikTok shouldn't, honestly, like, I wish I would have been able to expose them more. TikTok banned them too early. I wasn't able to do that. But geez, chat, that's crazy. That's fucking nuts. I literally muted her right before she got kicked too. I was literally. That's so ridiculous. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet this set of criteria on the screen. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube. Lola, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Mandy, thank you for the $1. Bjorn, thank you so much for the $11. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Sean, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Corinne, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Iron, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So it's still a part of the human species because every living organism is a part of the human species. Grace, thank you so much for the $1. Charles with the $5. Thank you. Sarah, thank you for the $10. Lion with the $10. Joy with the $2. Marissa with the $10. Michelle, thank you for the $3.33. Marie, thank you for the $1.25. Jessica, thank you for the $5. Jeffrey, thank you for the $2. Haley with the $5. Thank you. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Let's go on to the next person real quick. Make sure to tap the like button if you're on YouTube. And if you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. It'll help get out to more people. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Chad, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Chad's so mad. Chad, you want to debate me? Chad, you want to debate me? They said, how come if you delete someone who is pregnant, it is considered a double homicide? Well, one, right? It depends on your definition of double homicide. Dean considers it double homicide, even though he doesn't consider a zygote a person, right? Or an embryo a person, but I don't. I consider it an unjustified termination of pregnancy. Lauren, thank you for the Galaxy. Thank you so much. So it's not a double homicide, but it is a unjustified termination of pregnancy and murder. So it's like, you don't have to consider it that way. House, thank you for the $2. Thank you. He thought he was so cool giving that argument and calling me stupid after. Thank you for the fucking what, $5? Thank you. Thank you, Chad. Sray, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Abby, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you. Maudie, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. Don't worry. I think I did. Thank you so much, Maudie. I appreciate the $4.20. It's good to see you as always. Good to see you. By the way, you can always message under the one that you sent just to let me know as well. Because sometimes I straight up just do miss things. Kaylee, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much, Kaylee. I really appreciate it. Corinne, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. For sure. Thank you so much. Abby, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Seriously, though. Thank you so much. Mark Ian, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1. Caitlin and Lisa, thank you so much for the $5. Elizabeth with the $4. Maria, thank you so much for the $5. Jolene with the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm so sorry, Jolene. That's definitely a mistake. I'm so sorry about that. It must have been an accident. Every once in a while, mods will accidentally ban someone that they shouldn't have banned. Just because, sometimes they can accidentally click on a random account or think that something's spam when it's not. How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Of course.
What's your birth year?
It's 2007.
What month?
February.
Okay. Do you support?
Just 18.
And you do support Donald Trump?
Yes.
And why is that?
Well, to be honest, you guys have been screaming a lot about the impacts of tariffs and all the stuff like that, and I haven't seen any of it. So,
Do you know what tariff is?
I keep getting told, this is gonna happen, but none of it's happening. So I just don't know. I just don't buy the story.
What's a tariff?
Tariff is a tax on the importer.
Importing
imported goods. Sorry, an imported good from a different country.
Yeah, and it is the case that tax is paid by the American importer that's paying for the product, and it's passed down to the American consumer. That's an aspect of cost of production and distribution. That's why we've seen
Yeah, that's correct.
inflation not go down to the rates in which we expected it to go down to. That's why we didn't see the Federal Reserve decrease interest rates as much, because it is the case that we expect prices to go up higher, especially in the long run, given it is the case that businesses won't be able to eat the cost specifically of the increase in tariff for so long. We've also seen a decrease in domestic manufacturing, so it's clear that domestic manufacturers don't see it to be a great reason to bring back manufacturing to the United States, and instead it is going to be the case that in the long run that it's going to then see increase in prices of specific goods. What do you think of the $10? Thank you.
Yeah, you're not incorrect on your statement, right? But would you say you're against all tariffs?
There's some tariffs I think are okay, like some specific.
Yeah, some
targeted
tariffs. Yeah. On certain industries, yep. I think we can agree on that. Yeah. I just don't like the general narrative that tariff equals bad. You know what I mean? Tariffs actually, they can
Well,
be
I
used
don't
in
think
many
it's
instances.
always true,
Yeah.
but I do think it's true mostly.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. For the most part, they're bad. But yeah, I just don't like the hyperbole. Or like, sorry, not hyperbole. I don't like the I don't even know. What do you call it when they I guess you could call it hyperbole when people are like prices are going to increase 50%, 100%. You know what I mean? Like then it just sets the expectations way too high. So when they don't actually do that like immediately, then people think it's all bullshit. Oh, sorry, BS. But yeah.
Can I
Another
respond to
thing
that
I want to
actually
bring
real
up
quick?
was
So I mean, anyone who would be saying that, yeah, I definitely don't think you had the reason to say that I could go up 50 to 100%. No one knew that for sure, and that definitely is hyperbolic. Now, I mean, do people apply that same reasoning to Trump? I mean, he's been talking about the 2020 election, that having evidence to come out to say that it was a big rig, for like the past fucking 5 years.
Yeah, that's crazy, right? I think that's insane.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's completely insane, right? There's no factual evidence against it, or in support of that. Sorry.
So then, like, what specifically would be a reason why you support Donald Trump? Because it can't just be because one side is exaggerating. By the way, you're breathing into the mic, just letting you know. It can't just be because
My
one
fault.
side's exaggerating the set of conditions that are occurring, because both sides, to some degree, exaggerate.
Yeah. So, I guess you could say, I wouldn't really call like a full support. I would say it's more like positive indifference. You could say, right? Like I'm pretty indifferent, but for the most part, it seems like there's a lot of attacks on an individual when in reality, most of what comes from the administration for most of Americans are not bad. It wouldn't be like extremely different, under Kamala or anything like that.
I'm confused what you're trying to say.
Well, I'm basically trying to say that I think a big issue is demonization, right? And I think that pushes a lot of people away from the left. Away from the left because, I don't know, people don't like being told, like, what do you call it, that they're stupid or that that Trump is a demon or anything like that, when in reality, for them, it doesn't impact them in that way, so they're never going to see him as a demon. Obviously,
So they don't like us acknowledging reality?
Sorry?
So they don't like us acknowledging reality. What happened to facts over feelings?
Well, okay, well, what do you think makes Trump a demon?
He was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. He bragged about walking in the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because he quote-unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. Said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Called his daughter voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive. Said he had sex in common with his daughter. Said he'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. Said he had a Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. I mean, I can point to a lot of things.
Yeah. That's obviously all really bad. Yeah, okay. I'll keep it real. I'm not actually MAGA. But what I will say.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2007. I actually turned 18 today.
No, okay.
August
And
20th.
Okay, and do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
And why is that?
Well, this question is going to sound really irrelevant, but it actually is really relevant. Who do you think is the GOAT of basketball?
Give me an actual reason why you support Donald Trump.
Well, there's a sneaking suspicion that MJ's the GOAT and that he supports.
Had a feeling that they were trolling, by the way. Only reason why I didn't say happy birthday. I had a feeling they were trolling. Parker, you into sports? I actually am. Somewhat. Diana, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I'm so happy to hear that. I'm so fucking happy to hear that. Like, W Diana. That's amazing to hear. Lola, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you. Amanda, thank you for the $1. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you, by the way?
20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
For sure. Joshua, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Woody, I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much, Woody. Can we get some W's for Woody in the comment section right now? Let me make sure I'm fully caught up here on YouTube real quick. If you are on TikTok, do tap that screen. If you're on YouTube, hit the thumbs up. For the 3.2 thousand people, make sure to hit that thumbs up. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description, the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Again, Joshua, thank you for the $5. Sage with the $2. Thank you. Woody, again, thank you for the $10. Elysian, thank you so much for the $2. I think I said thank you, but you might, maybe I'm mistaken. I do appreciate you very much, though. Thank you. Thank you. Again, Saray, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. House, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Chad, again, is mad. Morgan, thank you for the $2. Thank you. I love yogurt. Thank you for the $2. House, again, thank you so much for the $2. Vicey, thank you for the $5. Chad was clearly pissed. Said I was just dumb multiple times. Danielle, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Danielle, thank you so much for the $10. Ashley with the $5. Moo, thank you for the $2. Morgan with the $2. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Phoebe, thank you for the $2. Jeremy, thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Silent, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you. Anthony with the $10. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Holy shit. Hannah, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Morgan, thank you for the $2. Anthony with the $20. Thank you so much, Anthony. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think I'm caught up completely there. Parker, do you actually care about the U.S. or are you more focused on entertaining quote-unquote parasocial losers who have nothing better to do? Chad, I actually care about the United States and I care to educate people. And I don't think everyone who watched the lives is a parasocial quote-unquote loser because then that would mean that you are, Chad. You just called yourself a parasocial loser because I'm educating you, Chad. All right, so why do you support Donald Trump?
I got a few reasons. My first question was when you were debating that girl for so long. I don't remember her name.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things you said I have to contradict because you were explaining basically like one of the processes of aborting a fetus. And you said something about how you starve them. All right. So the one question I had for that is name one thing in the world that's not considered living that has to eat to stay alive. You get
It
what I'm-
depends. It depends on your notion of life. Like for example, like plants, right? They have some process
I
of
get that,
eating
yeah.
in some contexts. Yet it is the case
But
that
is it
they are
food-
not living in a sentient context, but they're living in a cellular context.
Okay, I understand that. I get that, yeah. But I was just contradicting that because you like
So you actually support
you
Donald
say
Trump?
they're not. What'd you say?
Do you actually support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do, 100%.
Why is that?
I support Trump mainly for I do support the borders. I do agree with that, and we can go into that if you want to. I
Go
agree
ahead.
with that
What about the borders?
completely. For one, just like my argument to it is, how would you feel about someone coming into your own home and messing? Even though I will say, yes, it could be decent people where there's nothing wrong with them, or there could be people coming in your house free, come in whenever they want, and they're messing everything up. Like, how would you feel about that?
Do you think U.S. citizens should go into whatever state they want to? Do you think they should be allowed to?
Any state?
Yeah.
And considered America? Yes.
Yeah, without borders and restrictions. Okay. Do you think
But
they
that-
should be able to go into your house?
No.
Okay, so just because you believe that people should be able to go through any state without borders in the context of America does not mean you believe that those people should be able to go into your house either. So you believing that someone should be able to be allowed into your country is not obligating you to say that they should be allowed into your household. I think this is a bad argument.
But no, you're missing the point why I'm saying that. Like, I'm just saying it as where good or bad, good person can come in your house, a bad person can come in your house. But
Well,
you
even
have
if a good
basically-
person is coming to my house, I don't want them here unless it is the case
No, I
that
know, I get
I
that.
specifically invited them.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. But think about it from the country standpoint. Our country, this is all of us. Like, if someone didn't ruin it for everybody, where not saying one individual did it, but a lot of people would come in here, ruin it for everybody, drug trafficking, sex trafficking, all types of stuff.
Mostly U.S. citizens.
A lot, yes, I will agree. Yes, a lot.
Yeah,
But
over
you gotta
90% for DRUG trafficking.
But a lot are from out of the country that do it.
Less than 10%.
Okay, but that's still a number. You got to think that that's still a number. You got to start somewhere.
And there's a percentage that comes through tourism too. So that's also a percentage. Now, do you think that we should ban tourism?
No.
But the nominal increase of crime is bad, right?
Yes, you're right. Yes.
So just because the nominal increase of crime occurs does not mean that, one, the rate of crime increased, right? Or two, that we should restrict people from being able to undergo that process. You understand that undocumented immigrants and documented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens.
Okay, yeah, but the whole, like, I guess you're just missing the point where, like, you got to start somewhere. Where there is, and a bunch of people act like we're the only country that does this. There is several countries that, yes, you can go tour, like you said, tourism. Yes, you can go do that. But living there is a bunch of countries where you have to go through a process to be able to
Yeah, and there's a
live there.
bunch of countries that have universal healthcare systems. If you want to adopt the different models that other countries have, well, then let's adopt a universal healthcare system.
No, that I didn't bring
okay.
that up.
That's what, okay. Well, no one else brought up other countries having those laws either. So,
But I'm just saying, like, there's a bunch of people that try to act like we are the only country doing this. And there's other. What I'm
by the
saying,
way,
other countries.
regardless of whether or not we were the only country instituting this law, I still think the law should be instituted this way.
Repeat that. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I mixed out on what I said.
You said something about countries.
I like, you know how you say something sometimes and then like you read something, you just completely forgot what you just
Yeah,
said.
no,
This
I
just
got- I
happened to
got
me.
you.
I'm
No,
not
I
even
got
like
you.
elevated right now. I'm literally not even elevated. I'm just like lost my mind immediately after
No,
I said
you're
it.
good. You're good. No, we're good. All right, but I'll bring up something else though. A lot of people like to say, I don't know. I've never heard you say, I don't know, but a lot of people like to say that like we're on stolen land. Like, I know you've heard people say that how we are now on, like, we're on stolen land. Do you realize though, there's not one single country in this world that has its original people that was on it?
What is the point of what you're bringing this up? And there are places around the world where that's true, right? And
No,
this
there's not
is stolen land. We still need to acknowledge that. We need to acknowledge the genocide of Indigenous Americans, the fact that Indigenous Americans had their land stolen, so that we can give reparations and help to Indigenous Americans, along with specifically creating a society that is beneficial for everyone, right? That's why this country can be so great, is we could be a melting pot for everyone around the world, where anyone can come to this country for a better life. And everyone who's already in this country can live in this country for a better life, right? And deserves access to social mobility, deserves access to education, deserves access to healthcare and childcare and housing affordability, right? Bare minimum quality of life for every single person in this country. That's what I believe in. That's the type of community that I grew up thinking that existed, but didn't actually exist.
No, I agree with that. That's what we all want. Like, I mean, if you don't want it, I agree with that. That's what we all want. But there comes to a point where that's never going to happen. Like, if we think realistically,
When
that
you say
will
that's
never.
never going to happen, I think that's not true. There are thousands and thousands of people that if we work together, just in this live, we can create a society that is more likely to look like that. We're never
I
going to
agree.
reach it if we have that attitude.
If we have that attitude, but you got to think, to every good side, there's a bad side. So that won't ever happen. Like, you got to think.
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean it won't ever happen? That's like people who said Medicare and Medicaid would never happen. Push the draft. Thank you so much.
But I'm
People who said
thinking
Social Security wouldn't happen. People said a work weekend wouldn't happen. People said paid family and paid maternity leave wouldn't happen. People said this wait, by the way, this happened in other countries. By the way, universal healthcare systems exist in other countries. Like, that's true. It exists in some states where people have broader access to healthcare in this country. Right? In some states like California, we have expanded access to health insurance, like through the context of what's called Medi-Cal. So there is extended access to medical care and health insurance in the United States, not to the degree that I would like, but to a greater degree than what exists on a federal scale.
Okay, I mean, yeah, I see what you're saying, but what I was meaning when I was saying, like, that's not going to happen. There's like I said, to every good side, there's a bad side. Where
do you hope that it could happen?
Do I hope that it could happen? That we could become a perfect country? Yes. Like, I do.
I'm not saying perfect. I'm saying we can work better. This is like
That we could
someone
work
saying
better,
in a relationship that I'm never going to be a perfect partner. Sure, you'll never be a perfect partner, but you strive every day to be the best possible partner you can be, right? And if you were to tell yourself over and over again that you can't do it, then you would never be able to change and progress and be a better person.
Yeah. But do I agree with all of Trump's that he's doing? No, I don't. Just like, and did I agree with all the stuff Kamala's doing? No, I didn't.
Kamala. So can you tell me specifically what do you agree with Donald Trump on? That is a reason to vote for him.
Okay, like I said, the borders. I agree with, like, young dude came in here early. Most of the tariffs. Do I agree with all of them? No, I don't. I do agree with a lot of them, though.
No, so what about the borders?
Do agree.
Like, what specifically about the border?
Just, I think if you want to come to this country, anyone that wants to live here, come live here by all means. But I want you to do it the right way. Think of someone like, and why I'm saying that is think of the people that came into the country doing it the right way. Being like,
so you want to
getting
enforce the
everything they
law.
need.
So like your goal here by voting for Donald Trump is to enforce the law, correct?
Yes.
So then why did you vote for a convicted criminal held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman that pardoned violent rioters on January 6th who beat cops, were convicted of it, admitted it to themselves, and then Donald Trump called them patriots after pardoning them? Is that enforcing the law?
No, it's not. But like you just said earlier, though, nobody's perfect.
As we're currently on an app right now where Donald Trump's not enforcing the law, because it's currently banned in the country. It's just Donald Trump's not enforcing the law. And I agree with not enforcing the law to ban TikTok, because I'm currently using TikTok right now. But we could acknowledge that he doesn't enforce laws in contexts in which he doesn't agree with them. So clearly, if someone hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime and they're undocumented in the country, we should give them a pathway to citizenship, as there's no good moral reason to deport them.
Okay, I mean, you're right. He is doing that. But like you said earlier, nobody is perfect. Does he need to...
I'm not asking for perfection here. I'm saying that he's worse.
Okay, but Kamala is not the best either.
Kamala is not perfect. I never said Kamala is perfect.
Okay,
but she's a hell of a lot better than Trump.
I mean, I wouldn't go that far with it, but just there's a point.
Do you at least agree that she is better than Trump?
No. I don't agree with her views.
What views do you not agree with?
I mean, majority.
Such as?
Well, for example, abortion. I don't agree with that.
What about abortion?
I think an organism at any weeks that is in a woman is living. At any point, if a woman gets pregnant and it's confirmed pregnancy, that organism in them is living.
Okay. So I'm confused what your point is.
Like, I'm just saying.
Is it wrong to brush your teeth?
No. Why would it be?
You're killing living organisms inside of you.
Hold on. Repeat that.
You're killing living organisms inside of you by brushing your teeth.
Okay, my bad for using that word, baby.
Oh, okay. So you think a zygote is a baby?
Yes.
Okay. Can I show you a picture, of and you tell me if you think this is a baby. I got you. All right. Is this right here? Hold up. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Is this right here a human being?
If what you're showing me is a fetus in a petri dish, yes, that is a human. If it is still alive.
You think this is a person?
Well, obviously I can't tell because that's definitely very early in the weeks. But that's why I said if what you are showing me is a fetus, then yes, that is a human.
You can't tell?
Not that early. That's not a good argument that early asking if I can tell.
Okay, let me real quick. Is that a kid?
That is a kid, obviously, yes.
Okay. Oh, real quick answer. That was a real quick answer.
That early baby is the size of a strawberry. It's the size of a strawberry.
Is this a person?
I have no clue because I have no clue what you searched up. If you typed in a fetus 1 week into pregnancy, then yes, it probably is.
So you don't know?
Nobody's going to be able to tell.
Is this a person?
I mean, I cannot tell. I will go ahead and say I cannot tell because if it's early in the pregnancy.
So I just want to let you know. I just showed you a picture of chicken-derived lactic acid, and I showed you a picture of a human zygote. You can't tell the difference between chicken-derived lactic acid and a human baby under your view?
When it's that early in the stage, no one can.
Let me know. Is the human baby here? Or is the human baby here?
Well, it's not the second one.
It's not this. So it's not this one, right?
No.
That's the human zygote. You said the chicken-derived lactic acid was the human baby. Human baby. Oh my god. That's the fucking zygote, bro. That's the human zygote. I literally looked up zygote. Do you see?
How does that bring it up? What does that do with what I brought up? Like, you're just asking me if I can tell. I'm sorry. Hold on. Okay. But
identification and isolation identification of chicken-derived lactic acid. You said it's definitely not the second one, the literal zygote. That's the point, bro. I showed you a picture of a newborn baby. You can easily identify that it's a person. But when we're talking about zygotes, you have no clue. You can't tell the distinction because at that point, right, clearly has no defined characteristics we'd associate with what being a person is. And it would obviously be absurd if you mistook, right, human-derived lactic or chicken-derived lactic acid, right, with a human baby. I mean, I would seriously never do that. It's not possible. Like, it seriously is not possible for in any circumstance me to mistake a human baby with chicken-derived lactic acid. Never once in my life would that ever happen to me.
Okay, human baby that is born though.
No, even if it's not born, even a human baby in the womb, right? I will never once, ever mistake a human baby with chicken-derived lactic acid. Never once would I ever do that.
Okay, well then that's you. The thing, like,
That yeah. You know what? I can't assume that MAGA would be able to tell the distinction between a human baby and chicken-derived lactic acid, right?
okay, dude, like, that's not the whole point, though.
Go ahead.
Like, what I'm trying to say is, I'm basically just trying to say, I'll be bland. It's living, though. It is living, and that's killing a living thing inside of mom's stomach. Do I now? What I will say is, do I think
Inside? Wait, by the way, you said inside of her stomach. I didn't know that embryos and fetuses are in the stomach.
You know what I mean? Like, okay, sorry, like, you know what I'm saying?
Where in the human body does conception occur?
Conception?
Yeah.
In uterus.
Nope. Nope. You think conception occurs in the womb? No. In the fallopian tubes?
Okay, I mean, yeah.
Where does pregnancy occur in the human body?
Like, where does the baby start being produced?
Where in the human body does pregnancy occur? He left. He left the live. House, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, House. I really appreciate it. Put some W's for House in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, House. I really appreciate it. Pigeon, thank you so much for the $2. Sray, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much, Sray. I really appreciate it. Dolphin, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Dolphin, feed us. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Soul, thank you for the $5. Morgan with the $2 for El Chad. Speaking of Chad, Chad sent me another $5. I think that's like $20 that Chad sent me today just to talk shit. Also, your chat is clearly full of poor college kids. I have money for days. When I donate to you, it's like giving a homeless guy a half-eaten Big Mac. By the way, Chad, I think you're disgusting, right? You're a fucking weird person. And if you're so rich, it should be more than $5. If you're going to send me a hate comment, at least make it $100. Since you're so rich, Chad, next hate comment has to be at least $100. Okay? Next hate comment must be $100. If not, right, it seems like you're the one that's broke, buddy. It seems like you're the one that's broke. You know, if you don't send me $100 right now, Chad, it would be you. What a fucking crazy thing. Imagine making fun of someone because they don't have money. That's fucking gross. That's gross. Imagine being so fucking greedy and egotistical that instead of helping people who are in need, you sit there and you make fun of them and advocate for systems to disenfranchise them, like supporting Donald Trump. So fucking crazy. Kayla, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Tamara, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Allison with the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much. Dolphin with the $2. Thank you so much. I had to get to that. Thank you so much, by the way, Dolphin. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let me make sure to get to everyone real quick. I was making sure to read off everything before. Thank you. Lion, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Taylor, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1. Thank you. I do not have a P.O. box. No, I do not. I do not. Yes, Dolphin. I definitely will make sure to. Yes, yeah, that's good. That's actually really good information. Thank you. Yeah, they cannot claim that they want to be tough on drugs if that's true. That's fucking crazy. Yehoshua, thank you so much for the $7. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. Keep some W's for Yehoshua in the comment section right now. Chad, come into the live and debate me. And also, bro, where's the $100, Chad? You said to answer your question? Chad, you don't get an answer to your question unless it's $100, Chad. You don't get an answer unless it's $100. But Yehoshua, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $7. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person. You're just gonna call everyone who donates to me low IQ. That's ridiculous. Meg, thank you for the gift subscription. By the way, he just called himself low IQ by saying everyone who donates to me is low IQ. Everyone in the chat is low IQ. So he's in the chat and he's donating to me. Interesting. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
17.
You
Going
gotta
on
be 18 plus to join the live. Everyone, TikTok rules 18 plus. Yo, what's up? How old are you? They're so good at getting on the live. Silent, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said, Chad, I could buy your life. That's crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 12.
You got to be 18 plus to join the live, everyone. TikTok rules 18 plus. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to join.
You're good. Don't worry. Only set a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, what's your opinion on necrophilia?
That's fucking gross and disgusting. And I don't know why you just randomly came up to ask me that question. Al Valentine, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. No Chad Club. We love that. Can we get L Chad in the comment section? Parker, are you gardening this evening? I think we will here in a second. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
17.
You gotta be 18 plus to join the live, everyone. TikTok rules, 18 plus. L Chad in that comment section, everyone. Silent, thank you for the $10 for L Chad. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Romy, thank you for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat for L Chad. Thank you so much, Romy. I really appreciate it. Can we get some W's for Romy in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $100. Thank you. Can we get some W's for Romy in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Doing what Chad can't do. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Doing what Chad cannot do. $10. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Do you support Donald Trump?
No, Chad. Love that. I think he's Jesus Christ.
Can we get L Chad in the comment? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Chad can go fuck himself, quite frankly.
Quite frankly, I tell you. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Meg, thank you so much for the $5 for L Chad. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Julia, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen. Look, he ran away. Chad's so scared he ran away. Pigeon, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Alrighty, do give it a second for people to join up, everyone. Quite frankly, takes a second for people to join. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Kayla, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you, Kayla. All right, everyone, do give it a second. I don't think we have many guest requests. Alrighty. Yeah, Chad, you should send a guest request. We're waiting for you to join, man. Like, I need a debate. And I think Chad is scared, everyone. I think Chad is scared. Typical MAGA frat bro. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I love you, Parker.
Appreciate you. Let's go to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Najia, thank you so much for the $5. What did I miss? Who's Chad? It was some guy talking shit on YouTube Super Chat, sending me $5 to talk shit. And he was calling people broke who watch me and like losers who watch me.
How do you feel
Yo,
about
what's up?
scab porn?
How old are you? How old are you? I don't even know what they said. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
And why is that?
I could be here all day, but just his policies on like income tax.
Okay, what specific policies on income tax? Kick, thank you for the membership subscription. And Jacqueline, thank you so much for pushing the $5. Thank you.
You said what specific policy?
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. Fuck Trump. But they did. Israel did 9/11. Israel did 9/11.
Was that the same person from earlier who said that? Meg, thank you so much for the 5 membership subscriptions. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Someone said Chad is asking mom and dad for $100. Yeah, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy. By the way, we have like no guest requests right now, so do give it a second for people to join up. We only got like trolls in the guest box, so do give it a second. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. It helps send it out to more people. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. That's why Chad can't join the stream. Gloomy, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Show them an elephant fetus. Oh, dude, I should do that. Oh, Chad sent another $5. Chad, why couldn't it be 100? I'm waiting. I'm not worth it, but you wait in my guest box or wait in the chat watching me. Chad, it needs to be $100 next time. You keep sending $5. That's not enough, bro. I'll answer your question once you send 100, Chad. If you think Chad should send $100, everyone, type 100 in the comment section. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Do you support Donald Trump?
All day, every day.
Oh, why so?
Well, I mean, I like the guy, but if you want to talk about policies, immigration.
Okay. What immigration policy?
Fuck Trump. Israel did 9/11. Israel did 9/11. Israel did 9/11.
Is that their other account? Okay, we have like no new guest requests, everyone. I might have to hit a restart here in a second. We have like no new guest requests. Do give it a second for people to join up, everyone.
Parker.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I did until I realized that Israel did 9/11.
Okay, now I'm just getting trolls, everyone. So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet this set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm in here. Okay, word.
Yeah, how old are you?
18?
Do you support Donald Trump?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
What's your birth year?
2007,
Okay, and what month?
January.
For sure. Why do you support Donald Trump?
I mean, he's great economically. Like, I just barely got into stocks, and because of him, I mean, it's been great, so why not support him?
Okay. What about economics?
I mean, just his policies, how he pushes the market. You know what I mean?
Can you name one of the policies?
Oh, my God, this nigga, bro.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We're just getting fucking trolls and bigots. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
And what's your birth year?
Jesus Christ.
Hannah, thank you so much for the membership subscription. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, the age consent in Bangladesh is 14.
How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We're just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that like button, hit the thumbs up. It will help send it out to more people. We're currently just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I just want to say you're amazing and you should keep doing what you're.
I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Chad scared everyone. Chad ran away. One in the chat if you should donate $100. Okay, one in the chat, everyone. We're waiting for that $100, Chad. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 30.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, baby.
Okay, why so?
Why aren't you?
Because he was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. He bragged about walking in the changing rooms of girls and missed mistakes. He quote-unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. His big, beautiful bill takes from the poor and gives to the rich.
I'm not hearing a good argument there, bud.
Are you smart enough to engage with it?
Those are all lies.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen. I don't think we're getting new guest requests right now. We might have to hit a restart here. For the 3.8 thousand people here on TikTok, I'd recommend to go over to YouTube. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
He said immigrants, not aliens.
Dude, jeez. Throwback. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself.
Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen. Is it Fetus Friday, everyone? Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Hey, Parker, you should do a Q&A with your donations.
I appreciate you. Maybe at the end of the stream. Maybe at the end of the stream. Depends on whenever my girlfriend gets back. Jillian, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? It's Wednesday, I know. Jillian, again, thank you for the $2. Brad, thank you for the $5 for the DNC money. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I guess.
What do you mean, I guess? If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Probably Trump.
Okay, probably Trump. Why so?
Yeah, Trump. I'm MAGA.
Okay, why?
'Cause he didn't let like 10, 15, 20 million illegal immigrants in to the country, undocumented.
Okay. Do you? One, that's not something that Donald Trump, like, I mean, not Donald Trump, Joe Biden did.
He didn't.
I meant to say that's not something Joe Biden did.
He didn't let millions of undocumented immigrants in.
Okay. It's not policy that Joe Biden passed to let in undocumented immigrants.
No, but it happened under his administration.
Okay. What should he have done?
Secure the border.
By doing what?
By not getting rid of Remain in Mexico.
By the way, what's your birth year?
07.
What month?
April.
And you're how old?
18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
When you were 17, really?
No.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, why did Israel do 9/11, Parker? Answer the question, Parker.
Are you a
Parker,
Trump
answer
supporter?
the question. Why did Israel do 9/11, Parker? Parker, answer.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Jews killed JFK. Jews killed JFK.
Okay. Anti-Semite. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What it do?
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
For sure, Wes. I'm going to hit a quick restart. Do you want to be the first guest when I come back and hit a restart?
Yeah, let's do it.
For sure, for sure. I'll see you there. I'll be back here in literally, I need to hit a quick restart. So I'll be back in literally like 30 seconds here on TikTok. If you want to come back, make sure to just click on my profile and then refresh until I go live. That's essentially the best way to do it. I'll be right back, everyone. Sam, Skyrider, thank you so much for the $10. Really appreciate it. Will, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. And also, I'd recommend to go over to the YouTube. I'd really appreciate everyone. Parker, get a job on YouTube. Go check it out, everyone. I love y'all. See y'all there in a second. When are you going to debate Candace Owens? I'd love to debate Candace Owens, honestly. I never got to do that. I never got on that Jubilee. I wish I would have gone to that Jubilee. I don't think I was in town when they filmed it. Would you consider yourself a social democrat? Yep. Also, Chad, the attacks that Trump has on the Smithsonian is fucking insane. Okay? If you've been to the Smithsonian, the idea that the Smithsonian, right, is spending too much time worrying about slavery and that we shouldn't specifically like have that within the Smithsonian is fucking nuts. Okay? That's a huge threat to intellectualism, to history. Right? He's trying to whitewash history. He's trying to rewrite history. We should not let him do it. That's fucking horrible. It's honestly disgusting. It's honestly disgusting. We are just going to get some debates up here in a second, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Fuzz, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Fuzz, you've got to be trolling. You got to be trolling. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. What was that person's name, everyone? What was the person's name, everyone? Wes, thank you for telling me. Thank you for telling me. We'll wait for Wes. Trainer, thank you for the $2. He debated him many times. He's so bad faith. Wes, I don't see Wes. We're waiting for Wes. Do give it a second, everyone. What happened? We had a quick restart real quick. If you're on YouTube, hit that like button, everyone. Fuzz, I've already gone over this many times. To say that I need to be better than that because I genuinely heard something different from you, and I know that people have been gaslighting me in the comment section and trolling me is crazy. If you do actually support me, you'd be able to realize and see through that, because I can't determine whether or not someone's actually supporting me when they say something like that. Genuinely, everyone heard it, right? And I honestly think that people disagreeing are being a bit ridiculous. If you disagree, cool, you disagree. It's fine. You don't have to keep bringing it up over and over again. Players, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, why do you support Donald Trump?
Cause nigger.
You're disgusting. So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Players, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, players. I think he has. I don't know if people would vote on it though. In Congress. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, why so?
Real quick, I just want to ask why you said that guy was bad faith when you didn't pay that guy the $50.
Repeat what you just said. Sorry.
You said someone is bad faith, but you didn't pay that guy the $50.
Because he said aliens.
I mean, your own channel was saying he didn't. I don't know why you're dying on this hill.
Are you just trying to change your voice so that I think it's not you?
All right.
By the way, just want to let everyone know, people who disagree with me on my side, you give him more ammo to keep fucking gaslighting me and to troll and do shit like that when you keep doing that. Just want to let you know. It's ridiculous. You should not play into their games. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
He said the immigrants.
Libby, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Bro, I'm 30.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, but I think what you're doing is super disingenuous with your chat, bro.
How so?
Because you're
Madas,
pretty
thank you
much
for the member subscription.
people
Thank you.
who don't agree with you and you're giving ammunition to someone else, then no one could just be honest with you and tell you what they think. So I think that's just fucking super disingenuous.
So I think there's a distinction between being honest and saying what you think and people continuing to say the same thing over and over again when it is the case that like we clearly can go back and listen to the audio. And the fact that you feel the need to make a million different counts to come up onto my live stream and continue to say the same thing is genuinely
Bro,
concerning.
What are you talking about?
It's genuinely concerning that you feel the need
Bro,
to make a million different
I am
accounts.
not, bro, I am not. I don't know what you're talking about. You see, you're doing it already.
People can have their disagreeing opinion, right? But we played back the clip multiple times, and it's like genuinely, like when I can hear what he was saying, right? Like it's very obvious. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can you all shut the fuck up? Who cares what he said? Please stop.
Genuinely. Genuinely, people want to keep focusing on this instead of moving on. Like, by the way, if it is the case that I was genuinely wrong, I would admit that I'm wrong. I genuinely don't think that I'm wrong. If you disagree with me, go ahead, disagree with me. Honestly, at this point, I don't care. I know what I believe in. I know what I heard. I'm not fucking crazy. I know I'm not. And if you disagree with me, you disagree with me. It's fine. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, you're welcome back. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Cause I don't like people killing babies.
Okay. Why do you think abortion should be illegal?
Yeah, I think it should be illegal.
Okay. So why should it be illegal?
Cause it's murder.
Okay. Why is it murder?
Cause you're killing babies. Life starts at conception.
So you think it's a baby at conception?
Yeah.
Do you think it's abuse to put babies in freezers?
When does that happen?
I'm just asking, do you think it's abuse to put babies in freezers?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you think it should be illegal to put embryos in freezers?
Yeah.
It should be illegal? So you think people who put embryos in freezers should go to prison?
Oh yeah.
Wes, are you joking, man?
No, why would that need to be legal?
Can you just tell me you're joking? Because I having a hard time believing reality at this point.
Why would that need to be legal?
Because people want to have children. And the process of IVF increases people's ability to have children.
Shut the fuck up, pussy.
Libby, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. It's crazy. It's crazy, Libby. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet this at a criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet this set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are
Just
you?
wanted to say thank you from Romania for the last month, and you're doing an amazing.
I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet this set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo,
Hello.
what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, why so?
Well, I mean, there's a few reasons. I more so support him with how he handles foreign disputes, right? Foreign issues, like him brokering peace between Ukraine and Russia,
Okay.
and also he signed 6 other treaties so far, and brought peace between 6 other countries.
So just because you signed a treaty doesn't mean you brought peace. That'd be one thing. 2, as early to this, he didn't broker peace with Russia and Ukraine. He said there was going to be in 24 hours, and then we still don't have it to this day.
Mhm.
And they actually recently just talked about how they aren't actually going to sign any type of agreement or deal, and they couldn't get them to come to the table.
Well, no, I mean they just had a meeting at the White House the other day. Not Zelensky, but
And what have they said since then?
well, nothing. He said they had to get a phone call going so they could get the trial meeting
Have you
into
been on
place.
my live before?
Do what?
Have you been on my live before?
Yeah, I watch you all the time.
Sorry, no, I immediately, when you said yeah, I assumed that you've already debated me. I'm pretty sure I've already debated them anyway, though, right? Chat, I'm pretty sure I have. Yeah? Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. Why so? You're fucking disgusting, dude. So fucking disgusting. So fucking disgusting. I'm sorry, chat. That's so fucking gross. I'm so sorry. That's fucking disgusting. That's so fucking gross. I'll make sure that we get that person's account reported. That's so fucking disgusting. That's so fucking disgusting. That's fucking gross. They should go to prison for that. They should totally go to fucking prison for that. They moon the stream, everyone. They moon the stream. It's fucking gross. Alrighty. Fucking horrible. I'll make sure everyone, if you can, find their account. Just spread it through and make sure to get them banned. That's fucking gross. So fucking gross. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
The earth is flat. The earth is flat. The earth is flat.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
Kind of. 2002.
And you said you're how old?
22.
What month?
January.
That doesn't make any sense. You'd be 23. 2002. So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet this set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
I just believe he was a better candidate.
Okay. Why do you think that?
I mean, lesser of two evils, I guess.
Okay. And what makes you think that he's the lesser of two evils?
I feel like he's more pro-America.
How is he more pro-America?
Like he tries to unify people while some of the Dems seem to have a lot of divides up.
He tries to unify people. Can you give me an example?
Yeah, like his supporters all kind of seem to have the same idea about things. They
The
all,
supporters don't have the same idea of things.
I mean, a lot of them do. Like if we're talking about, you know, their morals and their, you know, ideologies. I'm not saying they're the best, obviously.
Yeah, so them having a lot of similar beliefs does not mean he unifies the country as a whole. Do you think him pardoning violent rioters on January 6th who beat cops and inciting a violent insurrection at the Capitol, do you think that was dividing the country or bringing the country together?
Definitely dividing, and that was
Do you think
definitely
him
a point
deporting
where we
people
talked
without
about
due
that.
process? Do you think him holding people in the country illegally without due process for literally just saying free Palestine? Do you think that's dividing the country or unifying the country?
I mean, no, but I mean, one, we need to get people out, and two, you know, the protests and the riots. I mean, that's causing a lot of unrest that needs to be, you know, ended.
Wait, so freedom of like speech, association, and assembly, you're saying that those aren't applicable?
Well, I mean, Israel's our ally in that region, so
Yeah, and we allow for freedom of speech, right? You can't just violate people's due process rights.
I mean,
Isaiah,
it's
thank you so
not
much for the
it's not
$5. Thank you.
that. It's
JL,
just
thank you
that
so much
he
for the
doesn't
$1.50.
really,
Thank you.
he doesn't
Ashton,
really
thank you for the
want to
$5.
do
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Megan, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Kai, thank you so much for the $7. Brittany, thank you so much for the $5. And Christy, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. You were saying? Sorry.
I'm just saying, I feel like he doesn't really want to allow people to cause unrest, you know, in cities and college campuses and whatnot.
Yeah, deporting people without due process is not reducing the unrest.
I know, but how else are we going to get people out that aren't supposed to be here?
He was legally in the country, and you need to use due process. The Constitution indicates that you have to.
Oh, are you talking about the pro-Palestinian protester? Sorry, I thought you were talking about
Mahmoud
Jesus.
Khalil. Mahmoud Khalil said free
Yes.
Palestine and got detained without due process for over 100 days. Just for saying free
Yeah, I
Palestine.
mean, people are calling him like a terrorist sympathizer,
Which is insane,
with
right?
my- Yeah, I mean,
can
that is
we
pretty
get
drastic.
a free Palestine in the comment section?
Yeah, I'm not saying what's going on isn't completely wrong and that there's not clearly a genocide. I think there's a lot of costs to war, but I mean, Israel is our only ally in that region, and they operate with a system
No,
closely similar
wait. So
to
do
ours.
you think we should be allies with Israel even though they're committing a genocide, war crimes, they're mass starving the Palestinian population, and they're currently advocating to illegally annex Gaza and the West Bank?
I mean, no, but in the same breath, you know, that some costs of war, right? That's kind of a cost
Wait.
of war.
By the way, this is like someone justifying Russia taking over Ukraine.
No, I'm not. I'm
Yes,
not
it is.
justifying. I'm just saying
It's
what
the
I'm
same
saying.
thing.
is
It's the same
that-
thing. They want to illegally annex the entirety of Gaza and the West Bank. That's not
Well,
self-defense.
Trump said he wants to make it better and more livable for for people. So
He said no right to return for Palestinians. So better for who? Real estate
I
developers?
thought he said that they could come back. He was going to fix it up.
No,
And
he
then
said
they
no
could
right
come
to
back.
return. He said no right to return. He said
Oh.
they won't even want to come back and they won't come back. Quinke, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. And he said he's going to stay there. They're going to stay there long term. Permanent solution, he said, is to send them to other countries around, such as Egypt.
I mean, I sympathize with the civilians, but I don't support Hamas. And I think that since Hamas doesn't have the Palestinian people's best interest at heart and at mind, it's kind of like we can't really trust them or, respect them or
No one's saying you have to do that with Hamas, but you know that Israel's blown up the entirety of Gaza, right? Practically the entirety, entire neighborhoods. That's not self-defense to blow up entire neighborhoods. It's not self-defense to genocide people. It's not self-defense specifically to go and to snipe children in the head, right? It's not self-defense to shoot people who are getting aid. It's not self-defense to limit enough food going in so that people who are in the region starve to death, right? That's not self-defense. And to say that self-defense is disgusting because those are war crimes.
Well, Hamas does the same thing to Israelis. So
Wait, I'm sorry. Hamas doesn't have the power to restrict food from going into Israel to starve the civilian population.
Snipe kids and they rape
That's wrong,
people
right? Do you agree that's wrong? Do you agree that's wrong?
Yeah.
Okay, so then why can't we condemn it on both sides, right? And again, I just want to acknowledge Hamas is not equivalent to Palestinians. They are not the same. There is a distinction. And to advocate that the mass slaughter and mass starvation of innocent Palestinians is justified because of Hamas is crazy to me. They're not allowing, by the way, during active war times, right? Which, by the way, this is a genocide. You cannot starve a population. If you are occupying the region, which Israel is, which they are creating an open air prison within Gaza, they quite literally have to allow in enough food for them to be able to eat. You can be anti-Hamas while simultaneously being anti-Israel, specifically for mass starving Palestinians. You don't have to justify what Israel's doing.
I'm not, but I'm saying the Palestinians allow Hamas to govern them.
Repeat what you just said?
The Palestinian population has allowed, Israel, I guess, or Netanyahu or whoever was in power at the time gave the keys to the strip over to Hamas, I think in 2004, 2007, I don't necessarily remember, but
yeah, so they are around the entirety. Wait, I just want to let you know they're around the entirety of the country, meaning that they restrict things from going in. They have full control over it, who goes in and out. They have effectively created conditions of an open air prison. Right. There's an apartheid, meaning that they're not granted the same rights as Israelis.
I know.
Right. We can also reference. Okay, so if you agree that there's an apartheid, there's war crimes being committed. They're starving in the innocent civilians within Palestine. How can you say that any of this is justified?
I'm just saying that it's been happening this specific topic, I think we see more eye to eye on than you think we do. I'm more pro, domestic policy with Trump and whatnot. I think what he's doing for America is better, than what the other side had did. And I'm going to be honest with you, the Democrats, enabled a genocide for an entire year before.
Yeah, wait, which we can acknowledge the Democrats specifically and how they are culpable within that while simultaneously saying that Donald Trump is significantly worse. How can you specifically acknowledge the culpability on behalf of Democrats, but then not acknowledge that Donald Trump is doing more? Right, along with the fact that Donald Trump is significantly more harmful to like literally innocent civilians on a world stage, whether that be Yemeni individuals like that were starved and bombed by Saudi Arabia, right? And Donald Trump supports that.
Yeah, because they're rebels and they go against
so 70,000 Yemeni children deserve to be starved and bombed to death. That's your view?
I mean, absolutely not. But there's costs of war, and when you do things, there's retaliation.
Wait, so then you think that again, just slaughtering innocent civilians and children is just completely okay?
No, I don't. But I'm saying with war and conflict,
so can you condemn that? Can you condemn Israel? Can you condemn Donald Trump specifically for literally giving Saudi Arabia the power to do that, which specifically Biden opposed?
Like I said, regarding the Israeli conflict and whatnot, what I truly believe. Okay, Parker, I can't hold on any longer. I'm here because I'm giving every argument that my boyfriend, who's a fucking Trumper, gives me, and you just help me.
Okay, I appreciate you so much. I hope you can convince them, right? I hope that they can change their mind. Now, obviously, I'm going to go into the next person who does support Donald Trump. I appreciate you. I hope that you can change their mind. And if anything, you can tell them to come on the live stream and I will talk to them. So I'm genuinely serious. I will talk to them. And I'd love to debate them on those positions. Those things are crazy, especially if they think that it's okay for Israel to do those types of things. That's nuts, right? That's definitely not okay. It's horrible. Yotib, how old are you?
23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do. I voted for him twice.
What's your birth year?
2002 May.
You said you voted for him twice. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
I was
why do you
18.
support? Yeah. Why do you support Donald Trump?
I guess because my family supported him and he has a couple of policies that I like.
What policies?
He signed the Preventing Animal Cruelty and Torture Act in 2019. I like that. It makes it so it's a federal crime to, you know, don't know what words I can use.
Okay. No one really disagrees with that. Are you saying you care more about animals than like people?
No, I care about people. I don't really.
So what
agree
about the
with
10
mass-
million plus people losing their health insurance, the 2.5 million people losing their access to food stamps on a monthly basis, on average?
I think that. Oh, sorry. I think that only people who shouldn't have the health insurance, they're getting kicked off, right? Like people who aren't citizens.
So you think that some people... Wait, no, by the way, citizens are the only ones who can get access to it. Non-citizens
Oh.
can't get access to Medicaid or food stamps. I don't know what you're talking about there. And then in terms of like the policy on an overall basis, like there is nothing within the Big Beautiful Bill that says that they're kicking off undocumented immigrants. It's specifically increasing the work requirements, making it harder to qualify, which is cutting millions of people off their access to care.
Oh. I guess I read whitehouse.gov and it said that that's what they were doing and they weren't kicking anyone off who actually
They
was
are.
supposed to be on.
They're cutting millions of people off that deserve access
Oh.
to health insurance and food stamps.
I think he also said that he wanted to make, I don't know if I can say this word, it's how you get elevated. He wants to make it a Schedule 3 DRUG instead of 1. I think he said that
Democrats
recently,
support decriminalization and legalization.
Oh.
So
Oh.
if he still wants to keep it illegal, that's a bad thing. But yeah, it's
I
better
guess
that
it's
it's a
better
3
than
than
going
1.
to prison though instead of, I think it would make it more accessible as well.
Well, it doesn't actually fix a lot of the conditions, though, that are bad. Also, if people are buying from street vendors specifically, it increases the likelihood that something that they get is going to be laced, because it is the case that there's no regulatory aspect to that. So you're
Yeah, I
actually
guess I don't
putting
support
people in a
that.
you're putting people in a more harmful circumstance by continuing to keep it illegal, so that there is a prevalent like street market in that type of way. Also, like for example, things even in California where I live that aid into that is like the sales taxes they place on top of it. I mean, depending on where you are, you could be paying up to 40% in taxes, sales taxes, just on top of how much you are buying, which is nuts.
Oh.
Like they don't do that with alcohol.
Yeah, I guess they don't. Well, I guess those were a couple of reasons why things that I liked. I guess I also like that he gets along with well, I don't know if it's a good thing if he gets along with Putin, but cuz since that's not really working out well.
Yeah, one, it's not working out well. Secondly, like, I mean, him getting along with Putin would probably mean that he's doing things that Putin wants him to do. Right? Because, I mean, dictators really only like you unless, like, if you do things that they want you to do. If you go against them and what they want, they're not going to like you.
Yeah. I guess I thought that maybe they would be able to negotiate something better with Ukraine because, yeah, they are annexing Ukraine, and I thought they would be able to make an agreement, but I don't really think the meeting went that well.
Okay. So I mean, so what makes you support him overall? It seems like you probably don't, actually.
That's kind of why I came up here. I kind of wanted to talk about why I voted for him because, honestly, recently he hasn't really done much. I mean, I don't know if anyone saw today. The border's been a pretty big issue, and Kristi Noem painted it black so that it would be. He said it was directly made by Trump so that he would. He said it would make it hot, so people wouldn't be able to climb over it. I wish they would do something to fix the border because there's still, I think, 1,300 miles that still needs to be built. Yeah,
So one, Donald Trump didn't do what he can to build the wall. Two, the wall doesn't really like help us here.
Yeah.
3, if you care about animals. I mean, there's something I can bring up specifically with Christy Nome in relation to animals that doesn't make you think that
I
she
saw the
treats
South
animals
Park
very.
episode.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's I don't really like her as a pick. Don't really like a lot of the cabinet members. I guess I expected him to fulfill a lot of the promises he made, and I guess I kind of concede, I guess. He kind of proved a lot of my points wrong.
For sure. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up so much. Thank you for coming
All right,
up.
thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Let's go on to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in this bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everybody. Make sure to like that stream, everyone. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up, everyone. Hit that thumbs up here on YouTube. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo. All
You support
right,
Donald
sorry. There's a band playing in the background. I don't know if that's too loud. Sorry.
You're fine. Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes. I'm not like a hardcore Trumper, but I like some of the stuff he's done.
Like, if you could go back in time and either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Oh, definitely Trump. I didn't vote myself because I was kind of skeptical, but definitely I would have gone him now seeing what's happened.
Okay. Yeah, it is a little bit loud. I want to make sure I don't get any specific like copyright restrictions. So if you like to come on later,
it's
definitely make
her
sure you do
own music, so that won't happen.
that. Okay, for sure. All right. So then, yeah, go ahead. Why do you support Donald Trump?
One big reason is definitely for the food stuff, like getting rid of Red 40, you know, the Maha, Make America Healthy Again. I'm allergic to a lot of the chemicals they put in foods, and they're getting that out, so that's really helpful to me personally.
One, they haven't done that. Two, as it relates to this, they don't make America healthier by cutting them off of health insurance and food stamps. They also don't
Okay,
make
but-
America healthier by denying science and undermining environmental regulations, defunding cancer research, and scientific
Okay,
research
but-
in general.
That's a bit off topic. What I'm specifically talking about is like they have gotten companies to pledge they won't use certain like Red 40, certain dyes like that within the next few years.
Which
That'll make it a
company?
lot. I believe there was Skittles, there was Coca-Cola now using regular sugar. There's a lot of them. I don't have a list, but that definitely, whenever that happens, I'll have a lot more options for food. So that's definitely
By
good
the
for me.
way, those options already exist.
Yes,
they
but
already
it's-
there's already Coca-Cola that you can get that does not use high fructose corn syrup. Did you know that? By the way,
Yes, I
you
do.
You can also get other brands of soda, which I would prefer as well.
It's mainly the fact that there's going to be a lot more, and like they make it intentionally hard to find certain ingredients, and like specifically with the food dyes, what they'll do is they'll put like artificially colored, and they won't tell you which ones are artificially flavored, and they won't tell you which ones. So that's a big issue. They have apps for it now
But you
that
have the
help.
option and the choice to buy other things, don't you?
Yes, but not always. It depends on what store you go to, because some only carry certain things.
Okay, so that's the store. So don't go to stores specifically that have that type of stuff.
No, but it's the fact that it's really bad, and they're trying to get it out in general, so like everyone will just be healthier. So I do think that's a big
if it's
one.
about people's health in general, then again, are you healthier denying science, undermining access to food stamps and Medicaid, and then deregulating environmental regulations? Do you think that makes us healthier?
Not exactly. I know specifically with a lot of the environmental regulations that has, been bad, but at the same time, it's like, you're sacrificing something for another thing, like drilling more, a lot of the stuff with that. People they're cutting off of Medicare and Medicaid, a lot of them were people who definitely needed to work more. That was like a big thing. It was, you have to have so many hours. I
Can I ask you a
personally,
question? Can you incentivize people to work without restricting their access to health insurance and food?
yes, some people, but that's more on an individual basis. It's hard to do that with a wide sweeping thing. So I think with what they're doing, that was not the best option, but not the worst option at the time.
What do you mean? I'm kind of confused. That was kind of vague.
So it's like it helps and it works and it does hurt some people, but it could have hurt more people and worked less, but it also could have worked better and helped more people. You know, it's like,
dude,
it's unfortunate.
I'm comparing Trump's
Mhm.
policies to what Harris's policies would have been. And I'm saying that Harris would have actually believed in science and would have based the health policies on science, whereas Donald Trump isn't basing his health policies on science. He's basing it on whatever he feels like.
That's not exactly true. They definitely do have, like, again, with Maha, you know, RFK Jr. is doing a lot of hard work, and people, he's going in and finding certain things that people sorry, English is hard sometimes, disagree with. And, you know, they say, oh, he's going against science. Well, sometimes the science beforehand was wrong and you just got to change it. You know, like, you discover new things. There's certain things that were harmful.
The science was not
you didn't know
wrong.
about.
The science was clearly not wrong here.
Sometimes it can be. Things change in the
It
future,
wasn't wrong,
man.
though.
Oh, but sometimes it is. I'm sorry. That's just the point we're going to have to disagree on. But
Yeah,
I get
and,
what you
and
mean.
most likelihood is that it's accurate, and you use and what proves the science wrong? More
research.
science, more
Yeah.
science, more research. So how about if you defund the research processes, then it will be hard to disprove that science, right?
He hasn't like defunded all of the research. He's defunded certain ones,
He's
which
defunded
help,
cancer
like,
research. He's defunded like scientific research in general.
well, not all of them. He's boosting funding for certain areas. I don't know which. Probably something he specifically wants to happen. Knowing him, we all know how he is. But it's more basically just on his whims and his advisors' whims, what they think is important, and that's kind of their job. So I'm not gonna be mad about that. He's the president. He gets to decide it.
So you're not going to be mad if he cuts people off of food stamps and health insurance, and you're not going to be mad if he decreases the health of the society. Yet the reason why you came up on the live to say that why you support him is because of the health policy.
Like I already explained, those specific ones, I think that was a good option. Not a great option, not a terrible option, but it's gonna help, but not help the most. So, like, I definitely, and I honestly think illegal immigration, big problem. It sucks and it's unfortunate for a lot of the people that are gonna get deported, but we kind of have to know everyone who's in here. And, you know, we have to keep everything in check. National security is very important. I want my country to be here for a long time, and I want to have my
And to
children
clarify,
be in this
do you think
country
that the
if I ever
country
have
do you think that the country becomes more secure when you pass or when you put someone in the position of presidency that incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol and then pardoned the violent rioters on January 6th who beat police officers, were convicted of it, and then called them patriots after? Do you think that makes the country more secure on a national basis?
I
Because
don't
to me, that
think it
threatens our
makes it more
democracy.
secure or less secure. I think they have
What?
things
What are you
in place
talking
to
about?
keep him
What-
from
do you think our
going too
democracy?
far.
Wait, do you think democracy is important to our national security?
Yeah,
Do you think rule of law is important to our national security?
very much
Do you think
so.
our Constitution is important to our national security?
Obviously.
And Donald Trump undermined every single one of those things. Donald Trump isn't a huge threat to our national security. He's a convicted criminal himself.
I believe that is very overblown. The convictions they tried to get him on, they did it purposely. Well, I know you're probably going to disagree with that, but I think that was like a purposeful thing to keep him from running again. There was definitely some truth in it. Obviously, there has to be, but I think it was.
But it
overblown.
didn't prevent him from running again. Ellie, thank you so much for $2. Thank you.
That's because he has a lot of money, and people with money get to win in court. So but,
He didn't win in court. He was convicted.
well, no, it's so. Sorry, I'm getting my things confused. I know he is the presidential thing to where since he was the president, it's fine. But what I'm saying is the things that they tried to convict him on, they way overblew.
He
It's
was
like a thing-
convicted. The jury determined
Yeah.
that based on beyond a reasonable doubt.
No. I get what you're saying. And I agree with you. If he was convicted, then, but I'm still saying those charges they tried to get him on were like overcooked and blown way out of proportion.
Then how did he get convicted?
Because that's the thing. The court was just like, they stack it against him with their power. I'm not saying deep state. I'm just saying a lot of influential people.
Did you know that his lawyers are a part of the jury selection process? So a lot of money, his billionaire money, couldn't buy a better lawyer.
Hey, I'm just saying courts get it wrong sometimes.
It's not the courts; it would be his lawyers because they helped fucking the process.
Well, I'm just saying it happens sometimes. Bad situations happen where bad things happen. It could have been a mistake. I'm just saying, I think he is a good president for this situation compared to the other side. Even if he did get convicted and all those things happened, what we're left with is the situation where he was running against Kamala, and I think he would have been better for us. It's just his policies on crime, immigration, health, all that stuff, I definitely like better.
So be clear, what crime, immigration, and health policies, because I just mentioned many things in which make him a greater threat to us in terms of crime, health, and immigration. Donald Trump is creating a worse set of conditions for the country, right, through all of those three different factors based upon the things that I've already mentioned on the stream.
Well, I already told you my stance on health and immigration, but on crime, it's like, we're too lenient in a lot of situations where people can commit crimes.
You voted for a convicted criminal held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman that pardoned violent rioters on January 6th who beat cops. You are the one that is not hard on criminals because you fucking voted for one.
No,
you literally
I'm
voted
saying
for
more
one.
like in a broad countrywide sense,
Yes, you voted for one.
Look, no, but that is an individual. I'm talking about like. Look.
If someone wants to be hard on crime and then votes for a criminal, does that not sound contradictory to you or hypocritical at all?
It does sound hypocritical, but you got to think about all the nuances of the situation.
Yeah, that you could have voted for someone who's not a criminal.
Yes, who I think would have made my living situation much worse. So I chose what. In what way? I definitely think they would have been giving too much money away with their policies. I know
they signed off on less debt-related spending. The Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, a nonpartisan committee from the federal government, indicates Trump signed off on $4 trillion more debt-related spending comparative to the Biden-Harris administration, and that the campaign plans for the next administration, comparing Harris versus Trump, would mean $4 trillion more debt-related spending signed off by Trump himself.
Okay, he's doing that to boost the economy. I don't agree with exactly all he spends on. Like I said, I'm not a hard Trumper, but I definitely think what they would have done would have been worse. They were a lot not as smart with the money, I would say. CHIPS Act, that was really bad.
Why was that
bad? CHIPS Act, it gave money to people, but it didn't restrict them to keeping the money in the United States where the money was supposed to build infrastructure.
It did build infrastructure in the United States. It is building infrastructure in the United States.
Yes, but a lot of it didn't. A lot of it went overseas and helped to like factories over there.
And for what?
Like it was the CHIPS Act. It was supposed to build.
Yeah,
I don't know.
You said the money went to countries around the world. I'm just in what way?
I don't know the specific countries. I just know.
Do you even know in what way it was in the other country? Like what specifically did they give money to that was in other countries?
They invested money to build like factories and stuff over there. That was the main thing.
What types of factories?
Chips factories, like a lot of electronics and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. So that they gave money specifically to build factories in a different country, right? And you don't know what country this is, right? Along with the fact that we can point to, again, the development for the Chips and Science Act was meant to bring up us in terms of domestic manufacturing for chips production in the United States to 20% of the global market of chips production. So most of it, right, was in the United States and given specifically to companies operating within the United States. And I have yet to see any specific plan or policy within the or aspect of the bill that specifically gave money simply to other countries to develop.
No, it didn't give money
in
to
other
the countries. It gave it to the companies.
Yeah,
who,
to
without
companies
the
in. I said companies
restriction
in. I said companies in other countries developing there. That's what I meant to say.
Oh, okay. No, but it didn't give it gave it to companies here, but because offshoring is so much more profitable than keeping it here, a lot of them did use the money in other places.
Wait,
But I don't know
them
this.
spending money to get stuff to be able to develop in the United States is totally fine.
No.
They're
I'm
still
saying they
developing in
develop
the United
stuff
States.
overseas.
Can you give me any aspect of the bill that said that?
No, it's not the bill, it's the companies.
What? The bill gets the companies to bring manufacturing here. That's what happened. That's why manufacturing investment increased under the Biden-Harris administration, and why it's declined specifically under the Trump administration. Because when he's imposed tariffs, it's given no actual incentive to bring back domestic manufacturing in the country, and it's caused there to be increased production costs for domestic manufacturers in the country because they get aspects of the production process from other countries around the world. And again, if his policies are so much better specifically for the economy and growing our economy, how come real GDP has declined and how much it was increasing? It's now 1.3% average increase when prior it was 2 to 3% under the Biden-Harris administration. Explain to me why there's been a decrease in real GDP growth, given it is the case that the economy is doing so much better because of his policy.
I don't think it's exactly doing better. I think it's on the track to do better if everything goes right. Right now, we're definitely at like a kind of scary point where tariffs just got implemented. People are scared to spend money because they don't know what's going to happen. It's the uncertainty in the markets and the uncertainty in everything. So definitely that policy is scary, and that's affected a lot of people. But I do think it would be a good policy. It could have been done better. Once again, obviously, just throwing them out willy-nilly is not a good idea. But I think if they fix it up and, you know, keep going through the trade deals one by one, we can figure out a way to get the manufacturing back, you know?
Don't you think keep going through the trade deals and taking so long to do that adds to the uncertainty in the market that you said is creating bad conditions?
No, the main reason they did that was because whenever he did them all at once, a lot of bad things happened in the market. So now they took that back and they're doing it one by one. So it just doesn't ruin everything, which is honestly really smart by them. I think they
It's
should
still
have done
causing bad conditions in the market. Have you seen the labor market? I mean, the jobs report was so bad that Donald Trump fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics and said that the information coming out of the Bureau of Labor Statistics was politically biased information, which is ridiculous because 3 weeks after Harris launched her campaign, they did an 818,000 jobs revision, right? 3 weeks after she launched her campaign. So if they were politically biased, they wouldn't have done that, clearly.
Yeah, no, I think that's just an outdated system that really needs to be fixed. Donald Trump, as we know, gets his feelings hurt
How do you
whenever
fix
people
it?
criticize him. So
How do you
they need
fix
to
it?
fix the way so the way they do it right now is, since it's so hard to get data, a lot of times what they do is they look at how many businesses were opened, and then they'll do that times by like 8 or something. But we're in a gig economy right now. So there's a lot of like jobs.
Wait. You got to
that-
be clear with what calculation you're referencing. What do they do times 8?
the number of jobs that were created. It's like
They don't
birth
just
cycle.
randomly multiply it by 8.
Yeah, no, they seriously, that's a thing. That's like an actual thing, I can promise you. No, but so they do that. But since the gig economy is a thing, like a person who starts a business, you know, and just starts driving Uber, that's one person. So there's a lot of people doing that.
Can you,
and it
wait, where'd you
creates
get this from?
bubble.
Where'd you get that they just randomly multiply by 8?
I've heard it from a lot of sources. I don't know
Such as?
specifically, but definitely people I trust. Like, have you ever heard of Atrioc?
Nope.
Oh, well, he's a very smart marketing guy. I look up a lot of stuff, you know, do a lot of research. It's a thing. If I'm wrong, you know, make fun of me, but I'm pretty sure of myself that it is a real thing. It's a cool book.
I know, right? Do you like it?
Yeah, no, it looks cool.
Did you get it? You just believe things
No,
based
I
on
don't.
trust
I'm
me,
pretty
bros?
dumb.
Without
Hey, I
verifying the
mean, I
information?
know. I'm saying you can look it up. You know, obviously people need to do their own research.
Maybe if you make the claim before you say it on live, you should look it up. Before you say it in front of 6,500 people, maybe you should look up your own source so you don't embarrass yourself, right?
No,
Hey,
I'm not
thank you for the
really
$5.
embarrassed. I just-
Jeanette, thank
I
you so much for the
forget, like-
$5. Thank you. I did. Megan, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously though. Nicole, thank you so much for the $10. Nathaniel, thank you for the $1. Stephanie, thank you for the $2. Really appreciate it, everyone. You should be embarrassed.
Oh,
Like if
okay.
you
Well,
like,
sorry.
and the reason why I say that is because you should provide evidence, right, to believe in things in the very first place if you're going to make such a claim. But you know what?
I think it depends on the situation.
If you're willing to say that you don't have good reason to believe it right now, then that's fine.
It's mainly I just have like bad specific memory. I'm good at remembering like general things, so that's just the thing I do a lot of the time. But I can see why you would think it's like, oh, it's a horrible thing to do. It's very important to have your sources, but I honestly just kind of did this on a whim. So
Sure. So you would agree that you don't have enough reason to believe it right now, currently?
no, I do. I'm pretty like I'm 99% sure I've seen info backing this. I just don't remember it at the moment.
But you don't even remember where it's from.
No, it's just kind of a thing that
And
happens.
how is that reliable information?
It is to me. I know it's obviously not to you. That's why I'm saying, you can figure your own things out. But to me, seeing my point of view, obviously, if I'm pretty sure I've seen something and I don't remember the specifics, then it's like, I'm pretty sure.
Do you watch Asmongold?
I see his clips sometimes, but I'm not like a big watcher. He's pretty funny.
I was about to say, I was like, seems like an Asmongold watcher.
What? Well, I mean, he's funny sometimes, but that's just like a funny thing,
Yeah, I believe things without reason. Asmongold viewer.
Sure, yeah. Hey, man. Well, it was nice talking to you. I'm glad we could have this chat. Even though if you think I'm an idiot, obviously. But, hey, it was cool to meet you.
No, I just think that you shouldn't have confidence to say things like that if you don't have a good reason to believe it. And just saying that I did see something in the past that says this is not good enough reason to believe it yourself, but might be reason for you to go look into it, to go find that source or something. Right? Like, it's good to verify before you say things, especially on a live. It's not like you're just having a typical phone call. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Definitely valid point.
Sure. Is there anything else you want to say or talk about before we go on to the next person?
No, dude. Just have a nice day. Appreciate the chat.
Appreciate you. Let's go on to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. That's what I hope to do on the stream, everyone, is get people to critically think, look for research before they make claims. That's what I think is really, really, really important. Yo, what's up? How old are you? So the next person, if you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to help get it out to more people. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. Alex, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Seriously, though, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Majority of the prices are going up. Yes. I have been seeing that prices are starting to go up again. I would expect to see an increase in the inflation rate upcoming. Nicole, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Stephanie, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Tiano, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. $60, actually. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Do a steak off with Dean. Dean will destroy me, okay? Dean does make good steak. I'm not going to lie. He makes good steak. I'm definitely not a good cook. But thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Can we do the fucking W's for Tiana in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Dean is a damn good cook. Like, I'm not going to lie. When it comes to steak, like, it's like hyper fixation. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, absolutely.
What's your birth year?
2001.
And you said you're how old again? Fucking gross, dude. I'm just gonna end the live, dude. I hope that no one sees that on TikTok. I hope I ended the live quick enough. They mooned again. There was another person who mooned. That's so fucking gross, dude. That's so fucking gross. That's so fucking gross. Like, why do people do that? I just don't understand. Did anyone on TikTok see that? If you were on TikTok, I hope not. I hope that me ending it helped. I don't know why that person is doing that. It's so fucking gross. Yes? I'm so sorry, everyone. So fucking gross. Yes, I would recommend to stay on the YouTube streams, everyone. Like, seriously, YouTube is just so much better. Because it just... The fact that someone can just join the live and already have their webcam turned on is nuts. Like, that's nuts. Like, I don't know why TikTok allows for that. I think that's crazy. Yeah, is there like a way I can turn off their ability to turn on camera? I don't think there is. I don't think they've added that yet. TikTok needs to get their shit together and add that. And if you can find that person and report them, I would really appreciate it. That person's disgusting. And also everyone here on TikTok, that's why I recommend to go over to YouTube. YouTube is just significantly better. It's just significantly better. You don't have to ever deal with stuff like that. People like that are gross. They should be in prison. They should genuinely be in prison. That's so fucking gross. We're going to start getting people up here very soon. Do give it a second, everyone. We're about 4 hours into the live. We still got a bit left on the stream. Let me see what's going on with my girlfriend. Do give it a second, everyone. Alrighty. Alrighty. Let's go on to the next person up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. What's up, everyone joining in? If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everybody. People are crazy. People are crazy. Alrighty, alrighty. What happened to Chad, everyone? Chad just left. Chad just left. Alright, do give it a second for people to join up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi. 27.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I did, until you changed my mind.
Alright, I appreciate you. Thank you. W's. Let's get some W's for them in the comment section. Seriously, W's there. Kay, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you. Thank you, Kay. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, or at least I would have voted for him if I can go back in time, 2024.
Okay. Have you been on my live before?
I debated Dean, but that's it.
Okay. Do you support Donald Trump? Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, you said yeah. Sorry, I apologize. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Worth. Yeah, I think, like, the crux of my rationale, I mean, I can go the abortion route if you'd like, or I can go the, I guess, the nuclear deterrence route. Either of them, I think, would be a fun discussion if you're down.
Sure. Which would you think is your strongest?
Dude, honestly, whichever one you're, I don't want to sort of like make it a back and forth, but I'm down for either, whichever one you like more.
Okay. So you say a nuclear deterrence. How do you feel about him pulling out of the nuclear agreement that we had with Iran?
So firstly, I think that my position is mostly retrospective in terms of, I guess, what the best decision had seemed to have been back then. I think that the nuclear deterrence argument, as it relates to pulling out, really doesn't lose its strength, because even though we had pulled out, or even though we might sort of be in a position where on paper we are, I guess, less cooperative in that sense, we still ultimately get to preserve the benefit of Trump in office to deter nuclear war, which I can go into the reasons for, without the disadvantage of losing a potential advantage or potential readiness should someone try to circumvent that policy.
Okay, I'm just asking, what specific thing does Donald Trump do to reduce the likelihood of nuclear war?
Yeah, so psychologically, his posture creates a sort of presence that makes it so that he's threatening to go up against, because he's not very easy to read, and that's just like a very simplified, bastardized version of it, but really it's true. And that I guess the implication of that is individuals who are used to being able to get their way with other countries due to being able to leverage rationality or the threat of destroying their country's people, aren't able to leverage that threat anymore, because they really don't know whether or not Trump is bluffing. And I think that we've seen that historically. North Korea is obviously I guess a distant expression, but I think that the best way to think about it is China and Russia sort of having a more agreeable.
He did this.
Yeah.
He did this with North Korea. What did we get from that?
I guess a de-escalation.
Nope. They continued firing.
Well, I think my concern. Oh, I guess I should put my concern up at the top, right? At 2024, I think that the position that we were in was particularly scary because nuclear tensions were higher than ever. India and Pakistan had their own individual tension. That's separate from I guess Trump's brokering of the agreement between the two, but independently with the United States and other countries. I think China, the United States, and Russia and the United States were in a particularly tense position.
Sorry, you said what?
Sorry, I meant to say that they're essentially the U.S. and China and the U.S. and Russia, in particular, were threats on a nuclear level, which is exacerbated by a couple of other things. Essentially, it's like we had a much higher than normal threat of nuclear war in 2024, and so in order to have our emergency mode on, Trump was the better choice, given his strange but effective relationship with the other party's leaders.
There was nothing about the relationship that you can point to that would mean that he would reduce the likelihood of nuclear conflict. If anything, we can point to the fact that he gave Putin more power by defunding Ukraine, which put them into a position where it is the case that they were more likely to take over Ukraine, which is what happened. Again, if we continued the funding specifically to Ukraine, it would have been a better defense against Russia. I don't understand what they would have got out of us to a greater extent under a Democratic administration that you're so scared of.
Yeah, so I think that whenever we're in a position where miscalculation of nuclear, firing, right, is a threat, which had been heightened at the time of 2024 when lethal autonomous weapons started integrating artificial intelligence, and essentially just our systems as a whole became a lot more threatening and a lot less predictable. The slight edge that Trump
not in terms of nukes, not in terms of nukes, because nukes, again, both sides have nukes. There's likely not to be anything dropped because of mutually assured destruction. So mutually assured destruction, regardless of the implementation of AI, won't have any effect on it.
Well, I would agree, except that with miscalculation specifically as the internal link to that threat, miscalculation presumes that you are under attack, right? So with lethal autonomous weapons integration of AI, there might be a misread that's exacerbated beyond what humans will be likely to misread, and it's a lot. I guess in the offensive realist theory, right? It's a lot more likely that we would be under attack.
When would nukes be dropped on a country that has nukes? When would that be a miscalculated thing?
Or I guess, I forgot exactly what the decade was, but Russia actually had miscalculated and thought that the United States was attacking it, and subsequently was in initiation a
How
strike
many decades
back.
ago was this?
This was in the late 1900s, I think 1980s.
Yeah, so this
19
has nothing to do with AI.
Oh yeah, no. Well, I'm saying AI makes it actually even worse, right? But the reason why that was stopped, right, is because a human had essentially pulled the emergency no button as a guess, right? He didn't really know that this was not the case. We weren't under attack, but essentially the argument I'm making is it's more realistic than casually we make it out to be. And we were in a much worse position given that AI essentially
Okay.
has the reading. Has the actual thing.
Okay, so do you think deregulating AI would increase or decrease the likelihood of there being nuclear conflict?
I think that firstly, Trump and Xi Jinping had an agreement that Trump actually initiated to completely, I guess, eliminate the utilization of AI in the decision-making process, right? So the deregulation of AI is independent of nuclear control, right? Because regulation with regard to corporate entities doesn't have the same effect on nuclear outcomes, right? So that's just my thought there, I guess.
So you're saying that regardless of who's in president, we're not going to have any type of influence of AI over our nuclear program, yet you were arguing originally that AI having an influence over our nuclear program will lead to an increase in nuclear war. If it's not
so
there,
what do
then
you mean by
I'm confused
regardless
what
of
your
the
point is.
president?
You just said specifically that it is the case that we had that regardless.
I'm sorry, sir. What is your point? We had what regardless? Or are you saying the I guess agreement that Trump brokered?
No, we would have an agreement that it is the case that we would have no AI involvement specifically through the context of the nuclear weapons.
Yeah. So that had I guess been a consequence of the discussions
What
that
year did
occurred
that happen?
subsequent. I think it was this year, if not last year, but it was subsequent to.
If it was last year, then that was under Biden.
Pardon me, sorry. I meant earlier this year, if not this quarter. It was subsequent to the I guess verbal negotiation and discussion of de-escalation that took place between Trump and Xi Jinping, and a couple of months subsequent, that's whenever the the rush to de-escalate was occurred. But I mean, if you think about how the sentiment was on Xi Jinping's side when Biden was in office, it was pretty ugly, dude.
That's actually Joe Biden that agreed to this.
Well, Trump is the one who, I guess, implemented and
That's
submitted.
Biden
was
in
the
November
one
17, 2024.
Yeah, the thing is, the initiation of the agreement was something that Biden had proposed, but it hadn't gone through. It might have, I guess, been sort of floated.
Wait. So then it's not specific to one party. So what you were trying to portray as it's specific to one party is just irrelevant. I can show you a
I guess
Reuters article
best
right
way-
now that they agreed to this before. This was in November 16th, 2024.
Regardless of the agreement, okay, so I think the best way to think about it in terms of the way that I'm trying to propose it is it's less about the nature of the agreement. It's more about the nature of the integration and the nature of the implementation, right? So since the implementation occurred much subsequent to that, right? And since in between the, I guess, ending of that, I guess, discussion between Biden and Xi Jinping and the ending of Biden's term, there was actually, turmoil. And there was actually, I guess, before essentially was implemented, essentially shit was going on between Biden and Xi Jinping in a negative manner, right? It was essentially like a shot in the foot that kind of stopped us from being able to implement and, wasn't, I guess, resumed until Trump was able to push it through a couple of months later, right? And, of course, I mean, Biden, great job to bro for, I guess, getting that on the docket, right? But regardless, it's not a question of, I guess, that as a unique qualifier, but that's just one threat that exacerbated, I guess the scenario.
You'd have to provide a unique qualifier for it to be relevant to this conversation. Otherwise, you're not really giving a reason as to why you support Trump over the opposing side. So give me something
exactly.
specifically that would be relevant in terms of a unique quality that Trump would have that would specifically not be prevalent on the side of Harris. That would mean that in relation to Trump, there are going to be better conditions as it relates to nuclear armament around the world. You have no good evidence of that. Not only did he pull out of the nuclear agreement specifically with Iran, which specifically increased Iran's access to nuclear weapons, but he's also on a world stage engaged in more conflict, giving Russia more power, right? I don't understand how you're going to argue.
I would say, I would argue that the posture with Xi Jinping prior to Trump's ushering in to re-agree and to re-bring it back on the table was something that was really shaky, which is why it was particularly urgent and critical for Trump to win then, because had Kamala been in office as an individual whose political influence was very limited and political history was a lot more, I guess minimal, right, as compared to Trump, and whose dominance with regard to their social relationship, quite literally, was a lot less prominent. So it seems to me that when the threat is so large, that is just one example of many where not just this sort of sub-agreement, but the broader nuclear conflict generally was something that was at risk. And even if it's a minimal risk, it's higher than regular and should have been a top priority since it could literally kill
You're
us all.
giving no argument for why Kamala Harris would give a greater risk for there being nuclear conflict.
Xi Jinping's offensive realist advantage would have been facing off with Kamala, use the rationality of
How about
Kamala
this?
to his
What
benefit.
differently would have occurred if Kamala Harris were in office that would mean that you would think it's worse off in terms of our international conflicts?
Kamala's rationality, right? So Kamala's likelihood of wanting to protect her own nation would have created a leverage point wherein China would have been able to take that and, I guess, derive from that a lot of, quite literally leverage for its own sake, right? He could have been able to,
So China gets leverage from Harris being nominee. That's all I've heard. You're just
Yeah,
you're
the
just
reason why-
saying
okay,
you're dude. You're
the difference-
honestly,
the difference
I'm gonna be
between-
honest with
Yeah,
you.
sorry,
You're
bro.
kind
Go
of
ahead.
yapping, bro.
Okay, man, I'm sorry to hear that, but the reason essentially what I'm trying to say here is this. Trump has a position in the one-to-one relationship that's different than Kamala's relationship with them.
In what
one-to-one,
way
because
that means that it's better off on behalf of Trump?
the way that is better off for us is when we're faced off against irrational leaders. So let's put China aside. Let's just take North Korea back into the picture, for example. The United States against North Korea is something that, the situation is something Trump can handle better because Trump is very likely to respond in a negative way or to strike first should the de-escalation talks,
So he's more likely to
not come
respond in a negative way. In what type of way? Is he more likely to respond negatively that you think is beneficial?
What I'm saying, when Trump tweets, for example, like, we're going to destroy your country, we're going to do X, we're going to do Y.
So then why doesn't he
obviously
do that with
it's absurd.
Putin? Because
What's that?
he cut funding to Ukraine. Why didn't he do that with Putin?
I mean, like, he does take his, side jabs. Firstly, okay. The reason why he does it in certain contexts and doesn't in others is because he's balancing the question of how the recipient would respond in relation to the situation. So
yeah, but you
with
just
North
said
Korea,
irrational
it's
leaders
irrational-
such as Putin. You named Putin as one of the examples, right? Therefore, this would be applicable to Putin. And if it's not applicable to Putin, well, then he has some random fucking policy that he doesn't even know what it is. He has concepts of a foreign policy, and that's why he got conned by Putin. That's why Putin has more power in Ukraine. That's why Donald Trump, when he got cut the funding for Ukraine, he realized he fucked up. He has to put back in the funding because he gave Putin more power in the region.
Yeah, I guess the point I'm making, though, is that with Putin, it's a sliding scale that's different than Kim Jong-un, right? Like, Kim Jong-un's irrationality is more narcissistic, whereas the irrationality of Putin is still, I guess, measured by a diplomatic, strategy. Though it's obviously
There is no
I guess,
diplomatic strategy for either, right? Can you give me some type of relevant distinction?
when I say diplomatic strategy, I mean diplomatic strategy with the U.S. I think we can say that the
What
tension was a lot-
what diplomatic strategy exists? There is no diplomatic strategy because there is no engagement where they've actually meaningfully got anything.
When Trump went to North Korea-
Wait, they've broke the Budapest Memorandum. They broke exchange of prisoners with Ukraine. That's what Zelensky has literally told Donald Trump in the fucking Oval Office, and yet Donald Trump still doesn't acknowledge that.
I'm confused as to what your point is.
I'm saying, why didn't he specifically acknowledge that Putin isn't negotiating, isn't trying to get anything done, which is exactly what just happened. And that's why Putin has gotten more power in the region, because Donald Trump cut funding for Ukraine, which gave Putin more power to take over the region. If that funding was still in place, it would be the case that Putin would be in a worse position for defending Ukraine. They know that they can't economically last against a Ukraine funded by the West. They can't. The West can fund
I
Ukraine
guess-
longer than Russia would be able to fund the conflict.
Okay, so I think I see where the divergence is here. I have a bit of a more radical position, I think, than what you might have been perceiving my position to be. My, I guess, understanding of what the good or the bad in this situation is what just solely and exclusively maximizes the well-being of the nation, right? So when we're asking ourselves about the leader, right, even if outside parties, have certain outcomes that might be, I guess, net negative in this context, if it is solving an existential threat to the United States and to the individuals of the United States, even though the chance might be, I guess, smaller than the chance of, some sort of a breach outside of the United States, it would still outweigh should the I guess existential threat be
It
of
affects
its
the United
magnitude.
States because we have agreements with Ukraine to defend them.
The agreement with Ukraine to defend the United States has, well,
No,
first
to
of all,
defend
okay, I guess,
Ukraine. If they gave up their nuclear weapons, we would defend them from Russia invading. That's what the agreement
okay,
says. We
I'll
need
say
to
that.
uphold the
I think,
agreement if we want other countries around the world to develop any similar type of agreement.
I think that Trump's unconstitutional. I think that Trump is a bad guy. I think that Trump has a lot of qualities that have harmed our domestic well-being in many ways. But the reason why I still am having this conversation with you with regard to Trump and with regard to the outcome that I still think has been maximized is because even though he has all these sorts of transgressions that might be negative in all different sorts of ways, even if it's a sort of a like a true ethical transgression on one page, right? Such as, I guess not necessarily adhering maximally to saving Ukraine in some end, and whatever it may be, right? The ultimate point for me is that when the nuclear tension between the United States and the other country is higher than it has ever been, if there is any risk of an advantage of Trump having the, I guess, strong arm that would stop us from getting nuked in a better manner than Kamala would, then we should sit on that and hang our hat there because we can't afford to be wrong. That's the crux of my position.
Yeah, so if your assumption here is that Kamala Harris is putting us at a greater risk, but you have no basis for that at all. If anything, we have better reason to believe that Donald Trump is putting us at a greater risk based upon how he's engaged in conflicts around the world, right? How he's specifically given more power to Putin, how he's literally cut the funding for Ukraine, how he quite frankly
but what is that? Yeah, but what
caused
does
the
that all?
Turkish-Kurdish war because he pulled out of Kurdistan, left our Kurdish allies.
Okay. I mean, look, I mean, the brokering of agreements is something that I don't think is relevant on either of our sides to go back and forth on, right? But what I do think the ultimate point is that when he has done these sorts of things in any capacity, he's at least had like an affirmative reason to prove to, I guess he's affirmatively proved that he is good at stopping, nuclear tension. Whereas Kamala, whether or not you would want to buy, I can introduce negative arguments for sure. I'd be happy to. And I was
I'm confused. I'm confused how he has been the one to reduce nuclear tension. There's no good
nuclear
evidence
tension specifically.
There's honestly no good evidence that you can point to that Kamala Harris would be worse at reducing nuclear tension. There's no good evidence of that at all. You're just assuming this.
Well,
You're just assuming this because you feel like it.
I think since the stakes are high, well, I guess I'll explain. There's two reasons, right? One, since the stakes are high, even if there aren't, which there are, reasons for why Kamala would be worse than Trump in this sort of a situation, the best thing we can reliably do is not gamble on a new individual when the stakes are so high and
because we already know how they're going to act. Okay, so then you would say that we should have voted for Hillary Clinton over Donald Trump in 2016.
I guess why? I mean, what's the rationale there? Are you saying that there was an equally credible nuclear threat?
Global tensions were high. Yeah.
Well, I think that the global tensions then, I mean, that's a whole debate to be had. I hadn't really thought about that too deeply. I really don't know what my position would be there. Sincerely, the only reason why I really cared about Trump and cared about voting for Trump in that regard, independent of the abortion argument, which, whether or not you
would you rather vote for Joe Biden or JD Vance?
That's it. I mean, I would have to look at the policies more deeply. I mean, dude, I'm literally a two-issue voter, my guy. Like, one is existential, and then one is just independently ethical.
Yeah,
and I like
that's a horrible thing. Let's see how far you go with that.
What?
Would you vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris if you were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
If the nuclear threat was credible and the nuclear threat was something that would have, I guess, killed everybody in the United States, then I think I still would have voted for Donald Trump.
If Donald Trump
would you not have?
If Donald Trump was convicted, right?
Bro, I mean, like, would you not have? If you
no,
were convicted,
because there is
no
nuclear threat. I don't know why you keep imposing this particular nuclear threat given to a greater degree under Kamala Harris. It's actually frustrating that you're assuming that to be true. Like, it's like factually based.
What's factually based, bro?
You're acting like it's factually based that Kamala Harris puts us at a greater risk of nuclear threat. Now, can I please keep asking my question?
I guess go ahead, but yeah, sure, man, sure. We can leave that point to the side. Go ahead.
If Donald Trump was convicted, right, of sexually assaulting children and trafficking them with Jeffrey Epstein, would you still vote for him?
In no instance would I continue to vote for him other than the instance where I would say it will be the highest likelihood of saving everybody in the United States, should I believe there's a credible threat. Which means, since you and I disagree on whether or not there was a credible nuclear threat, I'm not trying to, assert it. I'd be happy to discuss why, independent of the AI integration argument and the miscalculation risks, it was more likely than ever for a nuclear war to create itself, through new circumstances that we haven't foreseen. I still would, I guess, other than that, other than the sort of realism of that situation, never, ever want to vote for somebody who had ever done any sort of a thing, since it's obviously not outweighed.
So can you give me an answer?
I mean, the answer is if everybody dies, if I don't, then yeah, I'll vote for him.
So you would vote for Donald Trump even if you were convicted, right, of sexually assaulting
Dude,
children and trafficking them? You'd still vote for him over Kamala Harris.
Okay. You and I have a different view of the nuclear situation. I know you think that mine is radical, but take yourself in my shoes and tell me,
You're
if
trying
you
to
had
make
the
the
same
conversation.
level
You're
of
trying to make the conversation about something
no.
different, so that you
I'm
don't
saying-
have
I'm
to
saying-
directly answer the question.
No, I answered it directly, bro. I said, if you have the same level of belief as me,
No
in the
ifs, no
likelihood of
ifs. It's a
nuclear
yes
war-
or no question.
Oh, hold on. I mean, dude.
You
I mean,
wait. You can
gave me a
answer
hypothetical-
answer yes or no, and then explain after. I would love to hear that.
Okay. I answered, given my posture on the nuclear threat, it seems to have been the outweighing decision in the circumstances that I guess occurred.
So would
That
you?
occurred. And also,
would
this is
you?
an if,
Would
by the
you
way.
vote?
This is an if.
I'm gonna ask it. I'm gonna keep asking
Dude,
until
okay,
you
dude.
answer
Okay,
directly.
bro, can I ask you one back? Can I?
No. I'm not gonna answer any question until you answer mine. You're gonna answer specifically.
Dude,
You're
I
gonna
just
answer
answered it. I literally gave you a yes.
I
dude.
understand. Answer it directly. Right? I understand that
Okay,
you're
I
trying to
said
do
yes.
it in a
I
trying
said-
to do it in a long-winded way so that it doesn't sound as bad in your head.
No,
Answer
not
the
lo-
question
no,
directly.
dude. I said, I believe that there was a nuclear threat that could kill everybody. So yes, even if he's a bad person, which I admit he is, and I
No,
literally
even if
hate
he
the guy,
sexually
bro. I hate
assaulted
the guy.
children with Jeffrey Epstein, you'd still vote for him. Even if he's a
Okay, if you
pedophile that
believe
raped
that-
children,
if you
you'd still
believe-
vote for him.
If you believe that it had a higher chance of
Name
stopping
one thing Donald
extinction-
Trump could do
extinction of
that would
Americans.
get. Wait,
Look,
name
dude,
one
I
thing
already
Donald
gave
Trump
you-
could do that would get you
bro,
to
I
stop
gave you
supporting
10
him.
yeses. Dude, I don't support bro for the sake of supporting bro. I would not vote for him in
Yes, you do.
2028 had the dude, what? What's
Do you
going
have
on,
a
man?
good wait? Do you have good enough reason to believe that there's such an increased nuclear threat to support Donald Trump? Do you even
Yes,
have
bro.
a good enough? No, you don't. We just had this
Well,
conversation.
dude, I would love to explain it to you. I would love to. I'd love to go.
Dude,
into-
all
and
you've done on my
I
live
wanna-
stream is yap, bro.
Okay, man, that's just like not called for, man. I thought we were having a good conversation.
No, we weren't.
Okay, why do you have to make it hostile, man? I'm trying to engage in reason with you.
No, you're not, because you're not
I
engaging
guarantee
genuinely.
you I am, man. Okay,
No, you're not.
I
You
apologize.
gave no
I'm sorry- I'm
basis.
sorry
You
to
gave
think that, bro.
literally. No,
sorry. I genuinely mean
I'm
it
saying
in
it for
a
how it is.
genuine way.
I'm saying it for how it is. You gave no basis for why Kamala Harris was an increased nuclear threat. None. Word salad the whole time.
Okay, man. Thank you, but I'll string it together for you. All right, and let me know if it's too long. I'd be happy to shorten it even more. All right. The argument for me is this: there is a higher risk of nuclear miscalculation, not just nuclear war in a general sense, but nuclear miscalculation, because there are systems in place that exacerbate the likelihood of
I've heard this.
accidental attacks. That's number one.
I've heard
all
this.
right?
I've already
Number
responded
two,
to this. Biden already agreed before Trump was even in office to not use AI in nuclear armament.
And then shit got ugly, right? And then Trump got in office, and things got prettier because Trump went to China and then tried to de-escalate.
So
and tried to make
there's no greater risk at all of nuclear warfare, correct?
What do you mean? My whole argument is that there is a greater risk of nuclear
No,
warfare.
there's not.
The first
Because we just
premise
demonstrated that there's not. Because
calculation
we just demonstrated that there's not. Because Biden already agreed before Trump was in office that AI should not be the ones controlling our nuclear armament.
agreements are different than an implementation, right? An agreement to agree is different than an implementation, and the nature of the agreement hadn't been solidified.
No,
in
but
the
it
law
indicates that they're doing
until-
the same thing anyway. So the idea that there's a
Dude,
greater
bro,
likelihood of nuclear risk
have you never-
in terms
okay,
of a threat
have you never-
is ridiculous because
Dude,
this is true, given that is the case that they disagreed with it.
Okay,
That
have
is a
you never
horrible
seen
basis.
an agreement? Have you never seen a complex agreement in geopolitical negotiation fall out? Have you never seen one after the agreement, after the exact same nature of the Joe Biden?
I'm not disputing that it could have. What I'm saying is
It
that it
did.
is the.
It probably did.
Please listen. Please
Yeah,
listen.
go ahead. Sure.
I'm not
I'm
saying.
happy to. Please.
I'm not saying it couldn't have. I'm saying it specifically is the case. You have no good reason to believe that would have happened, given it is the case that they have the same intentionality in terms of not allowing AI to have control over nuclear armament.
Okay. Whether we look at Putin calling the United States the enemy of Russia, or whatever it might have, explicitly been in words, or Xi Jinping releasing statements about our nation having like an opposition to the aim and the end and the telos of their nation, right? Whether we put if we put all of that to the side, which happened subsequent, by the way, to this agreement, right? I think the question now is, what is the nature of the tension between the United States and Russia after this agreement was set to be in place or set to be implemented, right? We were in a worse position, I guess, after that agreement or that sort of intent had been, posited, and well before it actually had been implemented. And my argument is that we had, in deciding between Kamala and deciding between, Trump, a higher chance of making it play out so that we can just solidify that as one of the threats that we get out of the way. And by the way, the AI threat is not the only threat for nuclear deterrence. There are, of course, indirect, sort of direct, I guess, MAD arguments for why the irrationality of Trump solidifies our position, especially in an area that's as tense as this, much better than Kamala would have psychologically. And I'm not going to get into the psychoanalysis of Kamala. Like, I don't think either of us want to hear that right now, and I don't think either of us need to hear that. But the point for me is, at the end of the day, there is much better of a track record to deal with a much more fragile situation in a way that you say, sure, it can't be proved, with a capital P, to not have played out in the worst possible way should the other candidate have been there. But I'm saying it's a risk that we can't afford to take.
I know you keep saying the same thing over and over again. I've responded to this multiple times. There's still no bait. You that entire time gave no evidence. That whole time, it was words with no evidence.
Okay. Psychologically, disagreeable individuals have a much higher propensity
Wait, are you saying that Kamala Harris is more likely to be disagreeable?
She's way more likely to be agreeable. She's way more likely to be agreeable, which is why we're disadvantaged in a nuclear conflict.
What makes you think that she's more likely to be agreeable?
Because Trump is the 99th percentile of disagreeability on the spectrum, and independent of whether we can get his psychological big five results, we can definitely see that his conflict resolution methods in the past have been, of course, unorthodox.
Wait, in which way was Kamala Harris agreeable, and in which way was Donald Trump disagreeable that makes it better in terms of the conditions on a worldwide basis for there being less conflict?
The, I guess, inference I've made that Kamala would be less disagreeable than Trump, I didn't think that was a radical inference, right? But I guess at the end of the day, the question is, how would Trump have reacted? And would that have sufficed to give us good enough evidence based on his track record in history, in an especially tense time, right? That we would feel more safe than gambling on somebody who we can at least
Who's more agreeable with Putin?
Who's more agreeable? Well, the agreeability with Putin is different than the agreeability with Xi Jinping and the agreeability with
Okay, so then what the fuck are you saying?
For good reasons.
What the fuck is this guy saying? You can't just make a generalized claim like that and then I provide specific examples like Putin. You're like, oh, the exact example I just gave in terms of how he's better, he's actually not better because of that. Even though Kamala Harris should be better in that certain instance too. Stop talking. Even though Kamala Harris should be better in that certain instance, basically, and that's
the Russian nuclear threat's not the one I was talking about, bro. If it were the Russian nuclear threat I was talking about.
Yeah, so
come on, bro. Really, dude. Okay, I'll mute myself, bro. You got it. You got it, bro.
Yeah. I mean, you were cutting me off, right?
Okay, man. Go ahead. Feel free. I'm dude, dead ass. I'm trying to have a conversation with you, man. Like, I feel like I'm about to get booted, but I sincerely, wholly, unequivocally want to actually hear your thoughts, bro. Like, I've been thinking about this, and I've been thinking about people who have opinions that differ, and I've been thinking about all this sort of stuff. And I really hope that, it comes off sincerely because that's how I mean it. Go ahead.
You got to actually engage with the points I'm making, though. Like, you can't just, come into the live and just because you say things in a patient and calm way mean that, you're going to be responded to in a positive way. You got to actually legitimately, intellectually engage with what I have to say. And if you just spew bullshit on my live stream and you don't say anything specific in response to what I'm saying and you don't clarify your position, I'm going to call it out. Because that's also another way, specifically, how you can not be clear, and we could not have a clear conversation and actually be able to like demonstrate anything legitimate from this conversation in terms of what we've learned or what we've actually been able to disagree upon in a meaningful way, insofar as that we can understand each other's position more. Your position isn't understood because there's no basis to it. There's no factual basis. It's simply just because you felt like it. And we've gone through the reasoning. You said specifically because of the fact that Donald Trump was more disagreeable. But then I asked him, is he more disagreeable in the context of Putin? And then it's not true in that circumstance. Then you have to clarify specifically what you mean in terms of Putin. But Putin, isn't that the biggest risk for a nuclear fight that you were bringing up?
China is what I was specifying with regard to the disagreeability.
You think we're at a
element.
high Wait, the trade war puts us at a less likelihood of there being conflict between us and China?
In 2024, the miscalculation risk seemed to have been in a little bit of a different situation than it is, I guess, historically, right? Russia had been, of course, in a tense position with us, right? But Trump's, whole track record, whether, it's developed through his business prowess or whether it's developed through other contexts, right, has been effective, through disagreeability as an independent or not, across the board to, I guess, be able to adapt in these circumstances against different parties to be able to bring tensions down. At the end of the day, the important thing for me is that the tension against the United States and the likelihood of us getting nuked, again, is lower. And whether he's disagreeable with party A and not with party B,
How about this?
shouldn't be the determining
Can
factor.
you give me one specific action Trump has engaged in that has reduced global tensions that the Biden-Harris administration would not have engaged in?
Threatening China over Twitter. Dude, I'm dead serious, bro. Like, I'm saying, like, this is ridiculous. It's absurd. Everybody was like, what the hell is going on?
Threatening China increase conflict?
Well, the thing is that we should ask ourselves, why did it decrease conflict? Right? Why did threatening North Korea stop the nuclear war, bro?
It didn't. We weren't having a nuclear war with North Korea. Secondly,
North Korea
kept testing
right?
missiles. They kept testing missiles right after Trump, because right after Trump talked to Kim Jong-un, because Trump called them Rocket Man again.
Okay. Well, I think the beginning of the testing missiles was after the was it the movie The Interview or something along those lines, right? Once he had said, "Hey, we're gonna, nuke you 10 times harder than XYZ," whatever it was, right? That's when we saw the most prominent response, and that's when we saw the I guess highest level of submissiveness in response to Trump's assertion, right? I think that's like a very clear, prominent example, and something that other leaders just wouldn't have done.
You think that if Kamala Harris threatened China more on Twitter, that you would think that she's a better candidate?
I would think that she is, I guess, more. Well, I mean, okay, that's just one, I guess, example. If she were in the position where she had a track record of dealing with these leaders and she had done the same sorts of things as Trump, I mean, I would absolutely take her on her merits and see the other ways that we could go about it. Like, literally, for me, dude, it's just minimizing the likelihood of getting nuked when nuke tensions are high. That's it. Or at least it's not just that's it. Like, of course, if there's no nuke tension, then we can get to the nitty gritty. Right, but like independent of that, I think the utmost like lexical priority is nuclear tensions.
Okay. So you said that I honestly don't even know what the hell you just tried to say. That can you repeat?
Yeah. Okay. One sentence.
Wait, actually, can you give me an example of one? Can you give me an example of one specific threat Trump engaged in against China that you think was better, that Kamala Harris wouldn't have engaged in?
I mean, off the top of my head, I don't have his tweets or anything along those lines, right? But yeah, I mean, I anybody can look up. I mean, feel free to look up. Sorry, I didn't come prepared with that, but I'm sure, like the exact wording of his threat is something you can find. But over Twitter, propelling threats toward China, saying essentially like sit down, like back down. Should we need to I guess attack in a big way? Vaguely, we will. That's essentially like a vague enough, but
Do you not fucking realize both administrations? That's true. That there would be a response if they attack us, and I just want to let you know there is no threat of them attacking us. There's no fucking threat of nuclear war with China. You're delusional. I'm sorry.
Why?
This is actually a delusional fucking threat that you think is going to actually like reduce the likelihood of nuclear war. There's no basis for that. There's no evidentiary basis for that. That's because
I mean,
because there's something called there's mutually assured destruction. Do you know what that is? It means when two countries both have
Yeah, I
access
know
to
it.
nuclear weapons, it is the case that they do not have any incentive to drop a nuke on the other country, because it is the case that their country themselves will get nuked, and everything they care about, they will not have power over anymore. So they have an ultimate incentive to not nuke other countries because it will lead to the destruction of their own.
So the inductive infallibility of mutually assured destruction is the fact that nobody has nuked the other country yet, right? It's the, I guess, like assurance that we have is just that we haven't yet nuked one another.
Name
when
one
two
other
countries have
country. Name one country in history
That
that
has
has had
nuked another
nuclear
country,
weapons that nuked another country that had nuclear weapons.
So we've had a century developing nuclear weapons. Up until the past decade or so, we haven't had the level of
Name
I
one
guess-
country. Name one country in which
Dude,
had
I mean, my
nuclear
point is-
weapons
my point is
that
that- my
nuked
point
a
is
country that had
absolutely.
nuclear weapons.
My point is the time frame is way too short for that to be a
Name
like, a
one
claim with any
country.
proof.
Name one country that had nuclear
I'm saying-
weapons that
Dude,
nuked a country
my point
that
is-
also had nuclear weapons.
My point was that there are no countries,
Dude,
but there is no time
there you
frame
go.
that's relevant for that, bro. Dude,
So
it's
you
been
have no
100 years,
countries.
bro. Like,
Not a
since the
single
nuke was
country can
invented-
you mention.
Dude, miscalculation is an entirely different scenario. It's not like I pressed
You
the
have
big red
no
button.
evidence that this is going to happen. You have no evidence that
Bro,
it's more
look
likely.
up
You have
lethal
no
atomic
basis
weapons.
in reasoning for saying that we're more likely to go to war with China, given it is, or go to war, nuclear war with China, given that the Democrats are in office. When Donald Trump, you're saying him threatening them is reducing the likelihood of nuclear tension, and him specifically advocating for bombing them. Or not bombing them, sorry, advocating for tariffs, right, is specifically going to lead to there being less conflict between us and China. It's laughable that you think that us threatening them with tariffs and with direct threats otherwise, right, you think is somehow going to reduce the likelihood that we have conflict with them. If anything, it would increase the likelihood of there being conflict.
Well, okay. I just have to disagree with that, and I'll give you the warranting here. All I have to say, first of all, is that the fact that something hasn't happened in the past, especially when the development has been hyper accelerating over the past century, right, shouldn't be evidence that it won't happen in the future, right? And shouldn't be evidence that we shouldn't be careful, especially when the stakes are extremely high, right? So that's the first idea I just want to kind of get out there, right? The second idea I want to get out there is when we're assessing the, I guess, threat and the posture more generally, right? It's a signal that we are likely to engage in unfair, aggressive moves toward other countries, given that we are not necessarily, caring about the stakes as it relates to us. So essentially, Trump is kind of the silver bullet to mutually assured destruction, because you really don't know if he gives a shit about the destruction of his own people, genuinely. And that's something that's true, because the idea of a rational.
He wants to vote for the candidate who he thinks we don't know whether or not he cares about the total destruction of his own people. And that guy puts us at less likelihood of there being nuclear conflict. So the likelihood in which they think there's a greater likelihood that the U.S. would nuke them reduces the likelihood of them dropping nukes? What? Al Valentine, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you.
Crazily enough, yes, bro. But
Nicole,
I mean,
thank you so much for the $10. Thank you, Nicole. Sammy, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alex, thank you for the 50 cents. Thank you. And for the $5. Thank you. Jamie with the $2. Jalen, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Gopher with the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Gopher. Can we get some W's for Gopher in the comment section right now? Thank you so
Gotta
much,
Gopher,
Gopher. I
man.
really appreciate it. Thank you,
That's my
Gopher.
guy, Gopher.
Thank
Gotta
you so
Gopher.
much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, brother.
Hey.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm just saying, like, I don't think this conversation's going anywhere, man.
Hey, no problem, man. No problem. It was I know we have our differences, but it was a pleasure seeing your very cool glasses. It was a pleasure having the conversation, brother. And I wish you the absolute best of the best. I also don't support Trump, but I appreciate you, my guy.
part of me feels vindicated because now I know that, dude, it was total bullshit. But also part of me is like, dude, what the fuck, man? I just went through 40 minutes of hell. I'm not gonna lie, dude. That was bad. That was really bad. That was really bad. I also feel partially vindicated because I knew it was bullshit. Jesus Christ, dude. Sammy, thank you so much for the $10. I gotta ask Dean if he saw that. I can't believe it, dude. London, thank you so much for the $5. Soul, thank you for the $5. Lisa, thank you for the $2. London, thank you for the $2. Lisa, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Santiago, thank you so much for the $2. Kyle with the $2. Jesus, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. He said no, he left. What happened? The guy was a troll. Thank you for the 5 membership subscriptions. Thank you so much, Hollyberry. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Dean said I actually doubt it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Dude, he admitted at the end. Maybe he was real? I don't know. Yo, what's up? How old are you? So the next person, if you want to support me, is always Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everyone. Let's get the next person up here. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that that thumbs up, everyone. Hit that thumbs up. Dean said if he's a troll, he's so fucking bored. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, nigger, 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 nigger,
Disgusting.
nigger.
You're so disgusting. So gross. Dude. Maggie, thank you so much for the 10 pounds. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. For love from Europe. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I actually came here because remember that dolphin comment?
I'm sorry. I am going to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone.
What's up, brother? How you doing?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
2005.
For sure. And you said what month?
November.
November 2005. And you said you're how old?
I'm 20. 19.
Rough.
Hey,
Yo,
nigger,
it's-
nigger, nigger, nigger,
You're
nigger,
so
nigger,
disgusting. So disgusting. By the way, mods, please, I don't have time to ban them. Please ban them if you can. If you have the ability to. I don't have the time to ban them. I kick them right away, and it doesn't let me ban them also here as well. Yo, it's how old are you? So gross. I'll literally make sure that they get banned myself. Because there's literally not enough people in the guest box anyway. I'm gonna fucking do it myself. They are right there. Blocked. They're still in the guest box, dude. Fucking crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 25.
Do you support Donald Trump?
No.
Alrighty, everyone. Let's go on to the next person. Yo, what's up, Holiday?
I'm back, nigger.
So disgusting, bro. They made a whole new account. I blocked that account too. Fucking disgusting piece of shit. Dude, it's like I can't even get a guest request on the live right now. Yo, what's up, how old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet this set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
31.
Do you support Donald Trump?
No, I love you, Parker.
Appreciate you, thank you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
21.
Do you support Donald Trump?
What do you consider support?
Like, if you could go back in time and you would, and you had the ability to vote for either Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why so?
I think just policy-wise.
Okay. what
But I
about
also
policy?
I have a question for you first. Based on your requirements, what do you consider MAGA?
The criteria I just mentioned. Anyone who would vote for him if they could go back in time over Kamala Harris.
Okay, because I just see that definition kind of thrown around for a lot of different things. Like it's either someone who agrees with one or two of their policies, or someone who treats it like a cult thing. So I was just
Yeah,
clarifying.
I just mean anyone who specifically would vote for him if they could go back in time.
Alrighty. So, what were you trying to debate?
Yeah. So I would ask you why you support Donald Trump. Like, could you name a policy that he influenced to get passed that you like?
Yeah, I mean, I like, I don't agree with every single thing he does, obviously. I think immigration, he's done well on. I think what he's done in DC is a good thing.
So why do you think that it was justified to send in the National Guard into DC?
Yeah,
Federal
so I'm
troops.
glad you asked. Yeah. So, I mean, I forgot who it was, but I don't remember if it was the crime director or I don't remember. Falsified. I mean, the crime stats that are quote unquote improved from before that are coming out now. I mean, he's getting charged with falsifying, and even those falsified like stats are worse than other capital cities that are
You said they're all falsified stats. How do you know they're falsified?
I mean, he's getting investigated and charged with it. I mean, and even then, even if you take those stats as truth, they're still worse, homicide rates than Mexico City. I think twice as bad, worse than Bogota.
What are the
Colombia.
homicide rates in DC?
I don't even remember. It was, see, I don't have my computer with me, but was it 63?
Violent crime in DC hit a 30-year low in 2025.
Yeah, but compare those stats even now to like.
So
I mean,
why didn't he federalize DC under his first administration if it was lower now than what it was under his first administration?
Because it's at least for me, it's hard to say what you'd consider lower. And I'm not a political debater.
What I
I
would
kinda
consider lower? I mean, I'm referencing the Justice Department information.
Well, I know I'm saying lower objectively, you know,
Yeah,
based on
yeah, and this is directly from the justice, from the
yeah, and
attorney's office of the
he's
District
currently
of
getting
Columbia.
investigated and charged with the falsification of the statistics. That's what
This
I'm
is
saying.
from the attorney's office. This is literally from January 3rd, 2025.
I don't know, man. I mean,
30-year low means it was lower then than it was at any point prior in the past 30 years, meaning that under Trump's administration, it was higher. Nancy, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Tracy with the $20. Thank you so much, Tracy. Blake with the $2. Thank you. Sammy with the $10. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Well,
as well as Blake again.
I
Thank you
do-
for the $2. Go ahead.
I do appreciate your time. I'm not one of those people that are gonna, you know, shit on you or call you things for disagreeing, you know, or,
Mhm.
you know, but, I don't know. It was the first time I ever hopped on one of things like this. So it's kind of interesting.
Do you still agree with federalizing DC?
I do, man. I mean, I didn't come up here with an argument, you know. I'm a little nervous. I'm not gonna lie to you. So
Okay. I mean,
you know,
there was more
I'm sure I
time
could
when
do better, but
yeah. I
pardon
mean,
me? Go
so
ahead.
how do you feel about Donald Trump pardoning January 6 rioters who engaged in violent riots in DC? Is that
Yeah.
is that like reducing the crime in DC? Is that getting the criminals out of DC?
I mean, how do you feel? What is your viewpoint on January 6th as a whole?
I think Donald Trump incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol.
Really?
Yes. And the reason why I think that he incited the violent insurrection is because he pardoned the violent rioters on January 6th and called them patriots after. So
Well,
it's
I mean,
because he pardoned the violence.
he
That
condemned-
tells
I mean,
me that he was
condemned-
okay with it.
He condemned people who, you know.
Oh, and that's why he pardoned them?
I mean, he
Yeah,
you know, I don't.
yeah. He definitely condemned them. That's why he pardoned them. Uh-huh.
I mean, I think- I think-
Would you say someone who pardoned a pedophile who raped children, would you say that they condemn pedophilia?
I don't know why you're throwing me a little. I mean, it's not really on topic here. I think.
I'm just asking,
First of all-
do they condemn pedophilia?
Because I know what you're. I mean, I know what you're doing. And I mean.
It's obvious. It's obvious in that circumstance they don't condemn pedophilia because they pardoned a pedophile who raped a child.
All right, man. I don't know which case or which situation you're talking about. I'm not.
Oh, I'm
you
no.
know.
I'm not even talking about any specific circumstance. I'm just specifically
Yeah,
referencing.
not yet. Until you know.
Yeah, that like
until you're
if it was the case
"Well,
that someone
actually."
pardoned them. No. I'm serious. I'm not. This is not any circumstance applicable to Trump. I'm serious. I'm just saying that like, if that was true, they would be culpable for that.
I mean.
Like they
Yeah.
would they wouldn't be condemning it by pardoning them.
I would say objectively, or I'd say, yeah. I mean, in like a vacuumed example, I don't know if you're applying it to anything here, but I think it's, yeah. I mean, I think it's wrong to do something like that. I think it's also wrong to pardon. I mean, Biden pardoned his whole entire. Like he pardoned his son. He pardoned all these people that
No one that
committed
committed a
crimes
violent crime.
on his last day of office. I think I disagree with your,
If
basis
you were in
that
Joe
Trump-
Biden's circumstance, would you have pardoned your son?
No.
No, really?
Actually, I mean, probably, yeah, to be honest, but I think it's still, I mean, I don't know, man. It's such a hard situation to say because I'm not Joe Biden and I'm not.
Let's be honest. Would a good parent not pardon their son in that circumstance?
I mean, I'm not going to be the one to hold the, I'm not going to be the one to speak on what's considered good because that's different for everybody.
Then how are you going to say he was bad for doing that?
Pardon me?
Then how are you going to say he's bad for doing that? You
I
can't
mean, I'm not
evaluate if
saying-
it was good. How could you evaluate if it was bad?
I mean, I never used the word bad. I just think it's a bit hypocritical.
Sure. For Biden,
And-
not for me.
Well, no, I just think it's. I mean, yeah. I mean, Sorry, I'm looking at the comments here. Judgmental.
Yeah, we're just
Christian.
talking
Why
about
is
like
this guy saying I'm Christian?
like again, if a person pardons a pedophile who raped a child, we wouldn't say that they condemn pedophiles who rape children. We would say that they condone it, meaning that they're okay with it, which is fucking crazy, right? So if Donald Trump pardons violent rioters on January 6th who beat cops, that means he condones the behavior. He's okay with it.
I don't think that. I think that's just that's a falsified like equivalency. I don't
How?
think it's.
Then why would he pardon it?
See, here's the thing that I stumbled across your live here. I didn't come with any, I don't have anything on the top of my head, and I'm, admittedly, been nervous.
Well, I just want
in
to,
this.
you it's fine. You can
But I
think about
think-
that. I just want to let you know that you can think about this though, and I promise you, you won't be able to provide a reasonable explanation for why Donald Trump did this. That
Yeah,
means that
I-
he's raw. He's against violent crimes. You can't come up with any explanation as to why.
I mean, I don't think he incited it in the first place, is what I'm saying. I think, peacefully and patriotically.
He told them to go take back the country from those that stole it from them, and he said to fight like hell. And you know what? He would have enough plausible
what-
deniability
dude,
if he.
go watch
he would
every
I just
single
want to let you know.
Kamala
Listen to
rally where
this.
she
Listen,
says
listen,
fight
listen,
like hell.
listen to me here. Listen to me here.
Go ahead.
He would
I
have
apologize.
enough plausible deniability if he didn't pardon the violent rioters. I'm serious.
No, I
He
think that's a genuine good
I
argument.
genuinely wouldn't run this argument if I didn't have that point.
I think
wouldn't
that's a good
because I wouldn't
argument.
think it's as strong of an argument.
I mean, that's a good point, I think. But I still don't think. I think it's unfair to say he incited it. You can.
Yeah,
I mean,
like,
I think it's
that's
fair.
the, like
it's
I
a
didn't
fair-
say that prior to him pardoning. I didn't make the argument that he incited a violent insurrection. That's not the argument I made back then. Before he pardoned violent rioters, I didn't make that argument because it is the case that there is that plausible deniability because he also did say peacefully. But if he says peacefully and then pardons the violent rioters, that tells me he didn't actually mean peacefully because he pardoned the violent rioters.
See, I honestly, I don't want to make a full-on statement because I don't know the full nuances. I need to look into it more. But I think it's also just unfair that, and I understand that perspective, but I think a lot of people operate from their perception of the situation being fact, where it's hypocritical when other, watch all the Democrat rallies or in general, it's like fight like hell, fight like this, fight like that, and then just because no third-party people take action upon that statement, that just, changes the whole situation. I mean, I understand what you're saying about the rioters thing, and or about the pardons, and I need to look into that more. But can you admit that? Like, can we reach middle ground on that? That it's just, I think it's just unfair blame to put on somebody for what am I saying?
Good question. How is it unfair for me to put blame on him for pardoning violent rioters? Seriously, like, be real.
That's not what I said. I was saying it's unfair for people just automatically assume, and then they don't for others, and then it's up to non-related, like, or non tapped in people to government, third parties to like, if they riot and they don't, does that just automatically mean, like, if he said peacefully, patriotically, this and that, and then nobody went to the Capitol, stormed it, would you say the same thing about his statement?
If no one went to the Capitol, if he said that, well, then obviously then he wasn't able to lead people. So if he didn't have the capacity to lead people, well, then he technically didn't commit a crime and he didn't do anything bad there because he did that, other than like what he said, which even if you just said that, to go to the Capitol and to fight like hell like that and to take back the country that's been stolen from you, that in of itself is bad because he's lying to the American public, saying the election was stolen with no evidence, and he's trying to get people to act upon it with no evidence. That's bad.
See, I'm not going to say there's evidence, but I think there's a lot of things that need to be looked into around the past few elections, or past couple. I think it's worth, calling out, but I agree. I think Trump just he's got this kind of arrogance to him that attracts a lot of people and also pushes a lot of other people away. But I think I don't know, man. I voted for him. I wouldn't say I'm MAGA based on gender, like definitions a lot of people use. I'd say I'm definitionally liberal, actually. Um, I mean, I think the parties are nowhere near kind of where, traditionally or definitionally they are. But I think it's just kind of, I don't like how far apart everything is. And I feel like everything's just hate based.
Donald Trump divides this country more. Like when you when you get 70% of the Democrat or the Republican Party to believe the election was stolen with no evidence, that definitely divides the country, right?
Where's that 70% stat from?
Pretty sure it's like an AP poll. I can bring it back up. Here we go. So PolitiFact. And another poll's 70%. Yeah, here we are. Give me 1 second. No, it wasn't from AP. This is from Politico. 70% of Republicans don't think the election was free and fair.
Yeah, I mean, that's different what you said. You said 70% believe it was like stolen and rigged, didn't you? Or,
yeah, that means that they don't believe it's free and fair.
I mean, choice wording, but I'd say I'm
sure.
maybe,
I mean, I can provide more polls if you'd like.
Sure, but what's the same? I mean, it's really logistics don't matter that much. But I just think, I don't know, man. Honestly, I feel bad because I kind of came up here. I feel like I'm kind of just rambling and I'm admittedly nervous, like I said, and I don't debate people. I love one thing I'm pretty passionate about is and I still think it's very complicated, but is abortion. What is your view on that? And then I'll get out of here because a lot of people want me out of here. I think I've been pretty nice and understanding. I don't know, but
okay. Oh, here we go. There's plenty of different polls from Economist, Washington Post, CNN, Quinnipiac, that if you categorize them all, it has some of them have even up to 80% of the Republican Party believe and suspected there was that Biden wasn't legitimately elected. The question was about whether or not Biden was legitimately elected, so they clarified that as well. But yeah, repeat what you said. Sorry. What was my opinion on abortion? Is that what you asked?
Yeah, and then I'll get out of here because I don't want to take up too much of your time.
Well, I'm
here.
pro-choice.
Pro-choice to what point? Because I feel like pro-choice.
Pro-sentience.
Pro-sentience.
Sentience is 20 through 24 weeks.
Oh, that's
so
pretty, that's actually,
I like Roe versus Wade.
That's a lot like Trump's. That's kind of similar to Trump's.
No, it's not, because he wanted to leave it up to the states.
Yeah, I'm saying
it's similar to what he claimed, right? So like that's actually a point I used against Charlie Kirk because I think it's funny because he claims that, but then he doesn't actually hold to that when it comes to the legislative policy. And also I said that because Charlie thinks that's bad, because Charlie thinks that's murder up into that point. So
yeah, well, Charlie Kirk is Charlie Kirk, man. I mean, I agree with him on some things. I disagree on a lot of things. It's I find those pretty interesting. I haven't seen that one, but I should check it out. But okay, I mean that makes sense. I think so. What is your more past the point of it of like the legal weeks the logistics of it? What is your moral view? Why do you think it's wrong for somebody to abort it out of convenience or lack of
no.
Why is that?
It's not a person prior to sentience.
But what species is it?
By the way, I'm not saying it's not a part of the human species. I'm just saying it's
no,
not
I'm
a
not
person.
saying you're saying that. I'm just I don't know, I insinuated
sperm,
that, but
human sperm cells are a part of the human species.
I mean, but they're not fertilized. That's different. But
So what's your point? That you're just
Well, what was
saying
your point?
your original point was that it was a part of the human species. I don't care about fertilization.
Well, it's more about like what it's going to become, though. Is like if you're pro sentience, like
If
I know
I
this is
slap a
very-
zygote in a petri dish, should I go to prison? I did it on
Obviously not.
TikTok and YouTube for the content on the live. No? If I murder a person on live, should I go to prison?
Is a murder a person?
Yeah.
Obviously.
Okay. So if you don't, then you would have to say that I go to prison if I slap the zygote, because otherwise, you wouldn't be saying it's a person. Then it's not a person at fertilization.
When I mean, we haven't gotten into my views. I mean, I'm not pro-life through and through. I think that's pretty ridiculous. I think, you know, it's so case by case. I disagree more with a lot of Planned Parenthood and a lot of, you know, miseducation and misinformation to a lot of people. I think in instances of like rape, incest, obviously, I think I'm pro-choice through and through, and I think for the most part, I think every state should be pro-choice because regardless, people are going to have them, and I don't think, you know.
If you think
people
every
drive-
state should be pro-choice, well, then you obviously would agree that Roe versus Wade should have stayed in place.
I mean, sure, that's more of a, I mean, that's so tough because it's more of looking at like how you feel about big government versus state by state legislature.
You don't want to leave it up to the states, do you? Because then that restricts people's access to abortion when prior they did have accepted access to abortion. Because the federal protection is for to maintain their rights to get access to an abortion, right? Prior to viability. After viability, it's left up to the states. So the states still get autonomy after viability. But prior to viability, there are federal protections in place.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like I said, man, I think I'm asking more about, you know, your moral view, less of, you know, how it ties in with government because it's so nuanced and so hard.
Yeah, but like
I mean,
the question from a political perspective is not necessarily just a moral perspective. Now, oftentimes I'll talk about the moral perspective because that's what influences people's legal perspective. But if your moral perspective doesn't influence your legal perspective, well then there's really no point. You're pro-choice then, right? Why would you want to leave it up to the states though? Like what benefit do you get from leaving it up to the states?
I mean, that's a good question, man. I don't really have I've always been kind of indifferent about Roe v. Wade. I don't think it really changed, like, at least let me take that back. I think overturning it or, you know, leaving it up to the states, I don't really think that does much of anything to support the cause that, you know, a lot of conservatives, you know, are claiming it does. But I think, you know, and I'm pretty indifferent. I don't really have a stance on that. And, you know, I'm aware coming on to a political, you know, debate, I probably should. But I mean, I think it's more a problem with Planned Parenthood itself. I think it's a pretty evil organization.
Okay, how is Planned Parenthood evil?
Well, not evil through and I mean, again, that's a loaded statement, but I mean, the way it started is definitely disgusting. And
so how
it's
do you
just
feel
a
about
lot.
Donald Trump saying that we should stop talking about slavery so much? And it is the case that the Smithsonian focuses on slavery too much when it's supposed to specifically bring attention to the fact that the U.S. has a history of slavery and that that's harmful and bad. And actually an important aspect of our progression as a society, right, is acknowledging the bad and harmful aspects of our past. If you don't acknowledge them, like what Donald Trump is specifically advocating to do, and you try to whitewash them, well, then you cannot acknowledge these things for the future and prevent them from happening in the future. Us hearing about history prevents the likelihood that we do this in the future because we realize the harms of the past.
I agree,
If
but
you
what was
don't
the
realize the harms
context?
of the past, it's harder to prevent them from the future. And oftentimes, a lot of people in the U.S. don't know that, and that's why they let fascism, like, literally happen in their country. Nancy, thank you for the $10, by the way. Thank you.
What can you provide me the context? 'Cause I'm just unaware of when Donald Trump said the slavery statement.
Yeah,
Not specifically about the
that
Smithsonian.
was just today. Or yesterday. or it was yesterday or the day before, he posted a tweet on Twitter. Do you want me to type it or tell you?
Sure. Yeah.
All right.
Sorry, I'm looking at these comments here. It's kind of I like.
Let me go to Twitter. Give me 1 second.
I mean, it sounds like a crazy statement, but to an extent, I think certain
oh my
things
God,
are
I'm not
just.
signed in on Twitter. Crazy. Let me go onto my phone.
I think certain things just need to be not forgotten or not pushed aside, like still acknowledged and all that. But I think like a lot of what Obama did is kind of, you know, like talk about systemic, you know, or push agendas about the white man or you know, systemic racism.
What are you saying? Yeah, like we should acknowledge systemic oppression. Do you agree?
I mean, it depends on.
So here's what he said. Here's what he said. The museums throughout Washington, but all over the country, are essentially the last remaining segment of "quote unquote" woke. The Smithsonian is out of control, where everything discussed is how horrible our country is, how bad slavery was, and how unaccomplished the I don't know what that means, have been. Nothing about success, nothing about brightness, nothing about the future. We are not going to allow this to happen. And I have instructed my attorneys to go to the museums and start the exact same process that has been done with colleges and universities where the tremendous progress has been made. This country cannot be woke because woke is broke. We have the hottest country in the world, and we want people to talk about it, including in our museums. So he's actively harming our museums in which showcase the past in which people have been harmed and negatively impacted in this country.
And I think the word woke is so cringe at this point.
Yeah, it's really cringe that he says that, isn't it?
I think anyone who says it, yeah. But I think to a point, man, it's sometimes it's just the sole focus of everything, and it's almost like it's like Democrats, and I'm not, you know, I wouldn't say I'm a Republican. I'd say I'm independent. I think it's ignorant to, you know, if someone checks a box to just vote for him.
Is it not an issue that he's trying to rewrite history?
Is
that not an issue? Like, he's literally going to the Smithsonian and saying take out parts of it that specifically call out the fact that slavery is bad.
That's not rewriting history.
That is literally him actively trying to rewrite history. Yes, it is. He is literally going towards our museums that showcase history, and he's trying to rewrite it to be more positive rather than acknowledging the past in which is negative.
I don't think that's quite the same thing. I think I mean, it's just, I feel at this point, man, there's so much opportunity for everybody and it's equal. And I think saying that's not the fact, and that's kind of is segmenting from what we're debating about, but I think it's just the sole focus, which is my problem with it is, I think, you know, it didn't used to be this divided, I feel.
Because Donald Trump has made it more divided.
I disagree.
Okay, when was it less divided in this country?
I'd say the 90s or 2000s.
Well,
I mean, I think...
What tells you that the 90s and 2000s were less divided?
I mean, just based on, you know, anecdotes and, you know, talking with people, and I know that's not, you know, a basis for argument or a basis for stuff like that, but I think with Obama, a lot of the divide came from, you know, the 8 years he was in office, just from the constant...
So you think Obama divided things? How did Obama divide things?
It's just his rhetoric, man. I mean...
Like what? What did he say?
I don't have direct quotes for you.
He called
right
for
now,
would you say him calling for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, was dividing the country?
What'd you say?
Would you say that Obama calling for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, right? Do you think that specifically was dividing the country?
I'm not too sure what you mean.
I'm just asking, was that dividing the country? Like, is that an example?
No. I don't think so.
No, it's not an example. So Obama didn't say that. That was Trump, and that definitely does divide the country, calling for the termination of the Constitution. So explain to me how Obama caused more division.
Obama violated the Constitution so many times, dude.
Name one time.
I mean, gun control,
Name the specific gun control policy.
dude. I'm not a debate streamer.
You have no clue. You don't even know what you're talking about. You can't mention one time that he went against the Constitution. And by the way, passing a policy that then gets shown as unconstitutional does not mean that you went against the Constitution. It just means that you have to go through a different route in order to be able to pass such policy. Going against the Constitution would be like Donald Trump disobeying a Supreme Court order 9-0, right? Or him deporting people without due process, detaining people without due process. That's violating the Constitution, the 14th Amendment. Or like him calling for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. You can acknowledge any of those?
Sure. What was the second one you said?
The second one? I don't remember what the second one was. Which one?
Or the
did
last
you
the
get?
last one. Sorry, I'm spacing. The last one you said.
Termination of the Constitution?
No. Hold on. Just repeat what you said. I'm sorry.
Is there anything else you'd like to talk about, Rad? Because I don't think there's anything productive from this dialogue. You didn't provide anything.
Yep. All right, man. Well, I hope you have a great night. I appreciate you having.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Dean Withers has 19 fucking days to pay.
Now it's 19 days? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Whitney with the fucking TikTok universe. Whitney! Oh my god! Holy shit, can we get some W's for Whitney in the comment section right now? By the way, Jeff, how old are you? Okay, not even there. W's for Whitney in the comment section. The fucking TikTok universe. Holy shit. W's for Whitney in the comment section. Holy fucking shit. By the way, for people on YouTube, that's like the biggest gift you could send over TikTok. It's like a lot. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. Can we get some W's right now in the comment section for Whitney? Holy shit. Whitney, thank you so much. That's fucking crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can we rape all women? Can we rape all women?
What'd you say? Zen, what'd you say? Okay, I don't know what they said. Oh, gross. Oh, what the fuck? I thought he said the first word that people are saying. That's crazy. I didn't hear the whole thing. That's fucking nuts. Oh my god. That's so fucking gross, dude. Bro, that person should go to fucking prison. That's so fucking gross. Yo, what's up? How old are you? That's so fucking horrible. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Donald Trump? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Peachy, thank you so much. I appreciate the balanced speakers. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 27.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I sure do.
Why so?
In general, or over the last few days.
Why do you support him in general?
In general, I mean, I don't support transgenders.
Trans people, by the way, trans people are people. Secondly, as it relates to this,
What
why
did
don't
I
you
call
support?
them?
Why don't you support
Transgenders, and you want me to call them
trans people? Trans people, yeah, call them.
Is that a
people.
new thing?
No, it's a thing in general. It's not
Trans
new.
people, not
Yes,
transgenders.
trans people. People exist. Yeah, trans
When
people
did
exist.
transgenders turn into trans people?
Trans people. Don't do it again.
No one has ever said that. That's a new thing. That's a new
No,
thing.
no,
that you
it's
came up
not.
with.
No, it's not.
Trans people. I've
Trans
never
people.
heard of that. I've never heard of that. I live in New York City.
That's
I've
fine.
never
That's
heard of
that's
that.
fine. That's fine. You living in New York City doesn't mean you hear everything. Okay, this is not a new
But
thing.
trans people and not transgenders. There's such thing as
Hey,
transgender.
hey, do it one more time and I'll fucking kick you. Trans people, they're people. Now, why do you why? What do you have against trans people? What do you have against trans people?
That's kind of fucked up that you have the ability to turn off my microphone like a psycho.
You want to unmute your mic? You have the ability to, or did you leave? By the way, oh, that was the last person. By the way, she like thinks it's totally okay for her to be disrespectful to trans people, but I mute her, and that's the end of the world. She left, by the way. She left. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. By the way, everyone, I got my second flag, so I got to hit a quick restart. Everyone. For the 3.3 thousand people here on TikTok, I'd recommend to go over to the YouTube Parker Get a Job, or you can, come back here in literally like 15, 20 seconds. All you have to do is go to my account, click on the profile picture, right, and then refresh. I should be live, and you should be able to refresh and click my profile picture, and I'll be live here in literally 20, 30 seconds, everyone. I will see y'all then. I love y'all so much. I'll be right back, everyone. Again, let's get some W's in the comment section, everyone. Right now for Whitney again. Let's get some more W's for Whitney in the comment section as well. Especially here on YouTube. I appreciate it. Seriously, that's fucking crazy. Yes, I would Alrighty. Let's hit live again. Alrighty. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. Everyone. Make sure to hit that thumbs up. How many thumbs up do we have, everyone? I think we have 1.9 thousand. Let's try to get it to 3,000, everyone. Let's try to get it to 3,000 if we can. What's up, everyone? Do give it a second for people to join up. Make sure if you're on YouTube to subscribe if you haven't already, everyone. Subscribe if you haven't already. Alrighty. Let's go on to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
25.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Are you driving?
I am.
You gotta come on when you're not driving. TikTok rules. Come on when you're not driving. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Before I get into that, I was wondering on
Wait,
your
what's your birth year?
March 3rd of 2006.
Okay. And you said you're 19?
Yeah.
Okay, so why do you support Donald Trump?
But before I get into Donald Trump and stuff like that, I was wondering on what your thoughts of Israel. Because, like, in particular, like, what are your thoughts of Israel?
They're committing a genocide in Gaza. They actively want to illegally annex the Gaza and the West Bank. while they're currently illegally settling the West Bank and in Gaza, literally creating conditions of an open-air prison, along with an apartheid state which does not recognize the same conditions for rights for Palestinians as it does for Israelis. They're designated under a different law, especially in terms of how, when they commit a crime, what type of law is applicable to them. And then along with the fact that, I mean, they're currently mass starving Palestinians, not allowing enough aid and food trucks to go into the land.
What about Gaza? Like, instead of Palestine, what do you think about, like, Israel and Gaza? Like, you got what I mean?
The Galaxy, thank you. I'm confused. I just explained.
Like, why are some reasons you hate them? Like, what did they do to Gaza exactly? Like,
I said they
can you give
committed a
some
genocide,
facts?
mass starved Palestinians. They're mass
Yeah, but
murdering Palestinians.
didn't they provide Gaza for like 30 years of food and water? For 30 years.
No, they've currently been determined by the international community to not be allowing enough food to go into the
No,
region,
I'm not-
which is a
I'm
war
not talking
crime
about
because
right now.
they're starving a innocent civilian population.
Yeah, I'm not talking about right now.
Do you support
I'm talking
Israel?
about back. Yes, I do.
Oh, you support a state currently mass starving innocent Palestinians?
Oh, I have a question for you.
Do you want me to send you an
They-
AP News article right now that will indicate to you that they're mass starving Palestinians?
Parker,
Would you accept
let me
that as
talk.
information?
Parker.
Wait, no, do you
let me
accept
talk.
that? I'm asking, do you accept that?
What do I accept? What? Could you repeat what you said?
AP News, an article I can send you right now that indicates that Israel is mass starving Palestinians by not allowing enough food to go into the region.
Oh yeah, I understand that. Obviously they would. It's a war. Who wouldn't do that? It's a
Wait,
literal
that's a war crime. That's a war crime.
it's a-
It's
yeah,
a war crime to mass starve an innocent civilian population.
Okay, but I have a question for you. Did or did not Israel provide Gaza for 30 years food and water since
Are they currently
1991
restricting it
up
right
till
now?
2023? Not
Are-
talking about right now.
no,
I'm
they
talking about in
didn't. No, they didn't.
general. Go check your facts right now. Go Google. Go check
No,
anything.
they
man.
didn't. What are you talking about?
How did they not?
You said you
How
didn't.
did they not?
Wait. Zionists literally claim they pulled out in 2005.
Yeah, they pulled. Okay, so hold on a second. They pulled out. But
You
did
understand
they
that there
give
was an
free food and
occupation
water?
and an open air prison that they created
Okay, but
because
what did
of all
Gaza?
of the
What did
conditions
Gaza
around.
provide Israel? Hold on. For anything, what did Gaza
Wait,
provide
I'm
Israel?
sorry. I'm
Anything.
sorry. Are you still not going to address that they're mass starving Palestinians?
No,
I literally gave
I'll
you a
get to
source
that
of it. If
point.
you
I
d-
just- I
no,
asked the
not you're
question
gonna
first.
get to it.
Hold
You're
on.
gonna fucking answer my point here. You
No,
literally,
but I
you're
asked
by
the
the way, you're
question
supporting a country mass starving innocent people. They're committing war crimes, and right now you can't fucking address that.
You can't answer my question.
You're the one not answering mine right now. I just asked you a question,
Parker,
and you
why are
asked
you
a question to
crashing out?
pivot because you're literally advocating for a state that's mass starving people.
I'm being calm. I'm calm.
That
Let's
doesn't
be
matter.
calm. Let's have a civil conversation.
Wait, I'm sorry. If you advocate for mass starving innocent people, I'm going to have an emotional response to that.
I'm not
If you don't
denying
have an
that.
emotional response to that, there's something wrong with you. That's not something wrong with me. To have a fucking emotional response to people being mass starved. I'm sorry. Do you have any fucking humanity? Do you have any humanity at all? Calm does not fucking matter when you're supporting a side mass starving innocent children. What are you talking about?
Parker, I mean, you
Respond to what
kinda
I'm
like-
saying. Respond to what I'm saying.
I'm not denying that they're mass starving.
Okay, so then you think that's justified that they're mass starving Palestinians?
Yeah, I
Yeah, you do.
understand that.
Fuck off. Fuck off. I don't care if you sit there and you act like you're okay, you're calm saying it. Someone calm saying they want to support mass murdering people is fucking insane. That's fucking nuts. Okay? What? What are you talking about? If Hitler fucking in a calm voice said it was justified for him to slaughter Jewish people, right? That doesn't mean it's not fucking unhinged, insane, fucking genocidal, and disgusting war crimes against fucking humanity. Literally, that's fucking nuts. What? Saying genocidal shit in a calm fucking voice does not make that genocidal shit okay. That's fucking absolutely insane. Jared, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. Chisel, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. And by the way, you should have an emotional response to people being fucking starved. Brittany, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much on PayPal. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that we can provide community. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Good W's for them in the comment section. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 28.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
It's gonna be the same things that you hear typically from everybody else. Mainly border and mainly law and order. And before you respond really, really quickly with your really, really fast responses, because I think that you think talking fast indicates intelligence. I don't know if that's exactly true, but how do you explain, just like, and we don't have to get super deep into this, but how do you explain? I've seen so many videos of longtime residents of DC that are totally okay with the crackdown on crime. Now, don't get me wrong, we can both find videos where people are going to bitch about it. Like, I'm not denying that at all. But how do you explain the people that live there that are okay with it?
There were people in Nazi Germany that supported it. That doesn't make it justified. That's crazy. Now, I don't think
That's
that
crazy.
talking...
People that have been there for decades.
Can I finish? I never said talking fast indicated that I'm intelligent. I just happen to talk fast. I can slow down if you would like me to and explain it more thoroughly if you'd like it. London, thank you for the $5. And then you said you're pro law and order while also simultaneously voting for a convicted criminal held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman that pardoned violent rioters on January 6th who beat cops were convicted of it. And Donald Trump called them patriots after.
Yeah, I know you've been saying that, except for the pardons because he wasn't president, but the rest of it you've been saying for 2 years. And this is a genuine question, like I've been wanting to ask you. I thought that whenever Trump won, that I thought there was pretty radical rhetoric on both sides. I thought that whenever Trump won, Democrats, liberals would maybe try and change their strategy of just saying like Trump bad, everything bad, because that is like, do you believe that like that is why you guys, your side lost the election? And I'm not being degrading, I promise. Like I'm genuinely asking because I'm pretty middle of the road.
I don't think they said Trump bad enough. I don't think they highlighted the badness of Trump enough, if anything. The idea that
Really?
Yeah, the idea that like we talked only about Trump being bad is ridiculous, especially from a like politician standpoint. Politicians barely talked about the fact that he was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. They
Well,
barely
who else
talked
did
about
you?
January 6th. They barely talked
If
about...
you didn't talk
Hold
about
up,
it
can I
that
please finish?
strongly,
Can I
then
please finish?
sure,
dude?
I'm sorry. Sure, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think they should be more specific to go against him and to call him out for being bad. And then, like, again, I think that Donald Trump didn't have any policy, didn't have any plans. It had concepts of a plan, and then no one ever questioned that. Along with, I wanted to also say this about or what you said earlier. There was the lowest rate of crime in the past 30 years right before Trump got in office in D.C. So the idea that D.C. needed to be federalized is ridiculous. Why didn't Trump do it under
Yeah,
his first administration?
yeah, but look at where the crime spiked in 2020 compared to a 25% decline. Just because you had a 25% decline doesn't mean that it was something like it doesn't mean it went down to an acceptable number. I
Wait,
mean,
but I'm just saying.
we're all
No, you're not listening to me. I said it
No,
was
I'm
the
listening.
it was the lowest in the past 30 years, right when Trump was getting in office, lowest in 30 years, meaning that when Trump was first in the position of presidency, crime was higher. So why didn't he federalize D.C. Under his first admin?
Yeah, look at crime rates in 2020 or
Under Trump?
2016 in DC.
Yeah, 2016 and under Obama.
I'm talking about the election. So yeah, 2017 is obviously when he was inaugurated. So then go ahead and look at him from 2017 to 2021
Yeah,
when
and
Biden
it was higher.
inaugurated, and then look at the.
It was lowest. It was lowest when Trump was getting in office, comparative to what it was under his first administration. It was a 30-year low, right when Biden was leaving office.
Yeah, it's a 25% decrease in crime. Like you can go forward 10 steps and back 2.
Wait, so then why are you
That's
not
a
advocating to federalize other cities in America in which have higher crime rates than DC? Why didn't you advocate to federalize it
because
under his first administration? Why didn't he do it under his first
uh,
administration? It seems like there's no response to this.
well, there would be a response if you just give me a second. But it's
Sure.
because that no, I don't advocate him federalizing troops across the country. The difference with DC is that DC is a federally jurisdictioned city. So that is within his constitutional rights to do so. And yes, the crime in DC, even though it's down 25%, you can say a 30-year low. Even 30 years ago, it's still too high. So 25% down is not enough. And it's under federal jurisdiction. So it is okay to do it. Do I think he should just send the National Guard in to Houston or to Chicago? Probably not. I mean, I can't say I'd ever rule any thought out, but like probably not. No, because I want to follow the Constitution.
You want to follow the Constitution while supporting a guy who called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, who literally undermines Supreme Court orders 9-0, right? Who literally calls for undermining due process rights for people in the country, which the Constitution actually grants. Who called for people to be put in prison for a year for burning the American flag, which the Supreme Court indicated is protected by the First Amendment.
Have you not figured out yet that about 80% of what Donald Trump says is rage bait and you guys fall for it? Like, have you genuinely not figured that out?
Really? Come on, that's ridiculous. I'm sorry. That's
It
incredibly
certainly is
ridiculous.
rage bait.
Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you. I don't want my president rage baiting the population. That's ridiculous. Isn't that for division? Doesn't that create more division?
So, what?
I don't want
Does
to.
it create what?
So you're saying Trump isn't serious, and that he just rage baits people in the position of presidency? Why would you want that? That's actually
Well, I think
ridiculous.
every
That's
president
incredibly.
does it
that's
to
in-
an extent.
Really? Can you name one time Biden or Harris or Obama did that? Obama wearing a tan suit.
Whenever Obama at the White House press
Dijon mustard.
correspondence dinner rage baited Trump into saying, "At least I will go down as president, and at least Trump can focus on." You don't think that's rage bait?
Towards Trump, yeah, but that's not towards the country.
Okay.
I'm okay with him rage baiting Trump. I don't have an issue with that. But like
Right.
Trump, you're saying it's okay for Trump to rage bait the whole fucking country?
No, Trump's not rage baiting the country. Trump's rage baiting the folks on your side that literally they take everything that he says entirely too seriously.
So we can't take the president of the United States serious. That's probably an issue.
No, so two things can be true at once, right? Like you can have threats of some bullshit, or you can have actual bullshit, and because you know somebody's personality, something can be true, something cannot be true. And if you think that like every time your parents threatened you growing up that they were entirely serious, no, like dude, you're so you try and be so black and white with your comparisons.
You
Like,
okay?
I
You're
can say
you're,
I can
you're,
say
you're
the
doing this.
sky's
You did the
blue.
same thing as Ben Shapiro. You just say him saying he called for the termination of the Constitution, just as him not being serious. How the hell do you know when he's being serious and when he's not being serious? Because to me, looking at the tweet, he looks incredibly serious. Do you want me to read you the tweet?
Well, because I can't hear anybody's tone or intention through a tweet. I can just read.
Wait, I'm sorry.
So,
You
I
can
mean-
you can clearly see this, and it's not like he clarified after that. That's not what he said. He said, "So with the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception, and working closely with the big tech companies, the DNC and the Democrat Party, do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner, or do you have a new election? Massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Our great founders did not want and would not condone false and fraudulent elections." That's quite literally him being totally serious. The idea that that's not serious is ridiculous. Speaking of which, I'm about to post that video of Ben Shapiro tomorrow just to highlight how ridiculous that is.
Did you debate Ben Shapiro or no?
Yeah, but I didn't get enough time to talk to him. And they put the majority of the time that I talked to him on the second account on Jubilee. It was really weird.
Like, what does that mean? What do you mean?
It's on their second
Oh, you're
account.
saying like where you
Yeah.
where you feel like you like got your jabs
No,
in
I,
or whatever.
I
like it
only
wasn't
got
posted?
I only really got to debate him once. The other time was for 50 seconds or something. I asked him like one question, but and he didn't even like really answer it at all. And if we're referencing the first thing that I talked to him about was public institutions, I only got a few minutes to talk to him. I didn't get enough time to talk to him. I was just about to get him on a point. I was about to talk about the fact that there were 70% of the Republican Party that he got to believe the election was rigged, right? Or that Joe Biden was an illegitimate president. So if that is the case, then obviously he's undermining our public institutions, as people who are voted into office are put into those positions because of the people who are voting. And if the people who are voting believe in such delusional bullshit with no basis of evidence because of the position in presidency, right, because he's utilizing his trust, right, in order to uproot our public institutions, that's a threat to our public institutions, because he was arguing that Kamala Harris was a greater threat to our public institutions, which is crazy.
Yeah, so I mean, if you bring up public institutions, just thinking about the simple, you got a Republican Party, Democrat Party, you got independents, and then that's not necessarily relevant when it comes down to a presidential election. When you talk about upending institutions, why do you think that like Tulsi Gabbard had a much more solid uh, lead in the primaries than Kamala did? Kamala was off the stage very fast.
Tulsi
Why do you
Gabbard
think?
wait, that's just not true. Tulsi Gabbard had significantly less support than Kamala Harris in the primaries. That's just you're not even close to true. Gabbard pulled like 1 to 2% maximum. Okay, like the idea that Tulsi Gabbard pulled more in the 2020 race than Kamala Harris is ridiculous. Kamala Harris is between 8 to 15%. She was the vice president, literally dropped out because she became the vice president. What are you talking about? And secondly, Trump ran in 2000 and got nothing.
Yeah, I'm talking about in 2020 for that election.
Yeah, I understand.
I'm saying that
Tulsi
I'm not
Gabbard had
saying that she had
significantly less
more.
support.
What I'm saying is that no, I'm saying that Tulsi Gabbard had significant support among the candidates running. And
No.
why do you think? Go ahead, finish.
No, like I'm serious. No. She did not. She did not. You can look back at her polling numbers. She had nothing. Jared, thank you so much for the $5.
When did Kamala have to get off the stage?
When she dropped out to be the vice president?
Right, but that was after a primary candidate was selected.
No, it wasn't. It was.
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't. She dropped out.
Yes,
well,
what are you
she-
talking about?
She dropped out before they even ran the elections. In any of the
Yeah.
areas.
Yeah, I'm talking about it was only yes, she dropped out before. That's what I'm saying. Why did she drop out? Why did she drop out? That was
To be the
before a
vice
primary
president.
candidate was no. She was not still in the running for president when Joe Biden selected her to be VP. She had suspended her campaign.
Wait, by the way, she suspended her campaign to be vice president.
I don't think that's accurate.
It is accurate.
No.
And
Go
even
look
if
it up.
by the way, I have. Even if that wasn't the case, that still doesn't mean anything. Even if she didn't have a win in 2020, doesn't mean anything. If we want to look at Trump in 2000, he had no support at all.
Yeah, but Trump had no support because he was looked at as a television star. Kamala had no support after being an AG, after being a senator, and with 15 years of experience, 10, 15 years of experience, she still had no support and no respect.
When did let's see. I'm trying to see when she was picked as VP. Because she dropped out of the presidential race. Here, I'm trying to see. In 2019. December 3rd, 2019.
Yeah, and Biden didn't announce his VP running mate until August 11th of 2020.
Yeah, I'm not saying that was announced at the same time.
You said that was the whole reason she dropped out. No, the reason she dropped out is because she was incredibly unpopular.
That's one that she was not incredibly unpopular. 8 to 15% is not incredibly unpopular. Do you think that she wasn't? Do you think okay? Here's my point. How about this? I'll clarify. She was dropping out for a position, right, in Biden's campaign. She didn't know whether or not that would be the vice president, but she was at least doing so for a position in the campaign.
I think that's a solid excuse to say that. But then whenever you look at all the other candidates that dropped out relative to the same time, they didn't all get positions in the administration either. So, I mean, I don't know why.
Again, but they didn't have as much support as she did. Which particular people are you referencing?
The people that dropped out?
Yeah.
Buttigieg
Buttigieg got a position.
Yeah, I'm saying he dropped out though.
Yeah, he got a position.
Yeah, he was transportation
Wait,
secretary.
would you say that Buttigieg dropped out for a position?
No, I think he dropped
What?
out because
Come on.
Well, anybody that drops out, you have to look at numbers. Anybody that drops out,
wait. If anything, Buttigieg almost he basically was tied with Bernie for winning Iowa. Right? Like, genuinely, Buttigieg had a huge lead, right, starting out of those states. Now, people argued that probably likely wouldn't have run in the long run, but it's not like he dropped out at low support or anything. He had high support still.
I don't think so because by October of
I think
19,
it's pretty obvious that Kamala Harris and Buttigieg, right, the part of them dropping out was so that they could be a part of the campaign.
regardless of if it was or wasn't,
It's fine.
you
Yeah,
have to drop out of
that's
a
exactly what I'm
presidential
saying.
campaign. You have to
Yeah.
drop out of a presidential
If
campaign
you don't win.
because donors understand that you're not popular and they stop giving you money. You can't afford to fund the campaign. So then what you do is I was sitting here and me and Biden were going back and forth with each other and she was calling Biden a racist and blah 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 blah.
She said that
And so they
he's
go
not
back.
racist. She actually specifically said that he's not racist.
She said that he supported busing
Okay.
while she was a little girl going to school.
No,
She called him
said,
racist.
No, she said that he was not racist and said that he opposed busing. You fucking idiot.
No, she didn't say that.
Yes, she did.
Go look it up.
I've already watched the clips. I know exactly what we're referencing.
Yeah, no, she definitely said.
Oh, hey.
What's good? What's good?
Hey, no, she actually never said that. She did oppose his position on busing, as Parker said, never call him a racist. But if this is your gripe, what do you think she would say about Donald Trump? Is he not a racist by comparison?
Well, yeah, I'm sure you're going to tell me, so let me know.
Well, I mean, I'm just asking you, is he not racist by comparison to Biden? Your silence is deafening. So the position that he had was against people being bussed across city lines, across city limits into territories that were not familiar with them, that were particularly hostile at the time. And to some extent, I kind of agree with that. I think that the way that we did busing in the 1960s and 70s was not conducive of a safe environment for black people. I think Biden recognized that, and within his statement that had to do with that, he alludes to just that. Was the issues having to do with busing? Was the complex and unsafe measures going into that? If we want to talk about like who is the racist in the race here, I mean, it's very clear Harris versus Trump. Which one is the more racist candidate of the two?
Was that your point?
I just wanted you to answer that. I mean, you're not saying anything.
Well, I don't know whether Joe Biden or Donald Trump are, quote, more racist. What I do know is that I'm not talking about Biden's stance in the 70s, and I'm not talking about Trump's stance in the 70s. I'm talking about
By the way,
Kamala's stance.
let me repeat the question.
Right. I'm talking
Who
about
is
Kamala's
more
stance.
who's more racist? Kamala Harris or Donald Trump? Because I think that's a very easy question to answer.
Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I already know you're probably going to bash me, but I think she is.
She's more racist against who?
Against anybody that doesn't agree that she's a victim.
Wait, how is that racist? Racism
I mean,
has
how's
to do
it
with
racist?
particular races. If she's against anybody, then that's not racist.
Dude, well, can you define racism, Dakota? Push the galaxy.
Can I define it?
Yeah, define racism.
Yeah, I mean, it would be the disparity against anybody based off of their color.
Right.
Okay,
And
name
so,
one thing Kamala Harris has ever done that's racist.
Well, she locked up all of the black folks in California for simple
All of
marijuana
them?
violations.
Wait, by the way, because of their race?
It's actually not true.
And also, there's no racial demographics as well. You can't even identify that. So, on the like imprisonment statistics that you're referencing, you can't even reference that, or arrest statistics you're referencing.
So you can't
Push the galaxy.
say that. Okay.
There's
because
no
say
racial
that-
demographics on that. That's one thing. Two, as it relates to this, you're saying it was because of their race. You have no evidence it was because of the race, especially because we're referencing Kamala Harris. Secondly, Donald Trump supports that policy. Donald Trump supports the drug war, which will disproportionately negatively impact Black Americans.
Yeah, so you're saying you can't inherently say that it was racist, right? Just like the
I mean,
argument you've been making.
You're wrong.
That
She only
that-
prosecuted 45 people. Under her tenure, under her 8-year tenure as district attorney, only 45 people were convicted over grass-related offenses. I don't know how that constitutes all black people in California. Perhaps my numbers are off. I only live here, but
yeah, I'm talking
45.
about everybody
Just a
that
second.
Was, I'm talking about
45. That is
everybody that was
45.
arrested for the grass. I
45.
didn't say
Right.
all of them in
45 people
California.
were sentenced. 45 people were sentenced.
And by the way, they're so pro enforcing the law, but when it comes to Kamala Harris enforcing the law, then it's bad.
No, that's actually not true. It's the hypocrisy within. We are
How's that
fine
hypocritical?
because she comes out with a platform and she says that she wants to reduce sentences for this and not prosecute for that. Well, we are fine with enforcing the law, but whenever you change your opinion, that's not okay.
None of this is racism, though. Like, you're saying that she's specifically more racist than Donald Trump because of something that you can't even associate to be racist. Under your
So look
perspective,
up-
you under
look
your
up-
own perspective. Wait,
look
you
up
under
the
your-
amount-
Wait,
look
wait,
up
wait,
the amount
wait,
of-
wait, wait, wait. I have a question. Do you, under your own perspective, consider this racist?
Consider what she was doing racist?
Yeah, yeah.
So by your own standard, it's not racist. Okay, let's
Right.
try again. In what other
No,
way?
we
is she
can
more
we can
racist?
continue trying. So
Okay.
my
Wait, no,
point being
Dakota, answer the
is
question. Dakota, answer the question. Is it under
just
your
answered it.
definition racist? No, you didn't.
that I just said no, it's not. Do you
Oh,
need
if
your
it's
hearing
not.
checked?
Wait, so wait, you did not say that. I didn't hear it. By the way, so if you want to reference, if you
Wait,
want to reference,
hold up,
wait,
hold up. I
hold up.
literally just said
the mic didn't pick it up. Then say you,
Okay,
you
he
said
no,
no.
it's not.
You said no, it's not. So again, in that circumstance, you're saying it's not racist. So again, what did Kamala Harris do that was racist? That's the original question I asked you. Name one thing she did that was racist. Under your own view.
One thing she did that was racist was okay. We'll just go super simple. Is advocating for reparations
How is that
for
racist?
people that never did anything, for supporting DEI. By definition,
Wait, how is that
whenever
racist?
by definition, whenever you support DEI, you are segregating people based off of their
Okay,
race.
I see. So when the Republicans tout
Inclusion?
that they freed the slaves, that was what was that? Was that
Wait.
racist for them to free slaves?
Yes, Lily, he has to say that. He also has to say that racial integration is racist because that's
It's
also DEI.
racist, right? And the
That-
civil rights movement.
That's DEI. So he thinks that that's also racism. Are you fucking insane?
No, I'm not insane.
Right.
Yes, you
but
are.
like definitionally freeing the slaves included them in society, recognized them legally. And you're against that. Because
No,
by
I'm
your
not-
terms that would
no,
be
I'm not
DEI,
against that.
which is racist. Well, it is. That's
Okay,
what
well, how-
that's
how
how
far-
else
how
would you
far-
describe it?
How far can it go is my thing. How far can it go? Because sometimes when you like, I want a medium rare steak cooked that's grass fed, and you get a medium rare steak. That's it. It's done. It cannot be any more medium rare. It cannot be any more grass fed. So like,
I don't know
how
what
far
this
does
analogy is. I don't eat steak,
No,
but
how far does this bar go, bro? Like,
You're supposed to tell me, how
I
does
am
this constitute
fine.
racism?
I am fine with inclusion. What I'm not fine with
No, you're not.
is people. Why would how am I not fine with inclusion? What do
He
you
actually-
railing against it right now.
Exactly.
How?
You're literally saying DEI is racist. You said DEI is racist. Actually, name the specific DEI policy Kamala Harris supports that you think is bad and racist.
hiring somebody based off of their color versus their merit?
Wait. What specific policy does she support in which does that you disagree with?
Oh, is this is where you like to do your little comparisons? Name me a statute. Name me a blah 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 blah. Blah. Like,
I mean, you should
Dude.
be able to define the policy if apparently it exists. So far as I know, I don't know anybody that was just hired because of them being black. Certainly,
Yeah.
I've never gotten a job that way.
So what Kamala Harris policy specifically did this?
she was never president. Do you want me to look up a statute of something
Right, but
that
she doesn't have to
supported?
be president to support policies. I mean, even on a state level, on just like a
Yeah,
personal
no,
level,
that's
anything.
not the no. That's
Right.
not the
When
point.
has she
Yes.
ever come out and said or wrote or endorsed a policy or candidate or piece on the ballot that said people ought to be hired because they're black?
Well, I'll have to look it
Welcome,
up
indeed.
since you want me to give you a. I guess since you want me to give you a.
Yeah, I mean, when you
statute.
make, I'm not asking for a statute, just any instance that would support your claim here. When you make such bold, boisterous, factless claims like that, you get caught up on your own tongue. Nothing of the sort exists. You have to realize that. I mean, what you're saying is just inane bullshit. You've been fed propaganda of what you think of what you think DEI is, of what you think reparations are, what you think racial inclusion is, and it has nothing to do with reality. No one is going out there saying just hire them because they're black.
So define DEI for me, and I don't mean
Diversity, equity, and inclusion.
No. Define
You asked
what
me to
that.
define it.
Define what it looks like and how it's applied.
Sure, hiring veterans and the disabled, making sure that there are accommodations for people who are wheelchair bound. That is a form of DEIA. That's the A that you guys frequently forget about. Ensuring that there are people who are recognized and represented in their fields of work. Not simply that they have to check out a box, but just that there is the accommodation towards their hiring and that there are no biases within that process.
So how do you mitigate that? Is my question. How do you
Through
mitigate that when
DEI.
you? Okay, so when you have, how do you not hire somebody that is either colored, disabled, whatever the case may be, and not get
Wait. Hold
and
up,
not get a
let's-
strike?
A person of color. Let's not use that terminology.
Colored is different than a person of color.
We don't say, nobody has said colored in decades, my guy.
What else would be colored besides a person? I thought it was inherently
Bro, we are people before we are colors.
okay.
We are people.
What would stop somebody from not being able to hire a person of color versus hiring them? Like, where do you draw that line if somebody falls within that DEI guideline? How do you even not hire somebody without being accused of violating that or being racist or being sexist or discriminating against the Americans with Disabilities Act? Like, how do you not hire them then? Like,
Can you
what if they're
reword
not
this
qualified?
I'm really not sure what you're asking. That is taken into account. Is their merit, is their background, is their qualifications. But in addition to that, it's whether or not said person had to struggle to be in the position that they were, and whether or not their ability, their sex, their race, or what have you, played into that struggle for them to be able to achieve said GPA, or go to a certain college, or get the credentials that they have. And oftentimes, as we recognize, there are systemic barriers that lie in the way of people who are disabled, that lie in the way of women, that lie in the way of black people, and especially if you're a combination of all those things.
So you think, again, where does it draw the line? You think that something being written on
I don't know
paper,
what you're asking me.
something being written on paper, a law, will encourage people to not do that action of discrimination because you can't tell somebody that just because I didn't hire this person that I'm racist, sexist, or
Nobody's saying
whatever.
that. Nobody's
Okay,
saying
then what's
that.
the
I'm
whole
not saying
purpose of
that
the law?
it's not. It's
Then
not a
what's the whole
law.
purpose?
That's where you're mistaken. It's not a law. It's just a practice of employment and hiring that we take into consideration people's backgrounds and their credentials to ensure that not only are we getting the most qualified person, but also one that is reflective of the people who are going to be working with us. I wouldn't want to shop or work in a place that was entirely white. I would want them best represented in the way that the people who I want to shop for me and work for me are looking like. A greater diaspora of people, a greater broad spectrum of people. That's the whole deal. I would not trust people to want to shop for me or work for me if they all look the same.
So you wouldn't trust a Target if everybody in Target was white? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that that would discourage more people who are not white from shopping there.
That's an insane statement. I'll be honest.
Why?
That is crazy.
Why? Why is that insane?
Because most of the
Wait,
population.
wait. To clarify, are you not agreeing that like throughout history specifically, when there was racial segregation, that it was more harmful for Black people, specifically, to be in spaces in which did not include them? By the way, that's why we're saying that, like, if there was not inclusion, right, that there would be a greater likelihood in which it is the case that they would not want to associate with those spaces because people like them have not been included.
And you know, it's so funny you mentioned Target. It is so funny you brought that exact example up, because as the result of them reversing DEI practices, their CEO has now had to resign because of crippling sales, down at double digits of what they were at the beginning of the year.
No, I saw that earlier. That's why I made the example. I think they're down like 20% maybe.
Something, I think, more. Yes, they've lost billions of dollars over the past 8 months. And you know why? It's because people don't feel comfortable shopping at places where they're not wanted. And how's a way of telling you're not wanted? If the people working there, the people hiring, don't look like you, don't understand what you're going through.
So again, it goes back to you hire somebody based off of the way they look.
No, it is taking into consideration their background and merit.
But as a random shopper, do I know the worker's background and merit?
Do you think
No, I don't.
a company
No, I
of
don't.
entirely
so you're
white
hiring
people,
somebody
do
based
you
off
think
of
a
how they
company
look.
of entirely white men can understand the struggles, the needs of people who are, say, women of color? No.
No, if you're going to use that excuse, then nobody can
That's not an
understand
excuse.
anybody else. No, then if you're going to use that logic, then you can't ever speak on a woman's behalf ever again, because
I'm not
you're not a
doing
woman,
that.
so you don't understand.
What the fuck? How are we even getting on this subject here? I'm not
Because you
saying
just
that.
brought it up.
I'm saying that if we're talking about an entirety of a workforce looking like a certain demographic, you're less likely to understand the needs of people who don't fall into that. The purpose is to encourage other people who don't look like you to shop where you are, to work with you, to do trade with you, to want to come work with you, to want to come shop at where you work. That's as simple as I can make it out to be.
Do you think that whether you're in California, Oregon, Texas, or Florida, do you think that people, whenever they get into a Target, say there's not enough diversity of employees in here, and I will not buy
Oh my
this
goodness.
set
I
of
can
socks?
tell you as a black man, I have
Like, do you think
noticed
that
when
that's what
places,
people
I'm
say?
trying to tell you, because you're asking me an anecdotal question here. I
I
can
know,
tell
but
you
I
from
only get about
firsthand.
10
I
seconds
can't.
at a
I
time to
cannot
answer.
put my. You
I
fucking
only
ask
get
me
a-
a question. You want me to answer you?
Sure.
When I shop, okay, I notice when the place is white, is noticeably white. I notice how they treat people who are not white, who are not male, who are not heteronormative. I notice those things. The point is to remove those biases, to remove those forms of discrimination, to remove the implication that is held over these people who shop there.
Well,
You've
what if
never
they
had to be
hire-
followed around. You've never been followed around in a grocery
if-
store, in a gas station, or what have you.
What if they hire minorities that believe the same thing as conservatives do? Then what do you do there? Do you fire the minorities?
Wait, did you say conservatives are white? I like how he just associated conservatives with being white, by the way. That's what he just did.
Well, what I'm doing is that the Democrats say that they demonize black folk that are Republican.
I think you're under
Just
the
like-
illusion.
just like you
I think
people
you're
do
under
to
the
Tim
false
Scott.
impression.
Just like
I
you
think you're under
people
the
do to
false impression that
Jeanine Pirro.
conservatives don't experience racism. Even people of color, even conservative people of color experience racism.
Yeah, no, everybody can. But my point is that what if they happen to hire somebody that say they're colored and say that they agree?
No,
with,
people of color. Dude, I'm kicking this guy, dude.
Sorry.
I'm kicking him.
Ooh, it's gross.
Yeah. I'm actually done with my stream for today anyway. That's
what? Oh.
Today's been an insane day. An insane day. Would you like a raid?
Yes. I'm gonna go live.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thanks.
I appreciate you coming up. Of course.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Of course. Everyone, make sure to go and go over to Jaden's stream. Make sure to go over to Jaden's stream. He's about to go live right now. Make sure to go do that. Make sure to go do that. I appreciate everyone coming through today. Everyone, make sure to like the stream. Thumbs up on YouTube if you haven't already. I would really appreciate that. Thank you, everyone. Nina, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let me make sure I catch up everything real quick, and then I will end for today. Jared, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you, and for the $1. I really appreciate it. London, thank you so much for the $2. Jared, another $6. Thank you so much. Yo, I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Jared, thank you for the $3. London with the $5. Thank you. Jared with the $20. Thank you so much. Chiseled, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. BEQ, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think I'm fully caught up there. I can't really think of the $5. Tiffany, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. All right, everyone, I'm going to get off right now. Make sure to go over to Jaden's stream. Spam Parker Raid, spam Love and Parker, everyone. I'd really appreciate it. Go over to Jaden's stream. Raid Jaden's stream, everyone. Spam Jaden's @ in the comment section, everyone. I'm not sure what account Jaden is on. Make sure to do that. To join Jaden, let her know. It's Mr. Jaden LeBron, MR Jaden JAYDEN, LeBron LIBRAN. Everyone, spam Parker Raid, spam Love and Parker. I love y'all so much, everyone. Have a fantastic night, everyone. I love y'all so much. Have a good night.